Of all the legions birthed in the crucible of the Emperor's design, the martial chronicles of the 10th Legion stand among the clearest in the modern age. Unlike the veiled histories of some brother legions, the tales of the Stormwalkers was etched into data scrolls and battle records with lasting clarity. Forged during the final years of the Unification Wars on Old Earth, they rose alongside their brother proto-legions, assembled and armed for the great crusade that loomed ahead. Their structure mirrored the original codified template of the Legion's Astartes, but the Sons of the 10th would shape their own path in war. Their recruits hailed from across Terra, Quavatine Plate cities, the fierce remnants of the soulless Stellax, and most prominently, from the blood-bound tribes of Old Albia. It was this latter stock, with their deep martial traditions and unrelenting pride, that stamped the Legion's early character with iron. Much like the warriors of the 14th, the 10th bore a heritage that reached back before even the forging of their gene seed. In the last days of Old Terra's wars, they fought as part of larger task forces. Their first true victories were not recorded on Earth, but in the void. They crushed the mutant Scythers, who infested the orbital derelict Mycan aggregation, and hunted the alien Lyasics beneath the glacial crust of Oberath. In both campaigns, the Legion showed a terrifying discipline and cohesion, cold fury made flesh, achieving complete tactical dominance with minimal losses, even in conditions that would have broken lesser warriors. But it was not until their third campaign that the 10th Legion's identity was fully revealed. The world designated as O234, later known as Rust, would be their crucible. Rust was a place of iron and decay, blanketed in oxide sands and the twisted bones of dead cities. Beneath its corroded skies, the orcs of the Crooked Claw, under the warlord Wardog Kulo, had carved a domain, mining pyrochemical wealth with a slave force of countless humans taken in endless raids across the stars. The Crooked Claw Empire spanned over 60 systems northeast of Serafina, and Rust was one of its linchpins. It was the rogue trader Hedrick Zuckerman who marked Rust for conquest. In 807 M30, the Seraphin offensive was unleashed, a vast, multi-legion strike with the Emperor himself at its fore. 11 Astartes legions and hundreds of Imperial Army battle groups struck dozens of Ork worlds in near unison, shattering cohesion amongst the Xenos and preventing them from unifying. The task of liberating Rust and freeing nearly 1 billion human slaves fell to the 10th Legion. They would not stand alone. 2 secondary forces accompanied them. The Urshan Velites of the Imperial Army and the dreaded machine warriors of the Legio Cybernetica's Helgentine Covenant. The Legion's commander, Lord Amadeus Duquesne, had tasted Orc savagery before. He knew the cost of hesitation. He devised a strategy rooted in Albion battlecraft, the hammer and the storm. First came the storm. Duquesne drove the Urshan troops into the desert plain between 3 of the Orcs' fortified city warrens. Formed into a triangular formation stretching for kilometers, they dug in and held their ground under fire from above. The trap was baited. The Orcs poured out, millions of them. Awakened by invasion, they swarmed like an unstoppable tide. The wasteland became a sea of fire, bomb craters, broken machines, and mangled bodies. The Urshan screamed for reinforcements. Some begged for permission to retreat. Duquesne gave them none. Only when the Orc horde had fully committed, when it could be seen from orbit as a dark tide, did he unleash the hammer. From the storm-racked sky fell the 10th Legion. Gunships and assault landers tore open the heavens, breaking through flak bursts and dogfights with Orc aircraft. At their heart came the heavy armor, Malcadors, Maulers, and Land Raiders, plunging into the belly of the greenskin swarm. Behind them came the dreadnoughts and squads of the Legion, advancing in tight formation beneath the looming war engines. They moved like a singular, vast machine, relentless and invincible. The firepower scythed through the enemy like harvest blades through grain. The Legio Cybernetica deployed alongside them, while skimmer and jet bike wings raced outward to flank and finish what the hammer missed. The Orcs fought. They always fought. But they died faster than they could be replaced. Every hour, the battlefield grew quieter. Every day, the assault weakened. And eventually, it stopped. Not because the Orcs had surrendered, but because they had nothing left. No machines, no warriors, no blood. The 10th had lost fewer than 1/5 of their number. Had they been forced to assault the warrens city by city, the toll would have been far worse. The Urshan, bloodied in the first hours, were later relegated to guarding landing zones and supply chains. Many of them survived. The campaign was a resounding victory. For its precision, its minimal sacrifice, and its brutal efficiency. In the wars that followed, the 10th would perfect the hammer and storm. Their reputation soared. Other legions studied them, hoping to emulate the devastating coordination of their set-piece warfare. But not all could follow the Stormwalker's path. Discipline was essential. Precision, unity, restraint, traits that not all legions shared. Still, the name spread. The Stormwalkers. The Urshan whispered it like a myth. Warriors that strode into battle like the titans of old. Yet this growing legend would soon shift. For not long after the Crooked Claw's fall, the Emperor revealed a greater destiny. The 10th Legion's long-lost father had been found on a world of cold stone and bitter storms. A world called Medusa. Before the Emperor's dream of a united Imperium could truly begin, disaster struck. The 20 gene sons of the Master of Mankind, the Primarchs, were stolen from his hidden gene forges deep beneath the Himalayan mountains. Chaos itself reached forth and cast the stasis capsules into the stars, scattering them across forgotten human colonies in desolate worlds. It was a moment of corruption before innocence had ever taken root, one that may have doomed half of the Emperor's sons before they ever drew breath. One such capsule fell like a burning comet onto the volatile, cloud-racked world of Medusa. It struck the ice pinnacle, Karashi, the tallest mountain on the planet, and shattered its peak in a storm of molten steam and fractured stone. The impact sent tremors across the entire globe, a thunderous birth that left Medusa trembling. Whole mountains cracked and collapsed. The nomadic clans whispered that the land itself screamed as the star-born giant arrived. From the northern wastes, alone and fully grown, emerged the child of that star. The people of Medusa named him Ferrus Manus, the Iron-Handed, for his touch was as strong as tempered steel, and his presence, like the forging hammer, could reshape all before him. The northern tribes passed down tales of him as a colossus of strength and will, unchallenged in combat, driven by a relentless thirst for trials of body and soul. One myth among many speaks of a contest between Ferrus and a storm giant. The creature lifted a mountain and set it down a mile away. Ferrus answered by heaving an entire mountain range upon his back, carrying it to a neighboring isle. The giant vanished, never seen again. Ferrus crossed Medusa's harsh landscapes, from craggy peaks to abyssal depths, venturing into places untouched even by the wind. No storm could break him. No ocean could drown him. He welcomed adversity, for it was the crucible that shaped strength. His feats made him a legend among all the clans, though he chose no allegiance. He watched their squabbles from afar, believing their struggle sharpened them like blades on a whetstone. In time, every clan came to revere him, claiming him as kin. But beneath the myth was a truth buried in black ice. It was said that Ferrus did not first descend among the clans, but wandered instead the cursed polar regions where the dead were thought to whisper, and iron-skinned titans slumbered beneath the ice. There, in the forgotten north, his legend would be forged. He hunted beasts of metal and machine, ancient horrors from before history. Among these, one stood above all: Acernoth, the great silver worm. This monstrous being was sheathed in living metal, impervious to blade or flame. Ferrus tracked it for days through the land of shadows, a place that may have once been a Necron tomb complex, littered with relics from a forgotten age. The saga of that pursuit lives on in the Canticle of Travels, a Medusan poem still recited by clan children. Their battle was fierce. Ferrus's strength alone could not harm the worm. But in a final act of cunning and pain, he dragged the beast into a river of molten lava. Though scorched and blistered, he endured, stoically bearing the agony. When he emerged, the worm had been destroyed, and its liquid metal had fused to his arms, coating them in a living alloy as resilient as any armor, yet as supple as skin. His silver hands shimmered with power. His eyes changed, no longer bearing pupils, but instead shining with an unnatural gleam. The worm was dead, and the Gorgon was born. Some believe the creature may have been a Necron construct, possibly even a fragment of a Catan. Whatever the truth, it had irrevocably altered Ferrus Manus. That alien metal, if it was indeed necrodermis, had become a part of him, transforming more than just flesh. In the years that followed, Ferrus united the clans, not through peace, but through will. He brought them the secrets of technology passed down by the Iron Fathers, the ancient tech shamans of Medusa. With his silver hands, he forged weapons of power, machines of strength. He taught the clans to fight harder, build stronger, and endure more. And when he had led them into the frozen ruins, buried beneath the world's crust, they followed. Together, they broke into vaults of lost machines and slaughtered the degenerate creatures within. Mutants, metal dead, and ghosts of ancient war engines. The Gorgon carved out an empire of steel and fire. By the time the Emperor arrived, Ferrus was already warlord, demigod, and sage. The Emperor came as he had for the others, on the wings of a storm. The sky split, and Medusa shook once more. Ferrus left without a word, drawn north again. For 8 days, lightning danced, and earthquakes shattered the land. Then silence. On the 9th day, Ferrus returned, bringing with him the master of mankind. What happened in the heights remains unknown. Some say they dueled. Others say it was a trial of mind and will. But when they descended, it was as father and son. Ferrus joined the Great Crusade, leaving Medusa with the promise that he would return. And return he would. Ferrus Manus took command of the 10th Legion, dismantled its Terran foundation, and rebuilt it in his image. Where once were chapters, now there were clans. The old ways were gone, replaced with Medusan brutality. Terran-born Astartes were forced to seize power from Medusan warlords in ritual combat, merging two cultures through trial by blood. The Iron Hands became the new Medusans, Astartes revered as living gods, and the tribes below them striving to prove worthy to join their ranks. Hardship was not eased under Ferrus's rule. He made sure of it. Weakness was a curse. Strength was truth. Across the stars, when the Iron Hands conquered worlds, they took boys as tribute, chosen by the priests of Mars, and sent to Medusa to survive its crucible. If they endured, they might earn the right to wear ceramite and become sons of the Gorgon. In the age of rising stars and reclaiming lost worlds, two of the Emperor's sons, each shaped by fire, metal, and relentless purpose, crossed paths beneath the roaring furnaces of Mount Narodina. The forge masters of the Tarawat clan had once labored there during the Unification Wars, but on that day, they found themselves host to gods. Ferrus Manus, newly brought from Medusa, toiled beside them in silence, with hands of living silver and a mind of brutal precision. He forged wonders, hammering raw metal into forms born of vision and fury. There was no music in his work, no poetry, only purpose, only strength. Then came Fulgrim. The Phoenician descended with all the brilliance and pageantry that followed him like a comet's tail. Robed in elegance and flanked by his elite Phoenix Guard, the Primarch of the Third Legion entered the forge with the grace of a sculptor stepping into his gallery. He had not yet met the Gorgon, but something in the air called to him. The shared origin of alchemy, the resonance of creation. For a heartbeat, the world held its breath. Two demigods stood face to face, the very air crackling with unspoken challenge. The artisans cowered, fearing violence. But the contest that followed would be one of craft, not combat. Fulgrim declared his intent to forge the most perfect weapon ever made, a tool of sublime death worthy of the Great Crusade. Ferrus laughed, the sound harsh and booming through the forge halls. With those soft hands, he jested, "Let us see." They stripped to the waist and began. For weeks, they worked without pause, sweat steaming from their skin, the air alive with the pounding of hammers, the hiss of quenched steel, and the clash of ego and camaraderie. Sparks flew like meteors, and laughter echoed beneath the anvil strikes. After 3 unrelenting months, their works were done. Fulgrim had crafted Forge Breaker, a warhammer of terrifying power, its haft inlaid with threads of gold and silver, its eagle-headed maul carved with elegance and ferocity. It radiated majesty, capable of leveling mountains with a single blow. Ferrus Manus had wrought Fireblade, a golden sword whose edge burned eternally with the wrath of the forge. Its balance was flawless, its flame unyielding, its beauty terrible. The two brothers stood in silence, gazing at what the other had created. And then, as if moved by the same breath, they spoke. "Yours is the greater," said Fulgrim. "No," said Ferrus. "Yours." Without another word, they exchanged weapons, each accepting the gift of the other with solemn respect. In that moment, a bond was forged not in blood, but in fire and faith. They sealed a brotherhood that neither war nor time would undo easily. From then on, Fulgrim called Ferrus the Gorgon, not, as some believed, after the ancient monster of Olympian myth whose gaze could turn men to stone, but as a jest, a brotherly barb. Fulgrim, ever a lover of beauty, accused his iron-handed sibling of scorning the very concept. When Sanguinius of the Blood Angels arrived at the Imperial Palace bearing gifts, statues carved from Baal's glowing stone jewels, and impossible wonders, Fulgrim was enraptured. Ferris scoffed. Pretty trinkets, he called them. There is a galaxy to win. You're a terrible Gorgon, Fulgrim laughed. If we cannot treasure what we reclaim, then what are we fighting for? The name stuck, and Ferris Manus, though he would never admit it, wore it like armor. Thus, the Phoenix and the Gorgon walked together into the stars, each bearing the other's finest work. And for a time, the fire of their brotherhood burned as bright as any sun. Under the command of their newly found Primarch, the warriors of the 10th Legion were forged into a singular, unrelenting engine of war. Few among the Emperor's sons would so fully remake their legion into a reflection of their own ethos as did Ferris Manus. Uncompromising, efficient, and unflinchingly brutal, the Iron Hands would become known for a style of warfare that was anything but subtle. Their Primarch saw within the Gene sons who bore his bloodline the raw fire of pride and anger, and with adamantine will, he bound that fire with the chains of logic, order, and cold discipline. What emerged was a legion defined as much by its war gear as by its wrath. Superior arms and technological mastery were valued equal to valor and duty. The Iron Hands believed in victory not as glory, but as certainty, swift, calculated, and absolute. They would be the hand that crushed the Emperor's foes, relentless and devoid of mercy. The Iron Hand, true to name. Ferris Manus ruled as he fought, rational yet pitiless, swift to anger but tightly governed. To the Legion, as to the warriors of Medusa before them, he became myth incarnate, the Gorgon. His skin was said to run with molten metal, his eyes to glint like silver, and his strength to eclipse even the superhuman. His expectations were unreachable, his praise scarce. But in those rare instances when he offered it, it was worth more to his sons than any laurel. They loved him not because he was kind, but because he was fair, unyielding, and shared in the burdens he demanded that they carry. To fail was to be weak, and weakness was unforgivable. It had brought the horrors of old night, and on Medusa it brought death to the tribe. In others, weakness deserved contempt. Within the Legion, it demanded purging. Only the strong could be trusted with humanity's future. This creed, severe and total, became the Iron Hand's heartbeat. Under Ferris's command, they became the hammer of the Emperor's will. The Iron Hands took their place at the head of the 52nd Expeditionary Fleet, renowned for charging directly into the maelstrom of war. they excelled against advanced enemies, particularly the orcs, where brute strength and complex weaponry could otherwise overwhelm less disciplined forces. Their effectiveness became so proven that the Emperor began directing them toward the harshest, most fortified fronts, where massed machines of war clashed on apocalyptic scales. Each campaign honed them even further, narrowing their specialization until they became a scalpel made of iron and wrath. Their enemies were often human too, those technocratic empires that refused compliance, remnants of the Dark Age. Against such foes, the Iron Hands operated in close accord with the Mechanicum and Titan legions. Bonds first shaped on Medusa, and later reinforced in battle. The Gorgon's sons proved themselves artisans as much as warriors, creating and adapting new weapons, dismantling alien technologies, and refining innovations for the Imperium's arsenal. Often deployed as shock troops or battlefield commanders among broader coalitions, Ferrus Manus led his legion into countless joint campaigns. In some, such as those alongside the Emperor's children, deep and lasting brotherhoods formed. In others, like with the Alpha Legion, resentment festered. Their directness grated on more political minds. Their contempt for subtlety sparked friction with those of slyer disposition. But even within the Crusade's immense theater, there were stages where the Iron Hands proved ill-suited. Over time, their concern for allied casualties waned. Rust's example faded. The Iron Hands reasoned that the cost of victory, however brutal, was always worth paying to ensure the Imperium's future. This increasingly ruthless mindset made them infamous among the Imperial army. Many fellow legions found them cold and harsh. Less liberators, more executioners. But this too was their purpose. They had no interest in politics, no patience for theatrics. Ferrus Manus once said, "Make war and move on, and again, until nothing breathes which stands against us. All else is sophistry and pretty lies." And so they did. Always at the forefront, the Iron Hands fought tirelessly. Their tally of victories soared, though many went unrecorded. The Legion grew insular, withholding detailed reports and tending its own path with secretive discipline. To the wider Imperium, they were a shadowed war machine, exacting and detached. The Eleanor Crusade was the zenith of the Great Crusade, a roaring tide of conquest that broke against the mightiest Orc empire ever encountered. Led by the Emperor himself, Imperial forces unleashed a campaign of annihilation upon the domains of Overlord Urlak Uruk. The final battle took place on Eleanor Prime, the heart of the Orc Dominion. 14 Space Marine legions and 9 Primarchs stood triumphant upon the ashes of an empire built from savagery and iron. The victory was absolute. From the dust and glory rose a moment that would shape the fate of the Imperium forever. A great triumph was declared to honor the courage and sacrifice of Astartes and mortals alike. It was then, amid the laurels of victory and the echoes of cheering crowds, that the Emperor announced a staggering change. Horus Lupercal, Primarch of the Luna Wolves, was named War Master, the supreme commander of the Emperor's armies, entrusted with leading the Great Crusade in his stead. Even the other Primarchs were to heed Horus's word as final. Ferrus Manus, among the most seasoned and battle-hardened of his brothers, was silent. If he had expected the title for himself, he gave no sign of it. The Gorgon did not flinch, nor did his Iron Hands. They continued to serve with the same unflinching loyalty and fury, often deployed along the newly renamed Sons of Horus. Ferrus and Horus shared more than proximity. They shared respect, a bond forged in the crucible of war. Equally, a brotherhood bloomed between Ferrus and Fulgrim, Primarch of the Emperor's children, a camaraderie that would soon fracture under the weight of pride, poisoned by whispers of darkness. Yet, despite their closeness to the War Master and the traitor Primarchs, neither Ferrus Manus nor his legion ever fell into the snares of rebellion. It is said the conspirators believed the Iron Hands might turn, that bonds of loyalty might outweigh their devotion to the Emperor. But whether it was because of Ferrus's own strength of will, or the nature of his unforgiving creed, the Iron Hands did not stray. And one cannot help but wonder, had Ferrus Manus turned, had the cold fury of the Iron Tenth joined the War Master's betrayal, might the galaxy's fate have been sealed forever. In the waning years of the Great Crusade, the Iron Hands encountered a rare anomaly, an elusive fleet-based civilization known as the Diasporics. This nomadic society was an alliance of humans and Xenos, bound together by mutual survival. The Iron Hands, ever adherents to the Imperial truth, offered the humans a path, abandoned the aliens, embraced the Imperium. The Diasporics refused. For the Iron Hands, that defiance was enough. Judgment was then rendered, and war was declared. But the Diasporics were not so easily broken. Their fleets, honed by generations of deep space travel and warfare, outmaneuvered the Iron Hands, striking with precision and vanishing before decisive blows could land. One of their raids crippled the strike cruiser Ferrum, an insult the Iron Hands would not forget. Reinforcements came in the form of Fulgrim and the 28th Expeditionary Fleet of the Emperor's children. Together, the two legions formed a unified front, cornering the Diasporics and preparing for a final strike. A vital truth emerged. The Diasporics had not fled the sector because they could not. Solar collectors, hidden across the stars, harvested energy to fuel their ships. The Iron Hands and Emperor's children targeted these stations, forcing the Diasporics to defend them in open battle. The trap was sprung. A cataclysmic void war erupted. Fulgrim's personal ship, Firebird, came under heavy attack, its hull torn, its crew bleeding. Ferrus Manus, without hesitation, ordered the Fist of Iron to intercede. He saved his brother, not for glory, but for duty, for kinship. Yet Fulgrim, ever proud and increasingly twisted by the demon-tainted lair blade he now bore, took the act as an affront. In the aftermath, he led a furious boarding action, seizing an enemy warship. But the final blow, the claim of victory, was stolen by one of his own captains. The resentment festered. To Ferris, his jokes were meant to humble. To Fulgrim, they were barbs meant to belittle. Where Ferris saw honor, Fulgrim saw rivalry. Where Ferris saw sacrifice, Fulgrim instead saw theft. Unseen, the corruption had already begun. Chaos whispered to the Phoenician. And the Gorgon, ever blunt, never realized how deeply the blade had already sunk into his brother's heart. As the opening salvos of rebellion echoed across Istvan III, the War Master Horus made his next move. He sent Fulgrim, and dearest friend of Ferris Manus, to parley with the Gorgon aboard the Iron Fist. Fulgrim hoped his brother's loyalty could be swayed toward chaos. The rest of his legion, along with the 28th Expeditionary Fleet, had already moved to support Horus at Isfahan, while Fulgrim remained behind, aiding the Iron Hands' 52nd Expeditionary Fleet in purging orcs from Kalanides IV. When the two brothers met in Ferris's private sanctum, the Anvilarium, their ancient bond shattered. Ferris was livid, enraged that any son of the Emperor would betray him. Words gave way to violence. Ferris attempted to destroy Fulgrim's corrupted golden blade with his necrodermis hands. The explosion that followed knocked him unconscious. Fulgrim raised Forgebreaker, the very warhammer he had once forged for Ferris, to strike the killing blow. But he could not do it. Even with a demon whispering in his mind, Fulgrim's heart faltered. Instead, he stole Forgebreaker and left Fireblade behind as a cruel exchange. He gave the signal to his Phoenix Guard, who immediately executed Ferris's elite Morlock Terminators. First Captain Gabriel Santor narrowly escaped death. With his treachery revealed, Fulgrim fled aboard the Firebird as his warships opened fire on the Iron Hands fleet, crippling the 52nd Expeditionary Fleet. He vanished into the warp to rejoin Horus at Istvan. News of Fulgrim's betrayal reached the Emperor through Rogel Dorn. Orders came swiftly. Ferris Manus, Vulcan of the Salamanders, and Corvus Corax of the Raven Guard would lead a strike force against Horus on Istvan V. A second wave, comprising the Night Lords, Iron Warriors, Alpha Legion, and Wordbearers, would follow. Drop pods rained from orbit. Ferris led his Iron Hands in a direct assault through the center. Vulcan took the left flank, Corax the right. 40,000 loyalists clashed with 30,000 traitors. Titans walked. The Dark Mechanicum unleashed forbidden weapons, and the Urgal Depression became a charnel pit. Still, the Loyalists pressed forward, the traitor line buckling. Then came the second wave. Thunderhawks filled the sky. The 4 Loyalist legions landed, but these Astartes had already turned. Now fresh and fully armed, they betrayed their kin. Ferris had pushed too far. Ignoring his brother's plea for caution, he pursued Fulgrim headlong, taking with him the majority of his elite Terminators and Dreadnoughts. The Loyalists had seized the drop site, but they were outnumbered and overextended. Over 60,000 Astartes now clashed in one of the greatest battles that pit brother against brother. Fulgrim watched Ferris advance, radiant in rage. Their final reckoning had come. The Morlocks crashed into the Phoenix Guard. Lightning claws and halberds tore through flesh and armor. Amid the chaos, Ferris stormed toward his brother. Fulgrim waited. Their weapons, Fireblade and Forgebreaker, met in a thunderous duel. Hate born of brotherhood fueled their strikes. Ferris's blade scorched the very air, but Fulgrim's hammer countered each blow. Wounded and staggering, Ferris made one final charge. Fulgrim drew the demon-possessed blade he had taken from the lair. Chaos surged through him. He struck Ferris down, but when he tried to finish it, he hesitated. But it was too late. The sword acted on its own. Fulgrim's hand moved against his will. The blade cleaved through Ferris Manus' neck. The Primarch of the Iron Hands fell, decapitated by the one who had once called him brother. The 10th Legion was shattered. A few survivors escaped Istvan, but the Legion's strength, physical and spiritual, was broken. Ferris's body was never recovered. The Iron Hands refused to accept his death. So myths spread, some claiming the Dark Mechanicum stole his remains, others that he was rebuilt and hidden on Mars. The Iron Hands clung to desperate hope, but it brought little comfort. Worse, they blamed themselves. Their fury turned inward. Their sorrow hardened into iron. They grew cold, purging emotion and flesh alike in pursuit of strength. They even came to resent their allies, believing that had the Salamanders and Raven Guard stood firm with Ferris, the traitors might have been defeated. Emotion, they decided, was weakness. They would replace it with logic, steel, and augmentation. The Horus heresy raged on for 8 more years. Horus reached Terra and died at the Emperor's own hand. The Master of Mankind survived, barely, entombed upon the Golden Throne. His dream of unity died with him. The Imperium, fractured and grieving, launched a brutal vengeance, the Great Scouring. The traitor legions were hunted and killed. Some fled into the Eye of Terror. The Inquisition rose. Old crimes were avenged. New ones buried in shadow. Even the Loyalist legions acted on their own motives. The Iron Hands were no exception. Though their Primarch was gone, the sons of Medusa swore vengeance eternal. And for 10,000 years, they have waited, angry, bitter, and loyal, ready to rise again when Ferris Manus returns. Grief had festered into fury as the Iron Hands returned to Medusa, broken and bitter in the aftermath of the Drop Site massacre. They were a shattered legion, bereft of their Primarch, and haunted by wounds that ran deeper than flesh. Denied denial choked many, and despair gnawed at their resolve. Yet it was wrath that endured. That wrath became their forge. On the bleak plains of Medusa, the surviving Iron Fathers and clan leaders gathered in solemn conclave. No longer would one voice lead them. In the absence of Ferrus Manus, they vow no single soul would ever again carry the burden of leadership. Instead, a new structure was ratified, the Iron Council, a unified body whose cold logic would guide the Legion's future. Their gathering would be remembered as the Tempering, a crucible not of fire, but of iron-bound purpose. Vengeance stirred in every heart, but untempered, wrath was weakness. The Iron Council debated with a relentless mechanical rigor, their conclave stretching on for 86 Medusan day cycles. Outbursts of emotion were swiftly silenced as they clung to the discipline their Primarch once demanded. At last, a verdict was reached. The Iron Fathers deemed that it was not only the traitor legions who bore the guilt of heresy, it was humanity itself. Mankind's flaws had undermined the Emperor's vision. Jealousy, pride, and trust. These were diseases, and the Iron Hands would now be their cure. In a war unending, it would purge weakness, eliminate fallibility, and replace flesh with unyielding steel. Their campaign would not be guided by hatred, but by logic, surgical and exact. That night, the clan companies launched from Medusa. Forged anew, they became tools of calculated annihilation, cast into war zones by the Iron Council's decree. But the Tempering held more than just vengeance. Envoys of the Adeptus Mechanicus had been summoned in secret. With their Primarch lost, the Iron Hands sought strength beyond flesh. The tech priests of Mars, kindred spirits and reverence for the machine, offered knowledge, rites, and sacred technologies. In exchange, the Iron Hands pledged protection and brotherhood. Thus, the voice of Mars was born, a triad of senior tech adepts who would forever hold seats on the Iron Council. Where other legions wore metal, the Iron Hands became it. Flesh was flawed, and to serve the Imperium meant transcending it. Bionic replacements, faster and more reliable than genetic regeneration, became marks of honor. Scars were not mended, they were upgraded. Veteran warriors of the 10th Legion often bore more iron than skin, and to be interred within a dreadnought was seen as the highest form of eternal service. But even Ferrus Manus had known restraint. During the Great Crusade, he forbade certain forbidden sciences, technologies of resurrection, cybermantic rites, the heretical relics of the Dark Age, the Sarkosan formulae, the Agicene protocols, the Eight Sleepers, each a name whispered in dread, were locked away under the most sacred oaths. These were the keys of hell, sealed within tomb vaults on Medusa and hidden tomb ships orbiting dead stars. After Ferrus fell, some among the Iron Hands began to question that restraint. Had his flesh led him to failure? Had weakness cost them their Primarch? Quietly, in the shadows of doctrine, certain Iron Fathers turned the keys, and in doing so, opened a door to forbidden power. Following the tempering came the second founding. The legions of old were split and reformed into chapters, in accordance with the Codex Astartes. The Iron Hands retained the 10 great clans of Medusa, while other successor chapters were seeded with their gene heritage. Though they shared the blood of Ferrus Manus, these successors walked divergent paths, each forged from the legacy of iron. Across the millennia, the Iron Hands continued their war in service to the Imperium, unyielding, inhuman, and often merciless. In the 34th millennium, the pale wasting descended upon the galaxy, and the Iron Hands answered Mars's call. Clan Raukon, alongside Carcharodons and Haramek, encircled Grammachus Beta, enforcing quarantine with ruthless efficiency. Ork raiders, Eldar pirates, none were spared. Boarding actions were brutal, ships scuttled and incinerated. Even the 26th Yormathi Regiment, loyal Astra Militarum, met the same fate. Mistakenly retreating to the wrong coordinates, their pleas went unanswered. Their ships were crippled by precise fire, their soldiers butchered aboard. There was no mercy for error. Weakness was death. In the early 35th millennium, the Nova Terra Interregnum fractured the Imperium and the Mechanicus. Amidst doctrinal chaos, the Moray Schism ignited. A minor forge world, consumed by prophecy and pattern, claimed the Astronomican signals foretold a new order, one where Cult Mechanicus and Ecclesiarchy would unite. Mars responded with fire, reducing Moray to cinders. But its teaching spread like a virus, heresy draped in geometry. Civil war tore through the Mechanicus, orthodox battling radical, and though the Iron Hands stood beside their Martian kin, the seeds of prophecy would never truly die. It began as whispers, fractures of faith among the devout. The doctrines of Moray, radical and heretical, spread like hairline cracks through the priesthood of Mars. Titans, tech guard regiments, even forge chapels turned from the edicts of the Omnissiah. And in time, the contagion spread to the Astartes themselves. Among the chapters tied to the machine cult, the Iron Hands were not immune. One clan, however, stood resolute. Clan Raukon, guided by Iron Chaplain Furnus and Iron Captain Hekon, held fast to their traditions. Not a single battle brother among them fell to the seduction of Moray's corrupted logic. On Kamjata, their vindicators and predators shattered rebellious cataphracti armor, their guns roaring in defense of purity. Yet bitter blood was spilled, for the traitors had been supported by warriors of Clan Borgos, staining brotherhood with betrayal. That wound would fester between the two clans for centuries. Meanwhile, one voice among the Iron Hands rose above all others in favor of the Moray Creed. Iron Father Settle Solix, a techno-mystic of renown and troubling vision. Through him, the faith took root. The chapter trembled at the edge of civil war. It was the Iron Council that stayed the blade. Rather than see kin slaughter kin, they proposed a grim solution: exile. Those who followed Moray would leave Medusa, never to lift a hand in violence against their brothers. So it was that nearly a third of the Iron Hands departed, solemn in their obedience, yet still resolute in their loyalty to the Emperor. They called themselves no different, still sons of Medusa in spirit. And over time, the name would become literal. Far from their ancestral home, the exiles continued their sacred duty. They hunted the foes of the Imperium, offered their gene seed for inspection, and honored the creed of Ferrus Manus, even as they reshaped it. Over time, their numbers grew. They formed new clan companies, carried familiar war gear, and bore the sigils of the Iron Hands with only slight deviation. Then came the Age of Redemption. The High Lords of Terra, newly reasserting dominion over a scattered Imperium, reviewed the exiled warriors. Their records were scoured, their flesh and spirit tested. No trace of taint, no whisper of treason. Thus, in 11 M37, the Sons of Medusa were granted full recognition as a chapter of the Adeptus Astartes. Their founding was irregular, their genesis heretical, yet their loyalty undeniable. Protests came from Mars, from other chapters, but they were overruled. The Sons of Medusa had earned their place in the Emperor's light. And yet, the shadow of Scavenger's reputation clung to them. In exile, they had developed a habit, recovering weapons, harvesting war gear from battlefield dead. Critics whispered that this hunger still guided them, especially in conflicts against renegade chapters. But whether truth or slander, the Sons of Medusa fought on, steel-hearted, grim-eyed, and ever vigilant. In 460 M41, the Iron Hands massed in their greatest deployment in living memory. Led by Iron Father Christos, more than 800 warriors descended on the Godnia system. Clan Raukan took the lead, as they had so many times before. But Gaudinia Prime was no battlefield. It was a snare. From the warp rose the Sapphire King, a demon born of Ferrus Manus' psychic death scream. It had stalked the chapter for centuries, feeding on the Iron Hands' buried emotions, their silent shame, their desperation to excise weakness. And on Gaudinia Prime, the demon struck. Christos fell, body and soul twisted in monstrous mockery. His followers devolved into horror, their logic failing to suppress the corruption boiling within. Demons of Slanesh tore through the veil, joined by the Emperor's children. As madness surged, Carden Stranos understood the truth. It was not emotion that had doomed them. It was denial. Only by embracing their rage, sorrow, and pain could they fight back. He gave the order. Inhibitor protocols disengaged. Battle cries split the air. The Iron Hands unleashed their fury, and in doing so, shattered the Sapphire King's power. Freed from the demon sorcery, they tore their foes apart with steel and soul in tandem. Gaudinia burned, but the Iron Hands emerged bloody, not broken. But victory came at a price. 1/3 of the Iron Council lost. Christos gone. The foundations of the tempering, their cold path of logic over emotion, had failed them utterly. Within the eye of Medusa, debate gave way to despair. Could they continue? Had they built a fortress of lies? The council threatened to collapse, but Stronos rose again. Unplugged from his throne, speaking with his natural voice, he offered not condemnation but clarity. "We are stronger with steel," he said, "but without a soul we are nothing." It was a turning point. Applause rang out on Medusa for the first time in 10 millennia. Carcharodon Stronos became chapter master that day. Change did not come quickly. Indoctrination is a stubborn beast. But under Stronos' guidance, the Iron Hands began to heal. Librarians and chaplains were welcomed. Flesh and fury were no longer shunned, but tempered. They were still Iron Hands, but now forged anew in the crucible of soul as well as steel. But peace would not last. The Imperium teeters, Tyranids swarm, Necrons rise, chaos stirs. In these dark hours, the Iron Council has convened a conclave, the Grand Calculation. They weigh every threat, every foe, every possible campaign. They consider alliances with successor chapters, Brazen Claws, Iron Lords, even the sons of Medusa. While the council deliberates, Stronos and Clan Raukon fight on. Ferios, Lyderic, Grolvok, Sholgar, these are the minds and warlords holding the line. They see 3 paths. To strike against Leviathan, the hive flesh abomination consuming the stars. To purge the Necrons, the soulless mockeries of true machine. Or to confront Abaddon, whose every move has been plotted, whose final blow may soon fall. But the Iron Hands have told no one. If they are wrong, if they act too soon, they risk mockery, shame, and worse. And so the council debates. The galaxy burns, and still, the Iron Hands fight on, one battle at a time, hoping their reckoning comes not too late. From the earliest campaigns of the Great Crusade, the Third Legion distinguished itself through an unrelenting pursuit of perfection. This dedication and their valor during the Proximan Rebellion earned them a rare honor, the right to bear the Imperial Aquila on their breastplates. In reverence to the Emperor, whom they saw as the embodiment of perfection, they were named the Emperor's Children, a title they carried into glory and infamy alike. Yet the same hunger for flawlessness that elevated them would also doom them. Fulgrim, their Primarch, possessed limitless potential. His mastery of war soon gave way to pursuits in art, poetry, and sensation. As his soul darkened under Slaaneish's whispering influence, his passions twisted into obsession. When Horus encouraged Fulgrim to turn Ferrus Manus to their cause, the confrontation failed, severing brotherhood and sealing Fulgrim's fate. From that moment, the Emperor's children were lost to corruption. They joined the traitor legions at Istvan V, and later took part in the siege of Terra. But unlike others, they did not assault the Imperial Palace directly. Instead, they ravaged Terra's outer cities in an orgy of slaughter, torturing and murdering countless innocents. Some say their atrocities served a darker purpose, distilling the blood of their victims into a stimulant to fuel even greater excess. After the Emperor slew Horus, the Emperor's children fled Terra alongside the other traitors. In the Eye of Terror, their descent only deepened. Lacking unity, they turned on former allies, raiding for slaves to satisfy their boundless desires. Their pursuit of perfection had become a pursuit of perversion, and the galaxy would suffer for it. The warriors of the Third Legion were born in the final days of the Unification Wars on Terra, forged alongside their brother legions. Many of their earliest recruits came from the ancient courts and blood-bound vassals of Europa, chosen by nobles seeking redemption through obedience. These noble houses, having once defied the Emperor and been humbled by his Imperial Thunder regiments, now offered their finest youth in tribute. For some, it was a begrudging penance. For others, a zealous embrace of imperial truth. Among these offerings were sons from every noble lineage. Some imperial historians would later claim that this collective tribute inspired the Legion's enduring name, a name reaffirmed by the one who would one day become their Primarch. House Loculus of Comarch went so far as to surrender all of its sons at the moment of their surrender to imperial rule, and in the years that followed, continued to send its firstborn to the Third Legion without question or hesitation. In the decades that followed, other Terran dynasties mirrored Europa's example. They too sent their best, their brightest, those whose bloodlines bore echoes of Terra's forgotten military aristocracies. The result was martial brotherhood unlike any other, its roots reaching deep into humanity's long-lost past. In these formative campaigns, the Third Legion was more than simply a blade. It was a guiding hand. While many first-founding legions were hurled en masse into battle as shock troops, the warriors of the Third were more often assigned to lead and coordinate the human forces of the nascent Imperial army. Their lineage made them ideal for such roles. Commanders who understood not only war, but the complexities of command among lesser troops. Their leadership drew upon the disciplined traditions of Terra's nobility and the strategic clarity born from it. Consider the Antarctic clearance campaign. Though the victory is officially credited to Army Group Antilles, the 3rd Legion shaped its tactics and strategy from beginning to end. When the Bronze Host captured Nadarin, it was the 3rd Legion that steered their success. During the 5th raising of Jove Sat II, it was their hand that guided the campaign, even if other names filled the honor rolls. Story after story echoed the same truth. The 3rd Legion excelled not only at war, but at executing the Emperor's will with elegance, precision, and distinction. Their greatest honor was forged in blood. In the early years of the Great Crusade, the 3rd Legion stood at the center of a catastrophic event known as the Proximan Betrayal. The 16th cohort of the 3rd Legion had been assigned to oversee the Imperial compliance ceremonies and serve as the Emperor's honor guard during Proxima's formal induction into the Imperium. They never left that plaza. When a surprise insurrection shattered the ceremony, the warriors of the 3rd Legion stood firm alongside the Legio Custodes. They died to the last, refusing to yield even as the Emperor himself was wounded by a vortex weapon. Their sacrifice gave him the time he needed to survive, to rise, and to fight his way free of the trap. In recognition of their unmatched loyalty and sacrifice, the Emperor awarded the Palatine Aquila, the Imperial double-headed eagle standard, directly to the 3rd Legion. From that day forward, they alone bore the right to wear it as part of their heraldry. The only legion granted that right until the close of the Horus Heresy. That standard, taken from the blood-soaked plaza of Proxima, became a sacred relic, bound forever to the destiny of the 3rd. The Emperor granted them the additional right to repay the betrayal with fire, ordering the extermination of Proxima to balance the ledger of blood. To all legions, the Aquila signified allegiance to the Emperor and his Imperium. But for the 3rd Legion, it carried another meaning, one forged in martyrdom and unbroken loyalty. It was much more than a symbol to them. It was the proof of their bond with the very master of mankind. Thus began a new era, rechristened as the Emperor's Children. Members of the Legion were as much symbols of the Imperium as they were warriors. They served as aquilifers and equerries in missions of utmost risk, carrying the Emperor's standard into enemy territory. These chosen warriors accompanied diplomatic emissaries, enforced imperial will, and bore the Aquila into battle, where it was both banner and blade. Clad in the lacquered purple of imperial royalty, the standard bearers and their honor guards left no doubt as to whom they served. Their presence alone was enough to still unrest or sway new allies. Their authority became so respected that they delivered orders and decrees, not just to the conquered, but to the other legions themselves. In those early years, no one else bore that voice. Others may have carried his word, but the Third Legion were the Emperor's voice. Their precision and dedication to carrying out his will without error or hesitation made them uniquely suited to this responsibility. Even after they were reunited with their Primarch, Fulgrim, their role did not diminish. For a time, none were held in such high esteem. What should have been the Third Legion's era of triumph quickly descended into disaster. In the wake of their most glorious moment, standing beside the Emperor at Proxima, a catastrophe unfolded that would leave an indelible scar on their destiny. Within a single solar year, the Third Legion suffered the near total annihilation of its gene seed reserves. With the Wars of Unity expanding beyond Terra, and the Treaty of Mars and pacification of the Selenar gene cults securing access to Luna's gene forges, the legions of the Imperium prepared for unprecedented expansion. The Third, like its brothers, dispatched a portion of its gene seed to Luna to begin accelerated implantation and growth. What occurred next remains unclear, clouded by conflicting accounts. One tale tells of remnants of the defeated Selenite cults commandeering a defense laser, obliterating the vessel that carried the Third Legion's genetic future. Another claims the ship lost control mid-dock and crashed. Others say it simply vanished. Regardless of the truth, the result was the same. The loss of that reserve crippled the Legion's future. Still, it might have endured had a second calamity not followed. Like all legions, the Third harvested progenoid glands from their fallen to grow new warriors. But battlefield deaths didn't always permit such recoveries, and so emergency reserves were kept safe on Terra, stockpiled for each legion in case of catastrophic loss. That safeguard, too, was torn away. Without warning, a fast-acting viral blight swept through several of the gene seed vaults on Terra. The source was unknown, though many believed it to be artificial. Some even whispered of Xenos origins. The Mechanicum's genitors fought frantically to contain it, but it resisted all known treatments. It was only the Emperor's unmatched bioengineering that halted its spread before more was lost. But it had come too late for the Third. The entire remainder of their genetic stock was consumed by the blight, while other legions mourned losses and recovered. The Third began to die. With no Primarch to renew them, the Emperor's biotechnical division struggled to rebuild their gene seed, but it was painfully slow. Replenishment came only from fallen Astartes, and with every battle their numbers declined. While the Great Crusade surged forward, the Third faltered. The scale of their decline made it clear they would not survive. And then, when all seemed lost, Fulgrim was found. Torn from the Emperor's gene laboratories deep within the Himalayan mountains, The infant Primarch's capsule plummeted across space and came to rest on a barren world, Chemos. The planet was harsh and bleak, lit dimly by a binary star, and cloaked in a thick nebular veil that left its surface in eternal twilight. Once a mining colony from the dark age of technology, Chemos had long since been isolated by warp storms. Its resources were nearly spent, its people on the brink of starvation. Survival hinged on a network of fortress factories that ran the world's vapor mines and nutrient synthesizers. There was no time for art, no place for leisure, only toil. When the capsule was discovered by scouts of Kallax's caretakers, Chemos' enforcers, the beauty of the infant within stunned them. Though orphans were routinely culled to conserve resources, the scouts pleaded for mercy. The boy was spared, taken in and raised by one of the caretakers as his own. He was named Fulgrim, after a forgotten Chemosian deity. He matured quickly. By the age most children began labor, Fulgrim already matched grown workers. His innate grasp of technology was uncanny. He improved machines no one else understood, restoring mining efficiencies at an extraordinary pace. By 15 Terran years, he had risen from the mines to the ruling executive caste of Kallax. He learned of Chemos' desperate situation and acted. Under Fulgrim's guidance, ancient and long-abandoned mining facilities were reclaimed, and new machines constructed. Surpluses emerged for the first time in decades. Trade resumed, food returned, and with it, art and culture began to stir once more. In 830 M31, the silence of Chemos was broken. From the shrouded sky, stormbirds descended. Scarred by battle, yet adorned with the Palatine Aquila. Fulgrim, sensing destiny, welcomed them. The caretakers surrounded the landing zone, but Fulgrim ordered peace. In the meeting that followed, he beheld the Emperor for the first time. He said nothing, only knelt and offered his sword. The Emperor explained the Great Crusade, and Fulgrim listened, pledging himself utterly. Together they returned to Terra, where Fulgrim at last met his sons. But his joy turned to sorrow. The gene stock derived from his DNA had been nearly wiped out. First the Luna disaster, then the Blight. Only 200 warriors remained. So few, they each bore banners of companies long dead. Yet they stood proud, defiant of extinction. Fulgrim saw in them the same grim resolve he had once seen in Chemos. He addressed them solemnly. You are the Emperor's chosen, his heralds, his warriors, his children. For this is only the beginning. The words were recorded in the Book of Primarchs. The Emperor ratified the name they had earned long before, the Emperor's children, giving it legal and eternal form. Imperial records were amended. The Officio Militaris decreed their armor Imperial purple. Their icon, the taloned spur of the eagle. The Palatine Aquila, once granted in recognition of Proxima, was now theirs alone. From that moment, Fulgrim was consumed by a singular desire: to live up to the Emperor's gift. The Third Legion would become paragons, exemplars of the perfection the Emperor embodied. This pursuit shaped everything, from warfare to philosophy, from the lines of their armor to the way they spoke. The Emperor's children refined themselves beyond even their peers. They became aesthetes and warriors both. Fulgrim led by example, with flowing silver hair, piercing eyes, and a voice that soothed and inspired. He carried himself with effortless grace. His warplate, wrought in shimmering purple and gold, was a masterpiece. Around him billowed cloaks of intricate design and regal bearing. To his sons, he was the image of beauty and mastery. To the Imperium, he was the phoenix, risen, radiant, and relentless in purpose. Fulgrim, newly reunited with his gene sons, burned with a desire to lead them into the stars, to carve the Imperium's name into the void as part of the Great Crusade. But he faced a sobering truth. 200 warriors were not enough. The Emperor, recognizing the fragility of the recovering Third Legion, sought to nurture it with guidance. To that end, he turned to Horus Lupercal, first among the Primarchs, and charged him with mentoring his younger brother. And so, for over a solar decade, the Emperor's children marched alongside the Luna Wolves. Fulgrim and Horus, so different in temperament, became brothers in every sense but blood. Horus, ever instinctive and bold, moved with the momentum of storms. Fulgrim, in contrast, was deliberate, precise, and disciplined. Their legions mirrored their masters. The Luna Wolves were relentless and direct. The Emperor's children moved with finesse, with elegance. And together, they were an unstoppable force. And though one day betrayal would shatter that bond, in those years they were as close as kin. The Emperor's children began to rebuild. Warriors were drawn from Terra and Chemos alike. The Legion's numbers swelling back into the thousands. Their fortress monastery was established upon Chemos, repurposing the ancient factory fortress of Calyx. When the time came, and Fulgrim's sons were deemed strong enough to stand alone, he was granted command of the 28th Expeditionary Fleet. They set out across the stars, reclaiming countless lost worlds for mankind. Among those worlds was one that would damn them: Leyrin. Fulgrim's bond with another brother, Ferrus Manus, was forged not on the battlefield, but in fire and steel. Their meeting occurred beneath the volcanic heights of Mount Neridina, Terra's greatest forge. Ferrus Manus was master of the 10th Legion. He had arrived from Medusa and worked now alongside the forge masters of the old Terrawat clans. It was here, amid molten metal and ringing anvils, that Fulgrim descended with his Phoenix Guard. The two Primarchs had never met, yet they were drawn to each other, beings shaped by alchemy and purpose, mirrors of both strength and craft. As the artisans watched on in fear, Ferris challenged Fulgrim's claim that he had come to forge the most perfect weapon yet made. A contest was struck. The two Primarchs stripped to the waist. Bellows and forges flared, and for solar weeks the anvils sang with their rivalry. They worked without rest, sweat and sparks flying in equal measure. When their toils ended 3 months later, 2 weapons had been born. From Fulgrim's hands came Forgebreaker, a warhammer so mighty it could shatter mountains. From Ferris, Fireblade, a sword that burned eternally with forge fire. Each recognized the greatness of the other's craft. Fulgrim declared Fireblade worthy of the ancient hero Nuada Silverhand. Ferris claimed that only thunder gods of old could wield the hammer. Without a word, they exchanged weapons. A bond was sealed in steel, and their brotherhood was born. Forgebreaker itself became legend. Its haft was ebony, etched with gold and silver in the pattern of lightning, and its head bore the shape of an eagle, its beak the striking edge, its wings the claw. The hammer radiated more than power. Within it lived love, loyalty, vengeance, and the memory of friendship. Ferris would become known as the Gorgon. To some, the name evoked ancient myths of monstrous ugliness, but to those who knew him, it was a jest of affection. Fulgrim himself had coined it, frustrated by Ferris's indifference to art and beauty. After Ferris dismissed the masterworks brought to Terra by Sanguinius as frivolous distractions, Fulgrim had laughed, calling him a terrible Gorgon. The name endured. From the moment Fulgrim took command, the Emperor's children became possessed of singular purpose. The past was ash. The future burned like a beacon before them, and they would not allow any flaw to dim its light. They devoted themselves wholly to their crafts of war, never satisfied, never still. They studied the methods of others, mastering them, refining them, always pushing for perfection. But that pursuit cut both ways. When another legion was praised, the third felt wounded. When they were surpassed, they grew envious. When they triumphed, they looked down with disdain. The hunger never ceased. Past victories were discarded. Only greater perfection mattered. And though the galaxy saw glory, the seeds of corruption had already taken root. The moment of Fulgrim's fall is debated, but many point to Leyrin. Leyrin, officially 28-3, was a jewel of an ocean world, rich in resources and technology. Its native species, the lair, were serpentine Xenos, masters of genetic engineering. They had crafted entire castes tailored for specific roles. When diplomacy failed, violence answered. 28th Expeditionary Fleet descended, vowing to conquer the world within a single Terran month. Unknown to the Emperor's children, the Lair were devoted worshippers of Slaanesh, the chaos god of excess and sensation. Their society, decadent and grotesque, orbited a vast central temple, an altar to the Prince of Pleasure itself. In that temple lay a sword, curved, silver, inset with amethyst, a demon blade, a prison, and a lure. As Fulgrim took the blade, it whispered. He thought the voice his own thoughts at first, but slowly and surely it drew him down, and the corruption was subtle and insidious. Chief Apothecary Fabius, examining lair corpses, revealed their genetic mastery. He proposed a dangerous thought, that perhaps the Astartes, too, could be improved. Perhaps the Emperor's work was not an end, but a beginning. Fulgrim did not strike him down. Instead, he listened and gave his consent. And so, Chief Apothecary Fabius moved forward with his experiments. Aboard the strike cruiser Andronius, under the Lord Commander Eidolon's protection, Fabius gathered forbidden tools, gene engineering equipment, and a vision. Eidolon himself volunteered to be the first test subject, hoping to become something more fast, strong, and great. A perfect right hand for a perfect Primarch. Fulgrim, now possessed by purpose and whispering shadows, replaced his famed sword Fireblade, the gift from Ferrus Manus, with the silver demon blade. He knew now that it was more than metal. It was a path and a promise. And with gentle persuasion from his already corrupted brother Horus, Fulgrim accepted the truth he'd always longed to hear. That perfection lay not in obedience, but in indulgence. Not in unity, but in self. Slaanesh, the Prince of Pleasure, welcomed him, and Fulgrim stepped willingly into damnation. During the closing decades of the Great Crusade, the Iron Hands encountered an elusive fleet-based civilization known as the Diasporics, a coalition of humans and Xenos who had chosen coexistence among the stars. Upon finding them, the Iron Hands shared the Imperial truth and extended an ultimatum. The human members of the Diasporics could sever ties with their alien companions and join the growing Imperium. The Diasporics declined. Judgment was swift. The Iron Hands launched a campaign to eradicate the Diasporics entirely. Yet their quarry proved maddeningly difficult to corner. Skilled in void warfare, the Diasporics outmaneuvered the Iron Hands across multiple engagements and inflicted significant damage, crippling the strike cruiser Farim during one clash. To break the stalemate, reinforcements were summoned. The 28th Expeditionary Fleet of the Emperor's Children joined the Iron Hands, forming a united force determined to bring the Diasporics to heel. Still, the enemy refused to flee the sector, despite being hunted by 2 legions of the Astartes. Scouting operations soon revealed the truth. The Diasporics depended on hidden solar collector arrays scattered throughout the region to refuel their vessels. This explained their refusal to abandon the sector. Attacking the fuel arrays, the Imperial forced the Diasporics fleet into open battle. It was during this engagement that Fulgrim, leading from his personal vessel, the Firebird, found himself under siege. Ferrus Manus, brother Primarch and commander of the Iron Hands, surged to his aid aboard the battle barge Fist of Iron. Though Fulgrim recovered swiftly and launched a brutal boarding assault, glory was snatched from him when a subordinate commander seized the enemy bridge. and that moment of denied triumph festered. Fulgrim's pride was wounded. The Gorgon's intervention, meant as an act of selfless aid, was seen by Fulgrim not as loyalty, but as a condescending gesture. Twisted further by the whispers of the Laren demon blade he had begun to wear, Fulgrim could no longer recognize altruism in his brother's actions. He saw only insult. Ferris's playful barbs, once taken as brotherly jest, became daggers. Fulgrim believed his every deed scrutinized, mocked, and undermined. In truth, the corruption had already begun to take root in his soul. The corruption of the demon blade that had infected Fulgrim now ran much deeper than pride or rivalry. It had become chaos itself. It was then that Fulgrim met Eldrad Ulthran, Far-Seer of Ulthwé, on the Eldari maiden world of Tarsus. Eldrad bore a dire warning. Horus, War Master of the Imperium, had been mortally wounded by the cursed Kindbrock Anathame, and was now falling under the sway of chaos. The wound, delivered on the plague-ridden moon of Davin by the traitorous Eugen Timba, had left a gateway open for the ruinous powers to whisper into Horus's soul. But Fulgrim did not believe. The idea that his beloved brother, second only to Ferris in Fulgrim's affections, could turn on the Emperor was inconceivable. Inflamed by pride, twisted further by his cursed weapon, Fulgrim accused Eldrad of treachery. With his Phoenix Guard and captains at his side, he attacked. In the bloody skirmish that followed, the Emperor's children slew the Avatar of Cain and the ancient Wraith Lord, Kiran Goldhelm, but not without cost. The Far-Seer's retinue struck down Fulgrim's entire Phoenix Guard before retreating. And though the Eldari had failed to turn Fulgrim from his path, their sorrow was deep, for they knew chaos had claimed another of mankind's finest. Fulgrim, seeing only deception, ordered the destruction of the surrounding Eldari maiden worlds. Virus bombs scoured the once beautiful planets, annihilating their people and works. Shortly after, Fulgrim met Horus face to face. Any remaining doubts were silenced as Horus, with all his charisma and brotherly warmth, turned Fulgrim to his side. The Phoenician's loyalty to the Emperor shattered. Horus convinced him that chaos offered the path to true perfection, and Fulgrim, hungry for greatness, believed it. As a token of trust, Horus gifted Fulgrim the Anathame, the very weapon that had nearly ended his life. Only they knew the blade's true power and purpose. Horus tasked Fulgrim with a terrible mission: to sway Ferris Manus to their cause. Fulgrim obeyed, traveling to meet his oldest friend aboard the Fist of Iron, while his fleet moved ahead to Istvan. He aided Ferris in purging orcs from Kalanides IV as a pretense. Fulgrim believed that brotherhood would win Ferris to Horus's banner, but he was wrong. Their meeting ended in violence. Ferris destroyed Fulgrim's weapon, Fireblade, with his necrodermis hands. Fulgrim lifted the mighty hammer Forgebreaker, intending to kill, but he could not. Not yet. The demon in his blade hissed in frustration, and Fulgrim fled, giving the signal to his Phoenix Guard. They butchered Ferris's Morlocks, his honor guard, where they stood. Fulgrim escaped aboard the Firebird as his fleet opened fire on the Iron Hands, crippling them and then disappearing into the warp. From this moment, the Emperor's children were lost. The rot spread from Fulgrim to his Lord Commanders, captains, and sergeants. A once proud legion's quest for excellence turned to obsession, pleasure, and hedonistic depravity. Even within, a few resisted. Lord Commander Vespasian held to the old ideals, aligning with Solomon Demeter and other loyalists. He watched Fulgrim reject Eldrad's warning and obliterate entire worlds with disgust. Vespasian pleaded, investigated, and resisted. It made him a liability. After the betrayal at Kalanides, Vespasian sought an audience with Fulgrim and was denied. Suspicious of the abandonment of Demeter's company, Vespasian confronted his Primarch one final time. Fulgrim, now entirely in Chaos's grip, stabbed his former brother-in-arms through the neck with the anatheme, murdering him without hesitation. Before open rebellion, Horus devised a plan to eliminate loyalist elements within his own forces. The pretext was simple. Istvan III had declared independence and fallen to the worship of Slaanesh. Horus, tasked with its reconquest, saw opportunity. From 4 legions, the Sons of Horus, the World Eaters, the Death Guard, and the Emperor's Children, he selected loyalist elements and deployed them planetside. At the moment of their triumph, in the Coral City, virus bombs rained from orbit. 12 billion civilians perished instantly. Astartes, too, would have died to the last had it not been for Saul Tarvitz. Warned by Nathaniel Garrow of the Death Guard, Tarvitz descended to the surface in defiance of the plan. He spread the alarm. Loyalists scrambled into bunkers as the Life-Eater virus swept across the planet. But Angron, furious that some had survived, hurled himself at the planet with 50 companies of berserkers. Despite Horus's rage at the premature assault, he followed through, committing all 4 legions to finish the job. The Loyalists, led by Tarvitz, Loken, Torgadon, and Demeter, fought back. They delayed Horus's campaign for 3 solar months. But lacking air power, titans, and reinforcements, they were doomed. Lucius, driven by jealousy of Tarvitz, turned traitor mid-battle, slaying his former comrades and cementing his place among the corrupted. He would become Lucius the Eternal, Slaanesh's future champion. In the end, Horus tired of the bloodshed. The surviving loyalists were bombarded into oblivion. The Coral City was turned to ash, and with it, the last flickers of the Emperor's children's former honor. In the twilight days of the Great Crusade, before the galaxy would be torn asunder by this betrayal, a famed composer named Bekwa Kainaska had joined the 28th Expeditionary Fleet of the Emperor's Children as a remembrancer. Aboard Fulgrim's flagship, the Pride of the Emperor, Kainska sought to capture new sensations in music, an obsession that made her an ideal target for the seductions of Slaanesh. Her fate was sealed during a visit to the Xenos temple on the world of Laren. Like many remembrancers, Kainska returned from that place touched by its dark majesty. In her mind, she began to compose what she believed to be the ultimate symphony, an orchestral masterpiece called the Moraviglia. The performance took place in La Fenice, the grand theater aboard the fleet's flagship. Fulgrim himself attended, joined by the Emperor's children and their mortal attendants. Kainska's new instruments, crafted to replicate the haunting sound she had heard in the Lyre Temple. These instruments were not singular in purpose alone. They were also weapons of sonic and sorcerous power, capable of influencing not only the mind, but the very fabric of reality. As the Moraviglia began, the symphony became a ritual. Sound twisted into magic, but reality thinned. A link was opened between real space and the warp. Slanesh reached out, and the audience, both mortal and Astartes, were consumed. The concert became a riot of sensation. Chaos mutations burst forth amid an orgy of violence and ecstasy. 6 demonettes emerged from the warp, possessing the bodies of Kainska's singers and joining the carnage. Kainska herself met her end at the hands of a demonette who wore the flesh of her lead singer, struck down with a smile. But even as the musicians fell, some Astartes rose, drawn by the unnatural pull of the instruments. They took up the tools of sound and discovered they could unleash waves of destructive energy, pure chaos forged through music. From this nightmarish revelation, a new warrior was born, the Noise Marine. Those first corrupted Astartes would later march at Istvan V under the banner of a new unit, the Cacophony, led by First Captain Julius Carcharodon. And it was in this performance, within the blood-soaked halls of La Fenice, that the Emperor's children gave themselves fully, body and soul, to the Prince of Pleasure. When the Loyalist legions arrived at Istvan V to confront Horus and his traitors, they came with fire and vengeance. Ferrus Manus of the Iron Hands led the assault, joined by Vulcan of the Salamanders and Corvus Corax of the Raven Guard. 30,000 traitor marines faced 40,000 loyalists. The odds were in the Emperor's favor, or so it seemed. The Salamanders struck the left flank. Corax attacked the right, and Ferrus Manus, alongside his elite Morlocks and First Captain Gabriel Santor, smashed into the center. The battlefield was a crucible of death. Titans strode the plains. Forbidden technologies loosed devastation. Across the Urgal Depression, thousands died each minute. The Loyalist assault pressed hard, and the traitor line began to waver. Then came the second wave. Stormbirds and thunderhawks tore through the skies, bringing 4 more legions to the field. But these were no friends. The Night Lords, Iron Warriors, Word Bearers, and Alpha Legion had already turned. They descended not as reinforcements to the Loyalists, but as their executioners. The trap was sprung. Though battered, the Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Raven Guard had secured the drop site, but Ferrus Manus, filled with wrath, ignored the warnings of Vulcan and Corax. He charged into the heart of the enemy, seeking Fulgrim himself. and Fulgrim waited. As Ferrus Manus approached, leading his battered Morlocks through flame and ruin, Fulgrim's Phoenix Guard stood ready. Their halberds glinted. Lightning cracked from the Iron Hand's claws. The two lines collided in a furious clash of blade and power. The Primarchs saw each other and knew that this was the end. Ferrus roared accusations. He called Fulgrim mad, accused him of siding with a fool. Horus, he claimed, was already broken, defeated. Soon more loyalist legions would descend to end the rebellion forever. But Fulgrim only smiled. With cold certainty, he pointed to the ridge. There, atop the Urgal depression, stood a force larger than the first wave. Poised, silent and armed. Ferrus turned and saw the truth. Korax and Vulcan returned to the drop site seeking aid. They hailed the newcomers. No reply came. A flare ignited the sky. A signal from Horus. The trap was complete. The guns of the traitor legions opened fire. Bolters and missiles tore through the unprepared loyalists. Hundreds died in seconds. Thousands more would fall. Even as the loyalists were cut down, Horus's retreating forces turned and struck, encircling their former brothers. Amid the chaos, Ferrus turned back to Fulgrim. The two collided in a storm of vengeance. Fireblade met Forgebreaker. Brother-forged weapons turned to fratricide. Blow after blow shook the earth. Wounds opened and armor shattered. Fulgrim, wounded and gasping, reached for the demon blade he had taken from the Laren. Chaos surged through him. He blocked Fireblade and struck. The blade bit deep. Ferrus fell to his knees. As Fulgrim raised his sword to end his brother, hesitation pierced him again. He saw, for one brief instant, the horror of his actions. He knew what he had become. He tried to let go, but this time, the blade would not release him. Ferrus reached for his fallen weapon, flames rising once more. Fulgrim struck, but it was not his hand that moved. The demon wielded him, and with a final, helpless cry, Fulgrim cleaved through Ferrus Manus, severing his head from his body. And in that moment, Fulgrim saw the lie. The illusion shattered. He had not found perfection. He had been used, deceived, possessed. Grief consumed him. And when the demon whispered of release, Fulgrim, broken and guilt-ridden, accepted. The greater demon broke free, taking Fulgrim's body for its own. The true Fulgrim was cast into a psychic prison within his own mind, symbolically bound within a portrait of himself hung in La Fenice, once a theater of art, now a monument to damnation. In the darkened halls of the vengeful spirit, Fulgrim stood before Horus Lupercal. The great victory at Istvan V had been secured, and as promised, Fulgrim presented the severed head of Ferrus Manus, a grim trophy of betrayal and blood. Horus was pleased, until Fulgrim spoke. With unsettling calm, the Primarch of the Emperor's Children explained that he had not fulfilled the deed himself. He had lacked the will, but another had done it in his stead. The War Master's expression darkened, as he studied his brother anew. Something was wrong. This creature, this thing before him, was not Fulgrim. Not truly. Horus sensed the truth instantly. He threatened it with violence, warning that he could shatter it like straw. But the thing wearing Fulgrim's form had not come to fight. Horus noted the absence of any weapon at the creature's hip. It had come to speak, and to pledge itself to Horus's cause. Calmly, the being confessed its nature. It was not Fulgrim at all, but a creature of the warp, a demon, born of the power of the Dark Prince Slaanesh. It had taken Fulgrim's body as its own, and now spoke with pride of its dominion. Horus asked, a voice cold and quiet, what had become of his true brother? The demon's answer was as cruel as it was calm. Fulgrim, it said, remained within, aware, imprisoned, and powerless. Every moment he watched, every moment he screamed. Horus was silent. He was horrified, but he did not strike. The demon had pledged loyalty, and the Third Legion was still needed, so he let it live for now. A plan took shape in the War Master's mind. One day, when the time was right, he would free his brother and destroy this abomination. But not yet. Not while the war still raged. They agreed to keep the truth hidden. The demon had no wish to reveal itself, and Horus knew that the truth would divide the traitor legions. 4 days after the massacre at Istvan V, Horus summoned the Primarchs who had turned from the Emperor to gather aboard the vengeful spirit. It was the first time they had come together since the bloodshed, and 8 brothers were present in one form or another. Fulgrim, Carcharodon, Angron, and Lorgar were physically present, their towering forms crowding the war chamber. The other 4, Conrad Kurz, Mortarion, Alfarius, and Magnus the Red, appeared as projections. The first 3 as flickering hololithic images. The last, a radiant figure conjured by psychic fire from the distant planet of the sorcerers. As the meeting began, Lorgar stared unblinking at Fulgrim. Something gnawed at him, something wrong. Slowly, he reached for the crozius slung across his back. His eyes never left the figure across the table. Without warning, he attacked. The ornate mace struck Fulgrim and hurled him across the chamber. The Primarchs rose, weapons drawn. Lorgar declared that the thing before them was not their brother. Horus tried to calm him. Lorgar had always bent to his voice before, but this time, the Aurelian stood firm, transformed since the fires of Istvan. He warned his brothers to stay back. Lorgar realized something terrible. Horus already knew the truth. The War Master dismissed the others, keeping only Lorgar behind. The 2 stood alone with the thing that wore Fulgrim's skin. Lorgar saw it clearly now, the shell of their brother, hollowed and worn like armor by a demon, and he demanded to know why Horus had allowed it. Horus claimed he had not caused it, only contained it. Lorgar was disgusted. A demon had claimed a soul, not like the divine unions he had fostered in his Gal Vorbak, where mortal and warp being joined as one. This was theft, corruption, a perversion of all he had learned on his pilgrimage. Drawing upon his psychic might, Lorgar held the demon at bay. Horus warned that he was killing Fulgrim, but Lorgar responded coldly. It was not Fulgrim. It was an it, and he could destroy it if he wished. Even Horus flinched as Lorgar forced him to release his touch through psychic command alone. As Lorgar strode from the chamber, Horus whispered, "You have changed since Korax." "Everything changed that night," Lorgar answered. Among the Emperor's children, none knew the truth. None knew that their beloved Primarch fought in vain from within his own mind. None except perhaps Lucius of the 13th Company. But even he had said nothing. The demon sensed the flicker of potential in Lucius and offered him a blade, an old demon weapon once bound to the lair. Though its demon was gone, its power lingered. Lucius accepted. The Legion was ordered to Mars, but Fulgrim, if he could still be called that, chose disobedience. Instead, they struck out toward the crystal mining world of Prismatica 5. When Lord Commander Eidolon questioned the command, Fulgrim reacted with paranoid rage. He struck with blinding speed, killing Eidolon in a single blow. Then, with theatrical flourish, he held his severed head over a cask of victory wine, letting the blood mix with the drink. The officers drank. Lucius noted the change in his lord. Something was off. Fulgrim no longer matched him in swordplay. He lacked warmth, tradition, something essential. And then the dreams began. Dark visions led Lucius back to La Fenice, the birthplace of the Mara Vigilia and the Legion's damnation. There, Lucius found the great painting, Fulgrim glorious and eternal, bathed in phoenix fire. But the eyes held terror. The soul within the painting burned with agony. Fulgrim was trapped. Determined, Lucius gathered the Brotherhood of the Phoenix, an elite lodge of officers. Convincing them of the truth, they set a trap. The Primarch was subdued and brought before Fabius, strapped to a surgical slab. They tortured him. Fulgrim bore it in silence, speaking cryptic truths and visions. And then Lucius understood. They had been tricked. The restraints shattered. Fulgrim rose unharmed and revealed the truth. He had been possessed. But he had learned, he had studied, and he had reversed the roles. The demon now residing within the painting, imprisoned forever. The dreams, the doubts, the swordplay, all were parts of Fulgrim's design, a lesson, a test. He forgave them, and he explained his purpose: to pursue perfection through sensation, through experience, through the will of Slaanesh. The assault on Prismatica 5 had not been madness, but method. The crystals were to build a city of mirrors, a temple to sensation. And now, they would join with Perturabo and seek a relic lost to myth. In the shadow of the Eye of Terror, Fulgrim and Perturabo joined forces. The alliance was uneasy, an alchemical blend of artistry and iron. Fulgrim, now fully in command of his body once more, had a vision: to seek out the fabled angel Exterminatus, a relic of ancient and terrible power said to reside in the Eye's deepest reaches. Perturabo, ever in search of purpose beyond the grind of war, agreed to lend his iron warriors to the cause. Their fleets moved toward a world lost to chart and reason, a crumbling dead planet known as Carcharodons. Its core was said to house the prize Fulgrim desired. But within the Legion of Iron, there were those who questioned. Captain Barban Falk and his men had been sent with Fulgrim aboard the Pride of the Emperor, and they saw the true horrors the Phoenician now embraced. The excess, the flesh art, the hedonistic murders hidden behind the guise of perfection. It sickened them. Falk saw that Fulgrim's pursuit of beauty was laced with madness. In whispered tones he began to plot rebellion. Meanwhile, Perturabo's own doubts festered. He had joined Fulgrim out of shared purpose, but he despised the theatrical decadence of the Emperor's children. He saw no virtue in self-indulgence, no strength in writhing ecstasy. Still, they pressed on. On Carcharodons, they breached the planet's shattered mantle and entered a place beyond reason. A vault of ancient Xenos origin known as the Eye's Core. There, Fulgrim revealed his intent. The Angel Exterminatus was not a weapon, but apotheosis itself. It was a trap. Fulgrim, using Perturabo as an unwitting key, enacted a ritual to transcend his physical form. As Fulgrim began his transformation, the Eye of Terror opened. Warp energy flooded the chamber. Fulgrim's body twisted, shattered, and was reborn. He became a demon prince, magnificent and monstrous. His form was now a fusion of angelic majesty and nightmare, a perfect vessel for the Prince of Pleasure. His laughter echoed through the molten halls, divine and cruel. Perturabo, betrayed and furious, turned his weapons on the demon, but it was too late. Fulgrim had already ascended, and the Angel Exterminatus, whatever it truly was, had become a part of him. He vanished into the warp, leaving death and fire behind. But Fulgrim did not remain hidden for long. He answered Horus's summons at the Battle of Dwell, where he was tasked with leading the Emperor's children to the Halicarnax's stars. Before he could depart, the Iron Hand struck again. Shadrach Medusan and 3 Fire Raptors launched an assassination attempt. Fulgrim, now a demon prince, unleashed psychic devastation, obliterating one of the raptors mid-flight with a flick of will. Horus, seeking greater strength for the path ahead, entrusted Fulgrim with a darker mission: corrupt the Night House of Devine before the Battle of Molech. Molech had a secret weapon, a warp gate, ancient and terrible. Through it, the War Master intended to bargain for more power, sealing his fate as the chosen of the Dark Gods. Fulgrim, however, was already drifting. He vanished from the war, increasingly absorbed by the great game of chaos. His legion fragmented into scattered warbands, devolving into orgiastic violence and self-worship. Even so, Horus held faith that Fulgrim would return when Terra burned. In 12 M31, the Third Legion called to their Primarch once more, this time during the Pale Stars campaign. Fulgrim emerged from the warp to observe the battles of the Inducti, mutated heretic Astartes created via rapid gene seed implantation. He watched with amusement as these twisted beings clashed with the salamanders, then descended in fire to slay their commander, before vanishing in a nova of light. When Horus commanded the final mustering at Olenor, Fulgrim was nowhere to be found. Lorgar volunteered to find him. Through the webway and into the realm of chaos they traveled, guided by dark ritual and prophecy, until they arrived at Slaaneish's palace, the very heart of the Dark Prince's domain. There, they found Fulgrim lost in pleasures no mortal mind could grasp. His consort, the keeper of secrets, Ninkari, writhed beside him. Fulgrim dismissed Lorgar's demands with disinterest. He no longer cared for the war. It bored him. Lorgar refused to leave empty-handed. As tensions flared, Fulgrim prepared to strike his brother down. But Zardu Layak, the word-bearer's dark apostle, spoke the demon's true name, a secret sound of power. Instantly, Fulgrim froze, bound to Layak's will. At Olenor, Fulgrim's psychic cry called the scattered Third Legion back to his side. The Emperor's children, broken though they were, answered. They returned. They were whole. But Lorgar had made a mistake. His true plan was betrayal, to use Fulgrim to assassinate Horus and claim the mantle of War Master. He underestimated both Layak and fate. The Oracle, Akatea, warned Horus of Lorgar's plot. When the moment came, Layak released Fulgrim from his binding. The Demon Prince did not hesitate. He urged Horus to kill Lorgar, but the War Master only beat his would-be usurper and cast him out. Fulgrim, ever theatrical, licked Lorgar's blood in satisfaction. And so, at Olenor, Fulgrim and the Third Legion pledged their blades to the siege of Terra. As the traitor armada moved to breach the Sol system, Fulgrim stood aboard his ancient flagship, a grotesque parody of what it had once been. When the siege began, the Emperor's children bore no trace of the legion they once were. Discipline, honor, even basic cohesion had rotted into a carnival of sadism. Fulgrim made little effort to contribute at first, instead mocking Angron for sport and begging Horus to unleash him upon the throne world. Eventually, he had led an attack on the southeastern walls of the Imperial Palace. It failed. The Emperor's psychic shield kept demons and their kin at bay. Fulgrim, frustrated, turned to taunting Perturabo, deriding him for resisting Chaos's gifts. Where others waged war, the Emperor's children carved a nightmare across the rest of Terra. They abducted, mutilated, and violated civilians with reckless abandon. Their campaign became a performance of murder and decadence, a theater of cruelty to titillate their shriveled souls. Abaddon, first captain of the Sons of Horus, saw opportunity in their madness. He convinced Eidolon to direct Fulgrim toward a more useful role, a full-scale assault on the Saturnine Gate. While the defenders responded to the Emperor's children's spectacle, Abaddon would lead a stealth assault beneath the palace. Fulgrim agreed. He chose to fight in his original mortal form, humanoid, beautiful and terrible. He led 100,000 traitor marines to the gate, carving through Imperial Fists' defenders, until he came upon Sigismund, first captain of the 7th Legion. Fulgrim, impressed by his opponent's skill, toyed with the duel before overpowering him. Just as he prepared to strike the killing blow, a new challenger appeared, Rogel Dorn. The Primarch of the Imperial Fists faced Fulgrim in brutal combat. Fulgrim jeered and mocked, but Dorn gave him no satisfaction. Wordless and methodical, Dorn countered every strike, eventually impaling his brother. But Fulgrim only laughed. No blade could kill a demon. Just then, he learned Abaddon's attack had failed. The siege would not end today. Disgusted by his allies' failure and bored of the fight, Fulgrim shed his mortal form. He transformed once more into his true shape, a serpentine demon of excess, and abandoned the battlefield. Before departing, he left Dorn a final parting gift, an assassination attempt by Eidolon and the Phoenix Guard, but it failed. The Emperor's children, having tasted the blood of Terra, now rampaged unchecked. They abandoned any semblance of war and instead turned the cities into factories of horror, capturing billions of civilians for experimentation, possession, and slaughter in pursuit of sensation and perfection. Terra itself screamed under their touch. But the stars would have their vengeance. Back on Chemos, Imperial forces struck. Fulgrim's homeworld was reduced to ruin. The remnants of its garrison fled to the Pale Stars, too close to Nocturne. The Salamanders followed. During the Great Scouring, the broken Third Legion was driven once more from their stolen roost. But the pain they had unleashed upon the galaxy could never be undone. But not all within the Third Legion had fallen during the course of the Horus Heresy. A single ship, Sisypheum, cut through the void, bearing with it the last uncorrupted sons of the Emperor's children. Led by Captain Saul Tarvitz and a remnant of Astartes who had resisted the descent into madness, these warriors were now outcasts, hunted by their own kind. Betrayal had marked them, but their hearts still beat for the Emperor. The Sisypheum became a ghost ship, striking from the shadows, rescuing survivors and delivering vengeance where they could. With every mission, they hoped to undo a fraction of the damage their gene line had wrought. They were few, but they endured. Haunted by the legacy of their legion, the crew fought not for glory, but for memory. For the Emperor's children who had once bore that name with pride before it became a curse. Even in the long darkness of betrayal, a single light remained, and aboard the Sisypheum it refused to die. The last sight many would have of Fulgrim in real space came during the savage wars of the Scouring. It was aboard the Pride of the Emperor, his flagship, where he met his brother Robute Guilliman once more, though not in brotherhood. Their clash at the Battle of Thessala in 121 M31 was brutal and intimate. A duel fought not just with blades, but with the weight of betrayal and legacy. Fulgrim, now honed by warp-born instincts, struck with surgical precision. He opened Guilliman's throat with a poisoned blade, targeting the very scar left long ago at Kolth by Cor Pharon's anathema, one of the few weak points in Guilliman's nigh invulnerable body. Guilliman's gene sons preserved his life in stasis, returning him to Macragge and placing his near-lifeless body in the Temple of Correction within the fortress of Hera. There, the fallen Primarch would become a shrine, a relic of hope and mourning for 10 millennia, until his rebirth during the closing days of the 41st millennium. Fulgrim, ever the decadent soul, retreated from the war's aftermath. His appetite for conquest sated, he vanished into the warp, leaving the galaxy behind to burn. What came next for the Emperor's children was cloaked in silence and shadow. After the fall of Horus upon the vengeful spirit, the Third Legion fled into the Eye of Terror, leaving in their wake worlds ravaged by excess and torment. Their numbers thin, their slaves broken, and their debauchery boundless. The Emperor's children soon turned on their fellow traitors, preying upon other legions for fresh victims. This sparked a grim period known as the Legion Wars, or the Slave Wars, a series of internal conflicts that shattered what remained of traitor unity. Among the most heinous acts during this era was the scheme of Fabius Bile, the Legion's twisted apothecary, who sought to steal the body of Horus and clone the War Master himself. Bile's warbands succeeded in storming the Sons of Horus's fortress on Malium and seized the corpse. But in doing so, they awakened a sleeping giant. Ezekiel Abaddon, brooding in the shadow of Horus's death, found purpose once more. He reclaimed leadership of the scattered sons and renamed them the Black Legion. Their vengeance came swiftly, dragging behind them a derelict Thousand Sons vessel, 8 megatons of cursed steel. Abaddon's fleet flung it from orbit directly onto Harmony, the Emperor's children's new throne world. The impact shook the planet's crust. Tectonic rifts split continents. Canticle City, the jewel of the Third Legion's excess, ceased to exist. Abaddon then boarded Fabius Bile's fleeing vessel. There, in the grotesque hearts of the Clone Lord's fleshworks, he met Horus Reborn, the clone Bile had created. The battle between Abaddon and the clone was swift and final. With the talon of Horus, Abaddon ended the false War Master, driving its claws through the clone's body and pumping explosive rounds into its chest. In that moment, Abaddon declared himself the true heir of Horus and cemented the Black Legion as the foremost champions of chaos. What little cohesion the Emperor's children retained disintegrated. They fragmented into scattered warbands, each following their own twisted desires. In the 41st millennium, these warbands are rare, and all the more feared for it. Their love of taking prisoners is legendary, and their tortures make even the Drakari seem merciful. As for Fulgrim, his story took a stranger path. Elevated to the rank of Demon Prince by Slanesh during the Heresy, his mortal form gave way to something far more terrifying. Serpentine and winged, adorned with 4 arms, and bearing resemblance to the very lair Xenos, whose temple had first nudged him toward damnation. He disappeared, isolating himself on a demon world deep within the warp. He named this world Calyx, a cruel homage to the lost capital of Chemos. There, he reshaped the land in his image, forging a twisted reflection of his past. Fulgrim now spends unending Terran centuries reenacting his rise, his battle, his mistakes, refighting the wars of Chemos in a pursuit of perfect history. Sometimes he even lets his enemies win. Only a few have found Calyx, some invited, most not. Among the devotees of Slaanesh, the world is legend, a profane holy land. And to those desperate for purpose or ecstasy, Fulgrim is their prophet. Abaddon too found Calyx. In the 41st millennium, he traded an untouched Psyker from Pythos, captured during the Pandorix campaign, for Slaanesh's favor, offering the gift to Fulgrim himself. Fulgrim resurfaced during the 13th Black Crusade, when his legion, alongside the Titan Legion riotous host, raised Extremis 6. The Emperor's children used sonic weaponry to topple the planet's towering cities, killing billions. The Astra Militarum dispatched its finest, the 352nd Elysians, the 998th Harakani Warhawks, and others to strike back. But they were obliterated, overwhelmed by demonic forces, and a serpent-bodied abomination many believed to be Fulgrim himself. Later, Guilliman returned to life, thanks to Archmagos Call and the Inari. Sensing his brother's resurrection, Fulgrim possessed the Arch-Consul of Macragge and appeared during Guilliman's first public speech in 10,000 years, taunting him with promises of temptation and failure. Fulgrim's rampage continued into the era Indomitist. On Sabist, he personally led a force of Emperor's children against Clan Raukon of the Iron Hands. Though Iron Captain Grovlok fought valiantly, even standing alone to shield fleeing refugees, he could not halt the Demon Prince. His sacrifice allowed survivors to escape, and leadership passed to Clark Collig. But Fulgrim's legacy could not escape the shadows of betrayal. Beneath the shattered surface of Istvan III, venerable dreadnought Rylanor, the last loyalist of the Third Legion, waited in silence. Driven mad by centuries alone, he had crafted a beacon from the wreckage of sonic weapons, hoping to lure his fallen Primarch back. And Fulgrim did come. Rylanor detonated a hidden virus bomb as the demon Primarch stood over him. 1,000-Sun Psyker shielded the blast, until another, Vistario, dropped the barrier in revulsion, allowing the weapon to ignite. Istvan III died a second time in green fire and choking death. But death could not hold the Phoenician. From the ashes rose a smoking outline, serpentine and whole. Fulgrim's soul was broken, yes, but not his body. He lived, sustained not by strength but by denial. Denial that anything so magnificent could ever truly fall. Before the 41st millennium dawned, Fabius Abile succeeded in a final shocking act. He cloned Fulgrim perfectly. This new Primarch remembered everything, and with that memory came regret. He vowed to atone, to undo the legacy of his sins. But Bile, ever pragmatic, feared his creation would fall as the original had, so he betrayed the clone, delivering him into the hands of Trazyn the Infinite. The uncorrupted Fulgrim now resides among the Necron Overlord's vast collection on Solemn Dance, a relic of what might have been. With the galaxy sundered by the birth of the Great Rift, the Emperor's children run rampant. Their atrocities warp reality itself, blurring the veil between worlds and calling forth demons with every scream. Wherever they go, madness follows. And sometimes, emerging from the smoke and song, Fulgrim appears again, dancing through the ruin with the serpent's grace, forever seeking the next perfect moment of sensation. If the Emperor was the father of the legions Astartes, then Terra was their mother. He shaped his warriors with unmatched will and intellect. Yet the world of their birth left its own indelible mark upon them. Marks that were often less blessings than scars. These shaped the legion's culture, values, and way of war as deeply and subtly as the mysteries woven into their very flesh. To understand why the legions became what they were, one must first understand Terra herself. Old Earth, before the Emperor's rise, was a world steeped in blood, ignorance, and atrocity. There was no hope in that age, only darkness, and the fleeting, poisoned orders of tyrants, driven by madness and petty ambition. The Emperor changed everything. First came his hosts, forged from the techno-barbarian tribes who bent the knee to his banner. Then followed the gene-forged Thunder Warriors. And finally, he created the legions Astartes. With blood and fire, he tamed Terra, bringing order and enlightenment where there had only been chaos. It was this new order the 7th Legion was born to defend. Their earliest battle honor, Roma, speaks to their origins, for their first battalions were raised from across the breadth of Terra, where other legions drew from a single ethnic or national stock. The 7th drew people from all over the world. Even where other legions claimed rights of tithes, the 7th still took some of the youth for themselves. Those who displayed the greatest endurance of body and mind. Taciturn, slow to speak, quick to act, such were the sons of the 7. Why recruits from such a wide pool shared these traits remains unclear. Perhaps it was deliberate, for the activation of the 7th Legion's gene seed brought intense agony, and such stock was best able to endure it. Or perhaps an early pattern of recruitment had hardened into tradition. Whatever the cause, their grim nature proved well suited to the purpose the Emperor had in mind. In war, the 7th Legion's concern was conquest in its truest form. Many of the Emperor's armies fought only to defeat the enemy and shatter their strongholds. But victory alone was not enough. A land could rise against the Imperium again, or offer a weakness for another foe to exploit. True conquest required not only the breaking of an enemy, but the holding of what was taken. This philosophy defined the 7th Legion. In attack, they would pay any price in their own blood to secure victory. In victory, they immediately set about consolidating their gains. Again and again, this pattern marked the Unification Wars. It was the 7th Legion that shattered the cities of the Crystal Sea, then raised the fortress of the 5th Circle from their ruins. In the ice-wrapped pinnacles of Himalaya, they lost 3 battalions defeating the witchery of the Windcaller clans. Yet, within solar days, the first Imperial bastions were rising against the cold sky. Across Terra, The fruits of their fortress craft stood as grim reminders that the strength which had conquered these lands was now rooted in the earth itself. In their first solar decade, the Imperial Fists built 600 citadels in conquered lands. It is said the Legion's dead lie still within their foundations, their skulls and blood mingled with stone and mortar. From these bastions, order spread across the new domains. Old ways withered, and if rebellion stirred, the looming shadow of the fortress gave answer. Yet they were not merely builders and castellans. At their core, they were crusaders, the most direct expression of the Emperor's dream to unite humanity. Fortresses secured their victories, but their hearts hungered for the next conquest. They never lingered long. While new walls rose behind them, they were already on the march into fresh, unbroken lands. Their warcraft was defined by massed shock assaults, wielding the full arsenal of the Legion. Multiple battalions would take the field together, striking with the force of a hammer blow. On the plains of Kinistar, the 5th Battalion broke the Tyrancy's lines with an arrowhead of 50 war machines, a charge whose dust cloud blotted out the sun. In the tunnels of Galabaz, they cracked the crust above a buried city, dropping into the exposed depths while the echoes of the blast still rolled across the mountains. And always, in the wake of destruction, they replaced what they had broken with something stronger. It was from these early campaigns that they earned their name. Those who looked upon the lands taken by the 7th Legion said it was as though the hand of the Emperor himself had descended, an unbreakable fist gripping the world. The Emperor approved of this title, decreeing they would forever be known as the Imperial Fists, granting them the right to bear the laurels of victory in their heraldry. True to their name, the newly named Imperial Fists accepted the honor in humble silence. The Primarchs are not merely men, they are something greater. Beings of a nature both sublime and unknowable. In each of them, the strengths found in a Space Marine are amplified, made deeper, sharper, more refined. Though they are spun from the seed of humanity, they are not human. The union of a Primarch and his Legion often changes the very soul of that Legion. And in the case of the Imperial Fists, the discovery of their Primarch did not alter their character. Rather, it strengthened it. When the 20 infant Primarchs were stolen from the Emperor's gene labs on Terra, they were scattered to distant worlds. Each would be shaped by the soil and sky of that world that found them. Rogel Dorn came to rest upon a world of ice and darkness, a place named Inwit. Inwit is a killer, its stars ancient, its heat fading into a cold red light. The world is tidally locked, one face drowned in perpetual night, the other in dim and joyless daylight. On the dark side lives the Splintered Land, frozen mountains, frost dunes, and mazes of ice-carved crevasses. Here, beasts stalk the snow, and under the frozen crust, thick black seas move sluggishly in the dark. Pale, blind creatures swim these waters, hunting by vibration and by a taste for blood. Far above, relics of a forgotten age hang in the sky. Space stations and orbital shipyards, older than any living memory. Their silent watch painted in the colors of endless auroras. The light side offers little more mercy. Drift-crusted saline seas, bare rock, and the unblinking gaze of the dying sun. Inwit's riches are not in its land or waters. They are in its people. These are not soft men and women. Inwit's children are raised to endure, to fight, and to survive. The ice storms can kill in seconds. Predators stalk the splintered land without mercy. A single lapse of focus can let the cold breach the warmth seals of a hold, freezing an entire kin group in hours. From this comes a people strong, grim, and loyal to the survival of the whole above the individual. They are traders and wanderers, moving between subterranean ice hives, bartering weapons, fuel, and rare technology. Clans clash often, and their young learn the sword and spear as soon as they learn to keep out the cold. They value what is useful, seize what they lack, and conquer those who hold knowledge they do not. Long before the Emperor's dream reached Terra, the people of Inwit carved a place for themselves among the stars. They conquered, assimilated, and fortified. With each world they took, their culture deepened, but Inwit itself remained the same. The ice hive stood. The clan disputes burned on. Their warlords and matriarchs lived as their vassals did, hardened, austere, and bound to the old ways that had made them strong. It was in this empire of ice and steel that Rogel Dorn came of age. Little is known of his earliest years, save that he was taken in by the House of Dorn of the Ice Caste. The patriarch of that clan, Dorn's adoptive grandfather, taught him war, strategy, and diplomacy. When Dorn learned that no blood bound the two of them, his loyalty still did not falter. He kept a fur-edged robe that had belonged to his grandfather and slept with it upon his bed every night. Dorn's mind and spirit matched the world that raised him. He expanded the Inwit's cluster reach, drilled its armies to perfection, and oversaw the building of starships, unlike anything seen since the dark age of technology. By the time the Emperor's Great Crusade reached Inwit in 835 M30, 40 standard years after his grandfather's death, Dorn was already its ruler, Emperor of the Inwit cluster. When the Imperium found him, Dorn stood at the helm of a relic, a massive starship from humanity's forgotten golden age, the Phalanx. The Emperor came aboard, and in that meeting, he did not merely find a lost son. He gained the loyalty and strength of an entire star-spanning empire. Dorn became the 7th Primarch to be found. The Emperor returned the Phalanx to his command and gave him the 7th Legion, warriors born from Dorn's own genetic template. From that first meeting, Dorn's loyalty was absolute. He never sought favor, never embellished the truth. Indeed, Dorn could not lie, even if it might have aided his cause. For this rare quality, a statue of Dorn stands on Macragge, one of only 4, besides Rabute Gilliman himself. As the master of the 7th Legion, Dorn commanded with a blend of discipline and inspiration. His genius for war was among the finest of the Primarchs. His victories during the Great Crusade were countless. Even Horus, the War Master himself, admitted that should the Imperial Fists be tasked with defending a fortress against his own Luna Wolves, the siege would become an eternal stalemate. But Dorn was much more than just a warrior. He was a builder, a defender, and from the moment he bent the knee upon the phalanx, he was, and would remain, the Emperor's unbreakable shield. Rogal Dorn was a man of iron focus, his energy unyielding, his nature reserved and stoic. Many saw only the dour mask, the emotionless cast of his features, and mistook it for coldness. But that was to misunderstand him entirely. Beneath the stone lay fire. He was cautious, calculating. Yet when he chose his course, he pursued it with relentless force. His emotions were rare to surface, but when they did, they could shake the ground and darken the sun. At the Adonis cluster, when the Zahelican breed threatened to overwhelm the defenses, it was said that Dorn's cold rage held the battlements as firmly as the arms of the warriors standing there. At Castoris, his voice rang from the firelit sky to the burning sea, an admonishment as sharp and final as the fall of an executioner's axe. Leman Russ himself once described him that way, swift and unforgiving as the falling edge of an axe. Yet Dorn could brood. He could dwell on slights or failures, letting them gnaw beneath his granite calm. His loyalty was absolute, but he was an idealist. The why of his wars mattered as much as their victories. Few glimpsed that side of him during the Great Crusade, though those closest might have sensed it. In his near-fatal clash with Conrad Kurz in the Sharaut system, or his brief schism with Ferrus Manus after a particularly bloody campaign. Only after the heresy, when so much lay in ruins, never to be rebuilt, would history suggest that even perfect loyalty could carry a flaw. But in the years when Dorn and his legion first came together, that shadow still lay far ahead. Their union was swift and complete. The vision of the Imperium, the purpose of the Great Crusade, matched Dorn's own ideals with uncanny precision. The Imperial Fists reflected everything he had built in the Inward Cluster, and everything he dreamed it could become. From their first meeting, he demanded of them all that he demanded of himself. When Legion Master Matthias and the veterans knelt before him, pledging their fealty, Dorn said nothing. He watched them fight. Only when he had seen them in battle did he speak, telling them they had much to do and more to learn. To Matthias, he offered one word of thanks and named him High Castellan of the Inward Cluster. With the title came a duty: to raise 30 regiments of new Imperial Fists from Inwit. Without pause, Dorn and his sons turned back to the stars. For 16 decades, they fought at the burning edge of the Great Crusade, from one war zone to the next, honored by their brother legions, rising ever higher in renown. They built as they conquered, fortifying worlds before moving on, leaving their keeps in the care of appointed castellans. They governed nothing, wrote no laws. They were warriors of the Imperium, not its rulers. On Necromunda, they broke the orcs in the ash wastes. The Hive Lords gave their thanks not with tribute, but with men, recruits for the Legion. A fortress chapel was raised, and the Fists stood there as honored guests, ever masters. Dorn wanted soldiers, not subjects. I want recruits, not vassals, he said, refusing the trappings of lordships that other Primarchs claimed from their homeworlds. The Phalanx gave them unmatched mobility, and they became the Emperor's strategic reserve, masters of sieges and urban war. When the Emperor returned to Terra to build his capital, he brought Dorn and the Imperial Fists with him, naming them his Praetorians, and giving Dorn the task of designing the palace defenses. Not all took it well. Perturabo raged when he learned Dorn believed the palace could withstand even the Iron Warrior siegecraft, unleashing accusations so wild that even his own sons were stunned into silence. From then on, those two legions rarely fought side by side. The Fists remained ever at the Emperor's side. The Iron Warriors marched in Horus's vanguard. Some say that similarity breeds understanding, but in the case of Dorn and Perturabo, it bred only contempt and hatred. Both were reserved, both unyielding, both artisans of war who valued indomitability and endurance. It should have made them closer than brothers, yet it drove a chasm between them instead. Perhaps it was the silence of one grating on the other, the blunt honesty of one sparking the other's temper, the stubbornness ensuring that once a dispute began, neither would yield. Even in war they clashed. Perturabo favored brutal directness, willing to grind his forces down to achieve victory. Dorn, though willing to pay the price when needed, rarely accepted such losses without necessity. Dorn was the idealist, Perturabo the pragmatist. Upon those cracked foundations, decades of rivalry piled honors, slights, and mischance, until the enmity between them would one day bring both their legions to the brink of destruction. The greatest victory of the Great Crusade came at Olinor, the destruction of the largest Orc empire the nascent Imperium had yet faced. Urlak Uruk's green-skinned dominion fell only after a campaign involving 100,000 Astartes, 8 million Imperial troops, and thousands of warships. When the Orcs were crushed, the Emperor returned to Terra to begin his great project, opening the ancient webway for mankind. In his absence, he named Horus Lupercal War Master, commander of all Imperial forces. The title set Horus above all his brothers. Some welcomed it: Sanguinius, Lorgar, Fulgrim. Others rallied against it: Angron, Perturabo. A few, like Guilliman, Khan, and Dorn, simply accepted it. Horus had ever been the brightest, the first, and the favorite. To these steady brothers, Horus turned for counsel. Dorn's military genius was second only to the War Master's own, and the respect between them was genuine. Through the Crusade, the Imperial Fists rose high in honor. They were called to break deadlocks, hold failing fronts, and fight beside the Emperor more than any other legion. On Ophelia 8, they charged at his side, 100 custodians, and 100,000 fists at his back. In other wars, they formed the vanguard with Horus himself. They did not blaze across the stars with the spectacle of some legions, but they were the bedrock of the Imperium, the stone upon which it was built. That status bred resentment. The Iron Warriors were not alone in it. Dorn's uncompromising honesty could wound as easily as it inspired. It may be that very trait which kept him from being named War Master. For Horus could unite where Dorn might divide. And so instead, Dorn was given the title of Praetorian of Terra, Defender of the Throne World. As Horus drove the crusade forward, Dorn withdrew to guard the Emperor's seat. And in that choice, the seeds of the Imperium's fate were sown. On Terra, Dorn set to work. The Imperial Palace would be a fortress without equal. Its defenses a masterpiece of stone and steel. When the heresy came, those walls would be tested as never before, and the Imperial Fists, standing upon them, would become the last bulwark between the throne and the traitor's hand. Before the 7th Legion could return to Terra in full strength, the galaxy was already burning. The warp itself had risen against the Emperor's realm, great storms boiling through the void. Caught within their claws, the fleet of the Imperial Fists drifted for long, bitter weeks. It was in that darkness they found her, the Eisenstein, a Death Guard frigate battered and broken, limping from the slaughter of Istvan III. From her decks came tales no loyal son wished to hear. Horus Lupercal, the War Master himself, had turned against the Emperor. Fulgrim, Mortarion, Angron, all in open rebellion. Rogel Dorn refused to believe it. He stood before Captain Nathaniel Garrow, rage in his eyes, and nearly struck the man down for daring to name Horus a traitor. But the words of Garrow, of Iketon Cruz, of the Luna Wolves, and of Euphrates Keeler, Remembrancer, and one day Imperial Saint, wore away the Praetorians' disbelief. At last, Dorn accepted the truth. Orders were given. The bulk of the Legion turned their prows toward the Istvan system. Dorn himself took his veteran companies back to Terra to speak the words to the Emperor in person. The schism of Mars had torn the Red Planet apart. Those who still served the throne were few, and their survival hung by a thread. Malcador the Sigillite, regent of Terra, placed a grave task upon Dorn: secure the forges of Mars for the Imperium's war. The Praetorian turned to his champion, First Captain Sigismund. 4 companies of Imperial Fists, with the strength of the Imperialis Auxilia at their side, would descend upon the manufactoria of Mondus Gamma and Mondus Oculum. These were the heart of the Legion's lifeblood, the forges where armor and weapons for the Astartes were wrought. Dorn's plan was simple: strike fast, hold the forges, and push outward. The landings came under fire. On the plains beneath Pavonis Mons, Saturnine hoplites clashed with the warped horrors of the Dark Mechanicum. At Mondus Gamma, Captain Cambadias and 4 Jovian regiments fought in the shadow of the forge's great gates, holding against numbers of 100-fold their own. The fighting was brutal. Mondus Gamma's armor forges and ammunition silos were taken, but the landing fields bled red with the losses. Cambodias could not hold. At Mondus Oculum, Sigismund found an unexpected ally. Zagreus Kane, fabricator locum, still loyal to the Emperor. Thousands of suits of Mark IV Maximus armor and twice as many weapons were loaded for the voyage to Terra, but enemy forces closed in. Infantry, armor, Skitarii, and 2 Titan legions, nearly 60 god engines. Sigismund's orders were clear. The forges must be emptied, not held. Kane warned him, if Oculum and Gamma both fell, the legions could never replenish their losses. And then the sky itself turned to fire. Both forges burned. Vast halls of irreplaceable knowledge vanished in the flames. Barely 1,000 loyal warriors escaped the Red Planet. Yet their sacrifice saved tens of thousands of suits of power armor, weapons, and war plate that would tip the scales in the war to come. Terra was a fortress of 2 walls. The inner wall, the gate to the Emperor's hidden great project, guarded by the Master of Mankind himself, the Custodes, and the Sisters of Silence. And the outer wall, the Sol system itself, a chain of defenses stretching from the palace's golden spires to the darkness beyond Pluto. Upon that wall stood Rogel Dorn. The Sol defenses were divided into 3 spheres. Sigismund commanded the first, the farthest from Terra. Halbrecht held the second. Efried commanded the third, encircling Mars. Terra itself was under Dorn's own hand. Millions of troops, thousands of warships, bastions beyond counting, all waiting for the signal. When the traders came, the call would be simple. Fire on the mountains. And come the traders did. The Alpha Legion would not simply break that wall, they would humiliate it. Their agents, dormant for decades, rose on Terra itself, striking in the Investieri where the statues of the Great Crusade's Primarchs stood. 2 plinths had always been empty, for the lost. The traitors' statues lay shrouded. One by one they were destroyed, all but 2, Alfarius and Rogel Dorn. The region forbade word of the act from spreading. The insult would be answered in time. And when the Alpha Legion came for Pluto, Hero Master Kel Silonius led the fleet, seizing its moons. But past there, only Dorn and his Huskarls would ever know. It was Alfarius himself who struck the outer defenses. His fleet, more than 200 vessels, drifted towards Sol for a year, silent, cold, and hidden. Across the system, sleeper agents moved, murder and sabotage. And then Pluto burned. Kerberos' fortress guns fell to the 20th Legion and turned upon her sister moons. Hydra, the linchpin of the astropathic network, became Alfarius' prize. First Captain Sigismund had only 30 ships to meet the assault. Amid the chaos, Archimaeus, master of the Huskarls, saw the truth. The enemy's goal was Hydra. He led his warriors into the fight and into Alfarius' path. And the Huskarls fell one by one. Archimaeus was mortally wounded. And it was then that the Phalanx arrived, and Dorn himself had come. His fleet smashed through Kerberos' guns, and the Praetorian himself teleported into Hydra's heart. There, amidst shattered stone and the glow of astropathic relays, Dorn met Alfarius in battle. Their duel was fierce, the pale spear flashing in the traitor's hands. As Alfarius moved for the kill, Orcameus, dying, tried to strike, his blade glancing harmlessly away. But Dorn had anticipated the blow. He stepped in, pinning Alfarius with his shoulder, seizing the spear, and cutting through his brother's wrists with Storm's teeth. And then one final strike split Alfarius' skull. The Alpha Legion broke. In that moment, far away, Omegon felt his twin's death. When Horus called for Alfarius, Omegon took the name for himself, and the 20th Legion passed into his shadow. And when finally the skies above Terra burned, and the enemy came for the throne world itself, the Imperial Fists stood shoulder to shoulder with the White Scars and Blood Angels, and together they held the walls of the Imperial Palace against the tide of chaos. It had been Rogel Dorn himself who had built that palace in an age before treachery, and when the Emperor commanded it, he reforged its defenses to withstand the full fury of Horus's traitor legions. They fought until hope was almost gone, and then came the Emperor's final march to the Vengeful Spirit, Horus's own flagship. Dorn and the Imperial Fists accompanied him aboard that cursed vessel. And when the last battle ended, it was Dorn who found them. The Emperor's broken body upon the deck, Sanguinius fallen, and Horus dead. The grief was a weight he could scarcely bear. And from that moment, Dorn's course changed. The Praetorian became the Avenger, while the Ultramarines brought order to a shattered Imperium. The Imperial Fists hunted the traitor legions without mercy, razing fortress after fortress during the Great Scouring. Dorn led them, clad in black, his customary restraint cast aside until the guilty were punished. Some whispered that his crusade was penance, that he saw the Emperor's death as his own failing. Whatever the truth, Dorn did not return to the high councils of the Imperium until Rabute Guilliman summoned him to Terra, there to hear the Codex Astartes. Guilliman's decree would break every legion into smaller chapters of 1,000 warriors. Many Primarchs agreed. Dorn did not. Leman Russ and Vulcan stood with him in opposition. Korax and Yagatai Khan sided with Guilliman. Among the Imperial Fists, one voice supported the Codex. Captain Oriax Dantalion, a veteran of the Great Crusade, the Heresy, and the Siege of Terra itself. Dantalion believed Guilliman's reforms were necessary to prevent another warlord from wielding the power of an entire legion. Dorn's disappointment was plain. He would not be swayed. The tension between them grew, the legion itself splitting over the issue. Civil war seemed near. Only when the new chapters and the old legion stood poised for battle did Dorn relent. He saw that to resist the Codex was to invite another war, and he would not fracture the Imperium again. And with a heavy heart, he agreed to the second founding. From the 7th Legion were born the Black Templars, Crimson Fists, excoriators, Iron Knights, and Fists Exemplar. Sigismund gathered the Crusaders and Zealots. Alexis Pollux took the younger warriors, and Demetrius Cataphalic led the attrition fighters who had held the palace walls. Dantalion, whose counsel Dorn had once rejected, was made first chapter master of the Fists Exemplar, a home for those who shared his progressive vision. By yielding, Dorn reassured the High Lords of Terra. When the Imperial Fists emerged from the Second Founding, their adherence to the Codex matched even the Ultramarines themselves. The feud between the Imperial Fists and the Iron Warriors had festered since the Great Crusade, born of Perturabo's jealousy and Dorn's renown. Both were masters of siegecraft, but one had turned traitor. On Sebastius IV, Perturabo raised the Eternal Fortress, an 8-pointed star of defenses. Without his usual caution, Dorn led his legion straight into it. The battle was a nightmare of trench and redoubt, ambush and counter-ambush. The Fists endured. Ammunition spent, they fought with knives and flooded trenches, giving no quarter. The Iron Warriors could not finish them. Chaos had made them fierce, but it had not given them the faith to pay the final price. And so, as they faltered, the Ultramarines arrived. Guilliman had judged that Perturabo's death was not worth Dorn's, and drove the Iron Warriors from the field. Bloodied but unbroken, the Imperial Fists turned at once to the Codex's reorganization. For 2 decades, they rebuilt in seclusion, their successor chapters carrying the Emperor's light to war in their stead. In 781 M31, during Abaddon's first Black Crusade, Dorn led a vastly outnumbered Imperial force against the War Master's fleet. He struck in hit-and-run raids, buying time until reinforcements could come. Aboard the Sword of Sacrilege, he led a desperate assault upon the bridge. He never returned. When the search was over, only a single skeletal hand was found. The hand of Dorn rests aboard the phalanx, its bones engraved with the names of every chapter master since the heresy. 10,000 years of history etch the ivory surface. A list of heroes, each bone matched to its bearer. Whether it is truly Dorn's hand, none can say. Perhaps he fell on the Sword of Sacrilege. Perhaps he lived. Only the Emperor knows. And when the Great Rift split the galaxy, the sons of Dorn did not rest. To them, the Imperium was a fortress, its worlds the bastions and gatehouses to be held, retaken. The phalanx hangs above Terra still, ever sentinel, departing only for wars of direst need, before returning to guard the Segmentum Solar once more. Such is the duty of the Sentinels of Terra. It was Dorn's duty, and in their hearts, it ever will be. Before Horus's vile treachery ever scarred the Imperium, the 20th Legion was already cloaked in secrecy. Its formation, its purpose, its very existence, shrouded in mystery and concealed even from the gaze of the other legions. And this secrecy was no accident. It was collusion from the highest circles of power. and without a doubt, it was the Emperor's will. Scholars of later ages would claim that the veils drawn around this outsider legion were not merely protective, but preparatory, covered to conceal a transformation long in gestation. In time, the 20th Legion's reliance upon subterfuge, misdirection, and destruction would become an addiction. Under Horus's ascension as War Master, that appetite only grew more malignant. The Alpha Legion became a twisting, serpentine weapon, formless shadows as dangerous as the many-headed beast of myth, whose visage they would later claim as their icon. It was a weapon that neither the Emperor nor later the War Master could ever truly control. The pall of mystery stretches back to their creation. The 20th Legion was the last known strain of gene seed fashioned for the Legions Astartes at the close of the Unification Wars. Even more than the customary secrecy surrounding the Space Marine project, the details of their origins were hidden away. Alongside the 18th and 6th Proto-Legions, the Salamanders and Space Wolves, the 20th was created largely in isolation from its brothers, forged for reasons never explained. What purpose the Emperor reserved for them remains unknowable. Another of his countless secrets, guarded even from the Primarchs themselves. The veil of secrecy bred mistrust from the very beginning. With the Salamanders, acceptance would come, but with the Alpha Legion, the isolation only deepened. The first mystery bred others. Questions about their methods, their nature, and their deployment multiplied. None were ever answered. Almost nothing is known with accuracy of the 20th Legion's earliest decades on Terra and during the reconquest of Sol. No myths, no rumors even. All that remains is fragments. A few anomalous records speak of unknown Astartes units carrying out surgical strikes, abductions, and assassinations. Reports tell of Space Marines answering to no master, moving through war zones under codes of clearance so absolute that none dared question them. Even their name is buried in ambiguity. Some records tie Alpha to the Legion's earliest days. To some, the word hinted at occult associations. To others, it was prosaic, a designation born in the Emperor's gene labs. In truth, the title may have derived from the staged trials of Proto-Legions. After the first, later the Dark Angels, each new gene line was tested in escalating stages. The final stage was the Alpha induction, the first non-experimental implantation designed to field test a Proto-Legion at minimum fighting strength. Yet here lies the enigma. Unlike every other Legion, the 20th never expanded beyond its Alpha stage. Their gene seed was sound. Its success rates ranked among the highest of all. Their battlefield performance, too, was excellent. Unlike the flaws of the Space Wolves or the Blood Angel strains, no defect marred them. And yet, the Alpha Legion never received recruitment rights from Terra, never swelled to mass strength. They remained a body of but 1,000 to 3,000 Astartes, sidelined while their brothers grew to command entire hosts in the early Great Crusade. But why? 3 theories yet still endure. The first is mundane, sabotage of manpower. With recruitment rights already parceled to other legions, and a possible, though redacted, disaster eliminating viable candidates, the 20th may have simply been starved of fresh blood. The second suggests a hidden flaw. Perhaps some weakness was discovered that prevented expansion. But this seems unlikely, for it implies that the Emperor, who had cold failures before, neither corrected nor destroyed this one. The third theory is the most compelling. That the 20th was deliberately preserved as an isolated instrument, a strategic reserve of gene seed, a control group, or perhaps the subject of further conditioning forbidden to the others. Some whisper that this Alpha Stage Legion was in truth the crucible from which the Emperor would later shape his personal guard, the Legio Custodes. Whatever the truth, the Alpha Legion began as a ghost, a weapon hidden from light, and from the shadows, they would never truly emerge. When the Great Crusade thundered forth after 798 M30, and the first expeditionary fleets surged into the void to bring unity to the stars, the 20th Legion seemed to vanish. For decades, their name is absent from the official records, their deeds erased or never written at all. And yet, there are threads. Dark events scattered through the history of the Crusade that make no sense in isolation, but whisper of a hidden hand, even one unknown to the highest echelons of the Imperium itself. Some have suggested that in those years, the 20th Legion fought a war unseen, a war to protect the Imperium not from aliens without, but from traitors within. Humanity's enemies had not all been slain in the Unification Wars. Many had bent the knee, only to wait in shadow, their lust for power or corruption by darker forces twisting them into plots against the Emperor's dream. The Imperium bled not only at its edges, but at its heart. The most infamous example came in the 4th decade of the Crusade. The 3rd Legion's gene seed, later known as the Emperor's Children, was ravaged by a viral blight, nearly damning the Legion to extinction. At the same time, scattered reports surfaced of anomalous Astartes units striking without warning. Squads, sometimes whole companies, operating without heraldry or under false colors, even masquerading as other legions. These warriors carried out assassinations, abductions, sabotage, and the recovery of strange artifacts. Their precision was unmatched, and their secrecy absolute. Few ever lived to testify that they had seen them. Whispers began to spread of a ghost legion. Governors and generals complained, only to be silenced or ignored. The suspicion that this was the 20th Legion gained traction. But as the Custodians, the Officio Assassinorum, and other shadowed arms of Imperial power rose to prominence, the specter of the Ghost Legion faded into rumor and myth. Still, the possibility remained that the Emperor had unleashed a legion unlike any other, bred not for conquest but for secrecy. A legion at war in the dark, parallel to the Great Crusade itself. If true, then the Alpha Legion honed its craft for over a century in shadow. They learned, and why this role ended, no one can say. Were they withdrawn because their Primarch had finally been found? Because the need for frontline legions grew too desperate? Or had they simply become too dangerous, too uncontrollable, even for the Emperor? Whatever the reason, the coils of the serpent finally rose into the light. During the Rangdan Xenocides, a figure came before Lionel Johnson. He named himself Alfarius, though he admitted their Primarch had not yet been found. This Alfarius offered aid to the Lion against the Rangdan, and more, he spoke of the future. The 20th Legion, he claimed, would see L. Johnson elevated to War Master. Better him, they argued, than Rabute Gilliman. In war and in secrecy, the Lion and the Hidden Legion were kindred. Even Johnson had never been told of the 20th Legion's existence, though he had heard the rumors of a Ghost Legion. Now at last, the shadows gave themselves a name. The first open actions of the Alpha Legion are recorded in contradictory accounts. Some data looms place their emergence just before the Ferronatus extermination. Others claim they appeared as a sudden reinforcement in the Third Rangdan Xenocide. The discrepancy spans 30 years, but all agree on this. The Alpha Legion was the last legion recognized as a full military force, and the last to be reunited with its Primarch. Their chosen name was a provocation. Alpha, the first, the beginning, for the legion that was the last. Their Primarch bore the same name, Alfarius. Some claim the jest was deliberate. Others argue it was a declaration of supremacy. Alpha also meant primacy, supremacy, especially when paired with the glyph Omega and the sigil Aeternus, an ancient mark of unity, continuum, and indestructibility. The serpent, too, wound through their heraldry. In pre-imperial sacred geometry, it symbolized power, knowledge, and treachery, a beast of secrets and lies. And in time, another emblem arose, the Hydra, many-headed, eternal. Sever one head, and two more would rise. It was a symbol as layered as the Legion itself. Deception, ambition, destruction. And, like the Alpha Legion, it promised that in shadow and in secrecy, the coils of the serpent would never truly end. Of all the riddles coiled around the Legion, none knots tighter than the question of its Primarch. Alfarius, of all the brothers who drew blood in the Horus heresy, he is the least known. Accounts of his origins are reliable, contradictory, and deliberately deceptive, often all at once. one tale, whispered through the houses and factions of the Imperial court on Terra, claims Alfarius was found by accident, not by the Emperor, but by the Luna Wolves. Near the end of the Great Crusade, a confederation of human star systems, outmatched in tonnage but not in guile, laid low an outlying Luna Wolves battleship through trickery and ambush. Horus came hunting in wrath, yet every pursuit became another trap. Even the vengeful spirit came under attack. The counterblow shattered the enemy fleet, but in the chaos, an assassin slipped aboard, cut down the Justaran, and reached the War Master himself. Horus did not kill the intruder. He recognized a brother. Alfarius gave his name, but not his world. And though nearby systems were brought swiftly to compliance, he denied all as his origin. The confederation he led bent the knee with little blood. Another tale, torn from the mind of an Alpha Legion centurion by the Custodes after the fall of the Seraphim, speaks of a nameless dead world at the edge of the Mandragoran stars, its civilization slain long before man first walked Terra. There, the nascent Primarch fell into the corpse of a murdered city, alone, voiceless, hunted by the hungry ghosts of a charnel pit. He survived. Yet, years later, a star fell. Corsairs, degenerate half-humans with alien mercenaries, come to plunder the ruins. Instead, they died. Alfarius took their weapons, their knowledge, their vessel, and set out to find the one who had made him. Two more accounts lie encrypted in volumes of a suppressed work of mimetic corrosion, the transit of the human soul through strife, the Codex Hydra. In one, the child Primarch was cast upon Bar Savor, a thriving tech oligarchy, before his first solar decade had ended. Then the skies blackened. The Slot descended to feed. They captured the one being who could resist them. They twisted him, enslaved and schooled him as a living weapon. A seed of strife to sow discord before their feasts. It was the Emperor who found him and shattered his captors, his golden battle barge ramming the foul Xenos vessel like a wrathful god. For years thereafter, the Emperor undid what had been done to his son. The other account contradicts it utterly. Alfarius, unfinished, was spared, or some part of him remained, when the Primarchs were scattered. In the shadow of Terra he grew, nurtured by the Emperor alone, his existence a secret hoarded even from the closest courts, lest dark fate turn its gaze. Upon maturity, he became the Emperor's hidden hand, his greatest shield, until destiny pulled him away. Which is true? The records suggest none, and hint that each may hide a grain of truth within the lie. Whatever the truth, when Alfarius was publicly found, he was brought to the heart of the Imperium and reunited with his father. There was rejoicing, ceremony, proper pomp. Yet on Terra, the records say they spent little time together. Their manner was distant, formal. Alfarius was sent swiftly to take command of his legion. The Emperor, by then, had burdens beyond counting. Many outside the Legion supposed that the Emperor's hunt for his sons had already run its course, and his focus had shifted. Others knew the truth was stranger. Alfarius was not alone. He had a twin. Alfarius and Omegon shared the same face, the same form, and, so it was said, the same soul. Together, they served as joint Primarch of the 20th Legion. The Emperor knew the secret. Whether he intended twin Primarchs or accepted an anomaly has never been revealed. To the galaxy at large, the twins' existence remained hidden. Only the Legion knew. Omegon acted as second in command. Alfarius Omegon commanded as one. Their sons resembled their sire, tall, strong, and keen of mind. Under Alfarius Omegon, the youngest Legion drove to the reaches of the Imperium, eager to match the elder legions in glory. In war, they became renowned for iron discipline and an organization so strict and opaque that it seemed impenetrable. Unity over individuality. Relentless, coordinated force. Combined arms delivered with speed and certainty. And always, the darker arts. Sabotage and ambush. Stealth and assassination. Secrecy and misdirection. They kept their distance even when ordered to fight alongside their brothers. Many sensed a mocking shadow beneath the courteous veneer. Where other legions carried the stamp of their Terran intakes, the Alpha Legion appeared as a single mask. Legion and Primarch, one. Unity, power, and confusion for any who looked in from without. From the beginning, even the Imperialis Logistica could not certify the basics. Recruitment spheres, true strength, even livery. It was as if the Legion had sprung whole from nowhere. Tens of thousands of fully equipped Astartes, with a veteran war fleet to match. Their very name seemed uncertain. Alpha Legion prevailed in common speech, but official reports list self-chosen titles. The Unbroken Chain here, and darker still, the Harrowing and the Perfidian Gap Extermination. There were many other masks. Legionnaires gave outsiders their name as Alfarius, or merely one of many, infuriating allies and confounding records. Was it unity? Secrecy? A means to haze their numbers? Counter accounts claim they used ancient, lost dialects for ciphers and names. After-action analysis once showed an Alpha Legion battalion employing personal cognomina and codes that matched the census of a recidivist world they themselves had previously exterminated. Why they did this, and to what end, remains unknown. Such deceptions were tolerated by the Emperor at first, and later by the War Master, though to what purpose none would say. In battle, the Alpha Legion wielded subtlety and overwhelming force together, marrying meticulous planning to an imaginative cruelty. Among the Legion's Astartes, only the Raven Guard matched their embrace of espionage, infiltration, and sabotage. But where Korak sought to spare lives and win swiftly, the Alpha Legion turned such tactics into a lethal prelude. They spread confusion for its own sake, as much as for tactical advantage, bled the enemy, set them hunting phantoms, turned them upon themselves, and then struck. When the killing stroke came, the harrowing, it fell from 100 directions at once, a blizzard of plans and angles, smashing into a foe brought to fevered chaos. From without, it looked like murder, not war. To their allies, they were a protean thing, powerful, deceitful, goal obscured, loyalty unproven. Trust did not grow in such soil. To their enemies, they were a nightmare, a foe that found every weakness, thwarted every stratagem, and offered neither mercy nor honor. Their span as a named legion was short, yet they were determined to match or surpass their brothers in glory. They studied every legion's strengths and weaknesses, adopting and adapting methods as they pleased, an approach not unlike the Ultramarines in theory, though Guilliman would have spat at the comparison even before blood was shed between them. Their over-elaborate, malign way of war won them infamy faster than fame. Rivalries grew. Acrimony deepened. Guilliman and Mortarion clashed with Alfarius more than once. After Ulanor, during the Vassalius uprisings and elsewhere, when the 20th ignored commands laid over them, Rogel Dorn's judgment was sharper still. The Alpha Legion were honorless assassins, unfit to bear the Emperor's mark. Only the Emperor's own intervention prevented blood between their officers after the fall of the fortress of Jakala at Averlorn. Conrad Kurz condemned them in secret custodian transcripts, hiding their true sins in a shroud of lies. The Thousand Sons shunned them discreetly, for reasons never recorded. If they had a friend among the Primarchs, it was Horus. He saw a unique weapon, ambitious, kindred to his 16th, in method, if not manner. They also campaigned without incident beside Dark Angels and Iron Hands on multiple occasions, and excelled at weaving non-Astartes forces, auxilia, rogue traitors, into their plans, spending allied strength with cold efficiency. Their tally was enviable, forcing compliance from stubborn human worlds, exposing rebellion on freshly compliant planets, hunting warp-capable raiders, nomadic Xenos, and human renegades with surgical success. As War Master, Horus granted them great latitude. The Alpha Legion swelled, seeding expeditionary fleets and splitting into deep-range raiders that probed well beyond the frontiers. Yet in the years before the heresy, even Horus's grip seemed to slip. Reports to the War Master and to Terra alike spoke of growing unease, that the 20th was beyond measure, beyond control, that obsession had taken hold, that they sought battles for challenge, staging ever more apocalyptic displays of their arcane methods when simpler assaults would have sufficed. Testra Prime became legend. Given the chance to seize the capital and end the war, the Alpha Legion allowed the enemy to dig in, then dismantled them by sabotage, ambush, and accident for a solar week until 90% lay dead. Asked why they had not chosen the easy path, Alfarius replied, "It would have been too easy." Gilliam enraged, calling it cruelty and waste, in a formal protest to the War Master. The Ultramarines would not fight beside the Alpha Legion again in the Great Crusade. By then, accusations had calcified into common wisdom at court. The Alpha Legion had become addicted to overthrowing civilizations through anarchy, fire, and blood that might have yielded to negotiation or a limited show of force. Worse, that this was pathological and worsening. The War Master dismissed the charges. The 20th, for their part, drifted into the outer dark, or seemed to. Their masks multiplied, especially beyond Imperial borders, where those they destroyed never knew their executioner's true allegiance until the blade fell. Hydra Dominus. Given the record, it is easy to see why the Alpha Legion sided with Horus when the War Master bartered with Chaos and turned upon the Emperor. Martial pride and Alfarius's isolation from his brothers, save Horus, seem the obvious catalysts. Yet their turn was chosen, paradoxically, for the Imperium's sake. 2 standard years before the heresy, during the compliance of Nurth, the twin Primarchs were approached by John Grammaticus, an agent of an alien consortium called the Cabal, to Alfarius Omegon, and to Pedo Sonoka and the Psyker Share. The Cabal unveiled the foreseen consequence of Horus's elevation, the Horus Heresy, an interstellar civil war. 2 futures were presented. If the Emperor won, the Imperium would rot over 10 to 20 millennia, until chaos consumed it and trillions of souls. If Horus won, then 2 to 3 generations after slaying his father, guilt would drive him to exterminate all chaos-tainted factions, and in endless war, humanity itself. Mankind would perish, but the Chaos Gods, fed so greatly by humanity's psychic flaws, would be all but extinguished. Reeling, the twins cried out, "The Alpha Legion has always been for the Emperor." They chose Horus, believing that the Emperor himself would have chosen the path that destroyed chaos utterly. Thus they swore to chaos undivided, even as their hearts held to the Emperor. Whether the Cabal erred in their visions, engineered a self-fulfilling doom, or served some darker patron remains unclear. A loyalist Alpha Legion might have barred Horus from reaching Terra. Instead, by aiding him, they set in motion the future they wished to prevent. In this light, the Legion's battle cry for the Emperor is not mockery, but testament. They have clung to their chosen cause for long ages. Many now suspect their true goal is to free the Emperor from the Golden Throne to fulfill the Cabal's revelation. When the heresy erupted and Istvan III burned, an Alpha Legion strike force of some 50,000 legionaries under their Primarch stood ready to answer Rogel Dorn's call against the traitors at Istvan V. Recently returned from the northeastern fringe to rearm at Lucius, This force comprised 2 expeditionary fleets and their supports. Years of isolation seemed to assure Dorne of their loyalty. It was an illusion. Their role in the Dropsite massacre proved otherwise. Some claim Alfarius helped plan it. Even before open war, their web of infiltration, espionage, and sabotage lay across the Imperium. At the War Master's signal, worlds bled. Billions died, and countless more suffered. Many planets far from Astartes' footfall nonetheless broke under Hydra-born strife. Yet Horus himself never fully trusted the 20th. His doubt would prove wise. After Istvan III's virus bombing, the Alpha Legion, presumed loyalist, was among the legions sent to annihilate the traitors at Istvan V. Assigned to the second wave, they turned upon the loyalist fire wave in the Dropsite massacre. Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Raven Guard were shattered. Ferrus Manus fell to Fulgrim, Vulcan vanished, Korax was grievously wounded. For over 3 solar months, the World Eaters hunted the Raven Guard to extinction, until Raven Guard Thunderhawks and Stormbirds snatched the survivors from the sands. By then, the Alpha Legion's mastery of subterfuge was legend. On Istvan V and beyond, they infiltrated the Raven Guard to extract intelligence on Sol's defenses and the Imperial Palace itself. As bargained with the War Master, they seeded lies ahead of the Istvan news, gathering new allies to Horus's cause and ensuring his version of events landed first. Alfarius and Omegon took to the task with relish. Across the stars, their operatives stirred sedition among those forced into compliance, fanning sparks into rebellion. After the Dropsite massacre, the Cabal moved again, seeking to use the Alpha Legion to secure a swift victory for Horus. As the broken 19th raced towards Terra, they returned first to Deliverance, unaware that Alpha Legionaries, surgically disguised as Raven Guard, slain on Istvan, had already been folded into their number. These plants spied on Korax's desperate project to rebuild his legion using a sample of pure Primarch DNA gifted by the Emperor. They waited until the breakthrough came, then tainted the genome. New aspirants became hideous mutations. Meanwhile, they stoked rebellion among Kaivar's old tech guilds, assembling near Alpha Legion forces masked as Raven Guard. The rebellion erupted, supported by these camouflaged foes. The loyalist Raven Guard crushed the Rising and slew the infiltrators. Alfarius surrendered the data to Fabius of the Emperor's children. But what he gave was useless, incomplete. The Legion kept the key knowledge and the corrupted genome pattern, intent on raising the 20th above all others. Afterwards, Omegon met the Cabal's Athethirter. The exchange was curt. The twins would fulfill their duties without further interference. Next, Alfarius moved to pin the White Scars within the Chondak system, denying their union with the Loyalists. The Fifth learned of the wider war only when Omegon sent a team under Sheed Ranko on a one-way mission to destroy Tenebrae 950, an Alpha Legion garrison asteroid. The 20th had used its pylon array to jam communications, keeping the scars ignorant. It may be the Legion invented the pretext that Tenebrae was leaking intelligence to justify its destruction and let the truth reach Jagatai. With Tenebrae gone, the warp's becalming eased. Messages from Terra and Rogel Dorn's recall orders reached the Khan. As the White Scars prepared to depart, they found a vast Alpha Legion flotilla shadowing the system's rim, gathering strength in silence. No response to hails, no answers to queries. The Fifth were ordered not to escalate and to hold perimeter integrity, barring 20th ships from the core of the fleet. Jagatai sprang the trap in reverse. In a heartbeat, drifting formation snapped into an arrowhead shock assault. The White Scars punched through the cordon and fled Chondax. The Alpha Legion, curiously, never committed their heavier battleships to pin the Khan. The cordon closed, the prey escaped, and the war rolled on. After the Chondax debacle, Alfarius hurled the remainder of his fleet at the space wolves mustering in the Alaxes Nebula. Leman Russ, bloodied by Prospero's raising after the Thousand Sons defied the Emperor's decree absolute, had ordered his battered 6th Legion there to lick its wounds. Horus set the 20th to strike Russ's outnumbered wolves. Alfarius Omegon had long nursed a grudge against the Wolf King. Russ had scorned their trickery, manipulation, and subterfuge, naming them dishonorable beside open war. The Hydra relished the chance to prove superiority and delay the wolves from reinforcing Terra. Russ sent a plea to the nearby White Scars. Jagatai heard and sympathized, but the Kagan refused to act upon a tangle of contradictory astropathic messages. Until he knew friend from foe beyond doubt, he would not choose sides. Wishing Russ luck, he sought answers elsewhere. Facing hopeless odds, Russ withdrew into his chambers, leaving First Captain Gunnar Gunhild to take command. Hemmed at every turn, the Wolves' fleet neared destruction, until the Primarch returned, striding onto the bridge to lead them himself. At the battle's height, elite cataphracti of the Alpha Legion's Lernaean teleported aboard the flagship Raffenkel. There, the Wolf King fought a figure who moved like Alfarius beneath Lernaean plate. Victory for the Hydra seemed assured, until unexpected salvation arrived. A Dark Angel's fleet, led by the mobile Ramesses-class starfort Chimera, answered the Wolves' distress and judged them loyal. With the First's aid, the Space Wolves forced the Alpha Legion to withdraw. Testimony from the shattered Legion ship Sisypheum, most notably Raven Guard specialist Nicona Sharoquin, places at least one Primarch, presumably Alfarius, within a covert facility designated Lerna 212. Disguised as the Iron Hands war leader, Shadrach Medusan, Alfarius used Sisypheum's crew to hunt loyalist elements within the 20th. The mask slipped near the end. The survivors escaped knowing Medusan had been Alfarius all along. Even among civil war, the Alpha Legion's networks could move men and material between sectors. The Segmentum Solar and the Sol System itself, now a fortress wrought by Rogel Dorn and the Imperial Fists. But to humiliate the Seventh, breaking the walls was not enough. The Hydra would infiltrate the most secure place in the galaxy, the Imperial Palace. Alpha operatives were conditioned to pursue broad mission parameters. Kill or protect the same target, undermine or shore up the same front. Switching by a single activation word whispered over vox or scratched on parchment. It was common for comrades on the same team to follow different parameters at once. Dormant assets on Terra awoke. The 20th penetrated the palace, and most audaciously, the Investiary, Hall of Primarch statues. 2 plinths had long stood empty, their owners erased, the lost Primarchs. The 9 traitor statues remained, shrouded. The Alpha Legion's agents destroyed them all, save 2, Alfarius and Rogel Dorn. The insult and the challenge were deliberate. Their success kept secret even from Malkador the Sigillite. The custodians were forbidden entry, yet somehow the Sigillite knew, and Dorn swore he would answer. Soon after, Hero Master Kel Silonius led an Alpha fleet against the system's rim, seizing several of Pluto's moons, the outer defense's heart. What truly happened there is a secret held by Dorn and his Huskarls. Tasked by Horus to shatter Sol, the Alpha Legion prepared chaos. Alfarius, aboard his flagship Alpha, brought his fleet to the system's edge in a feat of patience and stealth. Every soul aboard entered stasis. The ships drifted for a standard year at minimal speed and power. Heat signatures quelled, warp travel forbidden. Across Sol, Sparatoi and Covert teams, sleepers planted long before the heresy, woke and set fires. Murder, sabotage, terror to distract and divide. The real target was Pluto, linchpin of loyalist surveillance. As uprisings flared, Alfarius struck Pluto and its moons, Charon, Kerberos, Nyx, Styx, Hydra, with more than 200 vessels. Hydra, the fortress moon astropathic hub, was the objective, and Alfarius led the assault himself. First Captain Sigismund held the loyalist defense with just 30 ships. Fire ships hidden among the Alpha fleet savaged the Imperials, captured Kerberos, hammered Charon, Nyx, and Styx. Outnumbered and mauled, the Fists refused to break. Rogel Dorn's master of Huskarls, Archimus, divined the true aim: cripple the astropathic network on Hydra. He led a Huskarl strike straight at Alfarius' forces. The Huskarls died. Archimus fell mortally wounded. The field tilted toward the Hydra, until Phalanx arrived. Dorn at its heart, with a mass of Imperial Fists and Armada Imperialis reinforcements. Exploiting the system's gravity wells, they slingshotted to Pluto, silenced Kerberos' guns, and stormed Hydra. Dorn and his remaining Huskarls teleported into the sealed astropathic chamber. Alfarius and Lernaean Terminators awaited them. Archimeus watched, failing as Primarch met Primarch. The pale spear lunged. Dorn stepped in, pinning the blow with his shoulder. Archimaeus' Sayax struck the haft and skittered off. Dorn locked the spear with one hand. With Storm's teeth, he hewed Alfarius' wrists, then slashed him open and impaled him upon his own weapon. The chainsword fell again, splitting the skull. The Alpha fleet withdrew. At the instant of his twin's death, Omegon felt the severing, grew distant, and then took up the name Alfarius once more, assuming sole Primarch of the 20th. The War Master demanded parley with Alfarius. Omegon answered, as he had many times before. The Alpha Legion did not march on Terra with the other traitors. They split early, waging delaying actions to hold potential loyalist reinforcements far from the throne world. They fought smaller wars, defeating a White Scars force on Talarn and a Space Wolves unit on Euront. In the end, Horus fell to the Emperor aboard his own battle barge above the palace. After the heresy, the Alpha Legion did not flee into the Eye of Terror. They moved east, following aims of their own, and clashed bitterly with Ultramarines operating there when Horus struck on Terra. On Escrador, Ultramarines assaulted the 20th. Alfarius welcomed it, his chance to prove the superiority of flexible, multitudinous, unexpected strategy over Ultramarine precision. Guilliman read the Hydra's mind. He knew Alfarius held his records and would predict Guilliman doctrine. So perhaps for the first and only time, he broke his own rules. Nightfall brought the turn. Thunderhawk, Drop Pod, and Teleporter delivered a deep force with no lines of support into the mountains, right amid Alpha Legion command. Outnumbered 5-1, the 20th found the valley closed and were forced to make a last stand. Alfarius led the counterattack and fell in single combat to Rabute Guilliman. Or so the chronicles say. Doubt persists. Was it truly Alfarius? Oh my God. Another wearing the Primarch's armor. The pyre burned, but the Hydra's heads did not cease. The Ultramarines advanced, only to be bled by relentless counterstrikes. Expecting collapse after the Primarch's death, they found themselves harried mercilessly and returned to their lines nearly destroyed. After days of bitter fighting, Guilliman abandoned hopes of an honorable victory and quit Escrador under the thunder of an orbital bombardment. Some savants claim Escrador itself was the Legion's grander ruse. Whatever the truth, the 20th fought like their sigil. Sever one head, two rise. In the aftermath, the Legion fractured deliberately. Small, autonomous warbands vanished into Imperial space, asteroid fields, space hulks, barren worlds, striking weakened garrisons, convoys, and starports. They coordinated chaos cults, fomented planetary revolts to draw defenders from targets the legions truly sought, paving paths for greater assaults from the eye. Unlike their peers, most of the Alpha Legion did not dwell in the warp. They roamed as scattered, independent warbands, and by this autonomy, perhaps aided by secret fidelity to the Emperor, they largely evaded Chaos's worst mutations. The Inquisition loathes them for their cult seating. Ordo Malleus and Ordo Hereticus hunt their hidden redoubts without rest. Thrice, the High Lords have declared the Alpha Legion exterminated in the 31st, 32nd, and 39th millennia. Thrice, the Hydra reappeared. Another plot, another rising, to prove that new heads still grow. Among the Ork clans, none are richer or louder about it than the Bad Moons. Idle and venal, they flaunt their excess, wielding wealth and status like a blunt club to batter less fortunate orcs into line. Their fortune is no mystery in orkdom. The economy runs on teeth, literal orc teeth, harvested from living and dead greenskins alike. Orc teeth never stop growing, and fallen teeth are quickly replaced, ensuring a near-endless, if slow, stream of currency. In such a market, the orcs whose teeth grow fastest are richest, and none grow faster than the Bad Moons. They are loud-mouthed, tight-fisted braggarts, spending their teeth only on the finest things, shooters, choppers, and fancy clothes. In camp and in battle, they swagger in the best armor that teeth can buy, festooned with shiny bits of precious metal, glittering gems, and any other trinkets greenskins prize. Some run-herds claim it was the Bad Moons who invented the very idea of teeth as currency, once they realized how fast their own grew. Others say it happened the other way around, that after teeth became money, the Bad Moons made their teeth grow quicker to corner the market. Either way, orcs don't bother debating it for long. Cracking teeth out of jaws is far more interesting than talking about them. The Bad Moons make excellent merchants and moneylenders. They can gauge the worth of a thing at a glance, and with a quick look at a prospective buyer, they'll know exactly how much he's willing to pay. Forever hungry for new luxuries, haggling Bad Moons are a fixture of any orc market where goods and services change hands. All that wealth breeds ostentation. Their vehicles blaze with gaudy decoration and gold plating, as does most of their war gear. Gold itself means little to most orcs, too soft for proper weapons or trucks. So other clans happily traded away to Bad Moons in exchange for the only currency that really matters, teeth. The Bad Moons love gold more than any other metal, often flashing a couple of glinting teeth in their avaricious grins. There is a downside to riches in orc society, however. They're easy to lose. A bigger, tougher orc needs only to smash a Bad Moon's teeth out to make a serious dent in his cash flow. This is considered right, proper, and fair, even by the Bad Moons themselves. For in orc culture, the violent creed of might makes right, biggest is best, keeps their ever-growing wealth in check. Bad Moon's mobs are always well-equipped by Ork standards exceptionally so. Their knobs sport flashy back banners and massive customized weapons, strutting at the head of entourages of scurrying grots laden with ammo crates and chests of teeth. Much of this ornamentation exists purely to show every other orc how important the Bad Moons are. Towering, colored totems with grinning orc faces sway above their wagons. Teetering statues of Gork or Mork, soldered together from precious metals and stones, all mashed into one, proclaim value simply by being more of everything, for they're more valuable that way. War bosses and knobs of the Bad Moons clan are renowned aficionados of custom battle wagons. Huge, heavily armed, and impossibly flashy rides built to haul an entire mob along with all its Gretchen, Snotlings, Squigs, and any other gubbins they can cram aboard. The wealthiest and most well-heeled become flashgits. Though not unique to the Bad Moons, many of them aspire to this pinnacle of orky opulence. Flashgits possess more teeth than sense, and are addicted to loud, flashy, highly customized weapons. They strut with expensive snaz guns and custom shooters, embracing a style over substance mindset that charms the greedy hearts of the Bad Moons. All flashgits are infamous for arrogance, conniving treachery, and a mercenary, un-orky streak. But those hailing from the Bad Moons are held to be the worst of the lot. A mob of Bad Moon knobs on foot bristles with personalized combi weapons and gold-plated def guns, sauntering into battle carrying enough firepower to wipe out entire enemy platoons. They relish blasting a target to scrap just as a rival clan is about to crash in for the melee. Another trait of the clan is their pretension to knowledge, at least knowledge as orcs measure it. The Bad Moons have a reputation for knowing things most greenskins find no practical use for. They also field a great many weird boys who use their wealth to dress with flamboyant magnificence. Unfortunately for them, they are just as likely to be dragged off to the front and used against the enemy like any other weapon. Notoriously avaricious and greedy, the Bad Moons care for nothing but the acquisition of wealth. More teeth, always more teeth. To that end, they will strike highly secret deals with other alien species, unscrupulous human merchants included, to gain access to technology and war gear other orcs can't obtain. And when the bargaining's done, they love to spend on food. Many a Bad Moon runs a bit stout around the belt for exactly that reason. In the end, the Bad Moons are the gleam on Orkdom's golden tooth, richest of the rich, gaudiest of the gaudy, and forever eager to prove, with clanking banners and thunderous gunfire, that wealth isn't worth much unless everyone else can see it. Once, this clan was very powerful, dominant even, holding sway over orc society for a long stretch of brutal seasons. But when the Blood Axes began dealing too freely with aliens, humans most of all, the other clans could stomach it no longer. The reckoning came in an inter-orc war so nasty it earned the name the Big Party. Many Blood Axe boys were wiped out, the clan overthrown, and those who survived scattered into hiding. From those shadows, they still treat with mankind, now out of necessity, for the Blood Axes have grown dependent on Imperial subsidies of teeth. Those payments come from Imperial prospectors scouring old battlefields, prying teeth from orc corpses. Other clans are disgusted, not because the Blood Axes take such teeth, but because they encourage humans to seize what orcs consider their property. Of all greenskins, Blood Axes meet the Imperium most often. Long, mostly acrimonious acquaintance with humans has taught them skills and habits that make other clans eye them with suspicion. Traits that might mark them as natural leaders among the galaxy's other starfaring peoples instead earn them the label of treacherous scum from most greenskins. Much of that reputation is undeserved. It is true they have had the most contact with the Imperium, sometimes even fighting as mercenaries, and they make extensive use of Imperium war material. Then again, every orc sees the humor in extorting weapons from human worlds, only to turn those guns back on their former owners. Considered untrustworthy for their peculiar ways, Blood Axes prize cunning and tactics over the brute force beloved by other orcs. They will trade instead of steal, parlay instead of bellow, sneak instead of charge headlong into withering fire, and even retreat rather than die in a heap for nothing. Some take to the stars as freebooters, splitting their time between piracy, raiding, and honest trade. They are every bit as dangerous as their rougher cousins, perhaps even more so, thanks to an innate cunning that lets them think around problems. In battle, they fight with a discipline closer to a professional army than the usual orc tide of unrestrained violence. Moderately organized squads instead of unruly mobs. Enfilading fire, feints, staggered advances, and even the occasional clever ruse. Their war bosses often grasp the big picture better than most, and more than a few of the best planned, best executed wars in Imperial history were led by a Blood Axe. They're mocked for it, though, especially by the Goths, who sneer at the Blood Axes as cowardly wretches. The Blood Axes care little, secure in the knowledge that they alone know how to make war on humans the proper way, and smug in a legacy of leadership and destruction. They take the jeers in stride, sometimes with a good laugh and a walk away, sometimes with a good laugh, a flurry of punches, and a handful of the heckler's teeth rattling in their pockets. Their reputation suffers further because so many young blood axes end up in the Storm Boys, odd formations where a young orc rebels against anarchy by following orders, drilling precisely, and polishing boots. Heckled for such an un-orky behavior, the Storm Boys spend solar hours marching, chanting, saluting, and carrying on in ways that raise howls of laughter until battle is joined. Then, roaring in on pillars of smoke and fire from potent rocket packs, they prove their worth. Most orcs leave the Storm Boys as they age for proper mobs, but some, especially blood axes, acquire a taste for it and rise to command whole formations of black-booted youth. Commandos, those orcs touched by Mork, are another blood axe specialty, emulating that god's bent for cunning, dirty tricks first, open combat second. They prefer to spread panic behind enemy lines before springing a perfectly timed ambush. Blood axes see little value in crafting a cunning plan, only to be gunned down before it can be sprung. And so, their approach is more circumspect than most. Many commandos hailing from the Blood Axe clan, while not as stealthy or trained as the Imperium's, Eldaris, or Tau's special forces, they are brutally effective. It is their use of obfuscation, misdirection, and plain sneakiness that brands them with an unsavory reputation among their own kind. Once lords of orc society, now mistrusted survivors, the blood axes are still thinking, trading, scheming, and when the time comes, fighting in their own cunning way. The Death Skulls are plunderers without equal. They loot, borrow, scrounge, scavenge, and steal from their fellow orcs with astonishing skill, and are notoriously bad at giving anything back. Given their ingenuity, most Death Skulls would make capable scientists and excellent engineers, if their fascination with new things lasted longer than the moment it takes to steal them. To a Death Skull, battle is a two-stage affair. The killing is hurried, the better to reach the true prize, the scavenging spree that follows. When the shooting fades, the boys set to work, feverishly stripping the fallen of everything from ammunition to bootlaces. Many will take grisly trophies, scalps, skulls, into the bargain. Only when the loot is dragged back to camp does the inevitable infighting begin, as Death Skulls trade, barter, and auction off their ill-gotten gains. Other orcs who wander into a Death Skull camp in search of stolen goods, some specific bit of kit, perhaps even something taken from them, usually leave with less than what they came with. The Death Skulls have an uncanny knack for cracking a skull with one hand while rifling through pockets with the other. They do not limit their pillaging to enemy corpses. Anything that can be taken probably will be. Wrecked vehicles are a particular delight. The burnt-out hulls of battle tanks, armored transports, even flyers are all fair game. Dragged away from the battlefield, they're either broken down for parts or hauled to a mech who will cheerfully beat some life back into them. It is no rare sight to see an Ork armored column roll into war with not only trucks and battle wagons, but looted Leman Russ tanks, Rhino transports, Predator tanks, and stranger machines besides. Each improved, with bolted-on plates and slathered in barbarous paint and iconography. In longer campaigns, Bane blades, the remains of heavy Craftworld Aldari gravity tanks, and even the occasional Titan have been seen sporting the horned skull of the Death Skulls. Only the Evil Sons love fighting vehicles more. The Death Skulls adore modifying them and stealing the great war machines of anyone and everyone whenever possible. More than one foe has watched in horror as one of their own vehicles rumbled back into battle under Death Skull colors, its new owners jeering insults from the turrets. Once something is stolen, it is personalized to make ownership official. Most often that means painting it blue, the color they believe catches their god's eyes and wards off harm. Superstitious to the core, Death Skulls daub themselves in blue war paint, and some will paint themselves head to toe the night before battle. Blue is lucky. Blue draws the favor of Gork and Mork. Blue brings better fortune on the fields of plunder. With such a broad definition of property, it is little wonder the clan produces an inordinate number of ludas. And ludas from other clans are welcomed as brothers in arms. To most orcs, Death Skulls and ludas are near enough the same thing. A pack of thieving gits you'd best keep both eyes on. Ludas are compulsive scavengers with a weakness for large guns. They hunt the biggest and best they can carry, then badger mechs to cobble them into even bigger brutes. So heavy they must be braced across meaty shoulders. These death guns are among the deadliest weapons an orc can wield, roaring with bullets, blasts, and bolts as they tear the enemy to shreds. The Death Skull's knack for valuing junk and divining its use, paired with a natural technical bent, would make them preeminent orc engineers, were it not for their catastrophically short attention spans. Still, their ranks produce a great many mech boys. Among the Death Skulls, mechs hold high status. Canny builders who barge mountains of scraps and gubbins into tanks, buggies, guns, and all the war gear the clan adores. They are especially known for their wildly dangerous orc combi weapons, stitched together from mismatched armaments piled high in their workshops. The clan also teams with clever, enterprising Gretchen. As battlefield plunderers, and petty camp pilferers. They earn a sour reputation by selling dodgy gear. Cast-offs not good enough for the Death Skulls to keep. Superstitious and covetous in the extreme, Death Skulls trust in talismans and charms to twist fate in their favor. They have a habit of producing unexpected weapons, vehicles, and war machines at the perfect or most disastrous moment. The sudden appearance of some especially potent engine can turn the tide of a battle. Whether that's a cunning ruse or merely good fortune brought on by oceans of blue paint depend entirely on who is watching. The Death Skulls will even try to pilfer in the midst of combat, sometimes attempting to steal a particularly interesting weapon or vehicle without destroying it. Death Skull squads are often accompanied by weird boys, whose odd psychic gifts amplify the boys' brutal prowess up close. In the end, the Death Skulls are the cackling hyenas of orkdom. Painted blue, pockets bulging, engines roaring, ever ready to claim anything that's not nailed down, and a great many things that are. The Evil Sons clan live for speed. They careen across battlefields at breakneck pace, plowing through enemy ranks before skidding away to cause fresh carnage elsewhere. Among the most daring drivers and pilots in the galaxy, an experienced Evil Son at the stick or behind the wheel can match any Imperial Navy pilot or Astra Militarum tank ace. Natural pilots to their core, they are irresistibly drawn to anything fast and loud they can cram themselves into. Their attention spans are notoriously short, even for orcs, so they favor speed and clamor above all, forever in motion. Even when afoot, they are a red-wrapped riot of bellowing and laughter, fidgeting and brawling, high-strung energy forever seeking an outlet. In combat, they ricochet from target to target, running down infantry, ramming vehicles, smashing through fortifications. They wreak as much havoc as possible in one place, then wheel about and thunder off to another, spreading mechanized mayhem over the battlefield. They are among the more mechanically adept of the greenskins, especially with their beloved trucks, war buggies, and battle wagons. To Evil Sons, the thundering roar of engines, the whine of a screaming supercharger, clatter of tracks and squeal of tires is the sweetest music. The stench of burning fuel and scorched rubber is finer than any perfume to these adrenaline junkie Xenos. They are forever tinkering, bolting on bigger engines, bolting in bigger guns. Their love of speed draws most into the cult of speed, calling themselves speed freaks. Barnstorming drivers and pilots who crave seat-of-the-pants velocity, where the slightest mistake means certain death, usually quick, violent, and punctuated by a huge fireball. Though an Evil Son's force will include foot mobs, those infantry usually hoard their teeth until they can afford a ride of their own. War bosses of the clan typically have their vehicles painted red from grille to exhaust. The habit harks back to ritual days when orcs daubed their mounts in the foe's blood, a practice still kept by some of the older tribes. The evil sons never sit still for long, always hunting new victims and settlements for slaughter. Imperial commanders struggle to engage them on any terms but the orcs' own. For the clan's supercharged trucks, battle wagons, and war buggies can outmaneuver the Imperium's heavier armor with ease. They prefer to attack in vehicles, riding to war at maximum velocity on trucks, war bikes, and battle wagons. Their strikes are direct and savage, relying on raw, blistering speed rather than stealth or subtlety. They will often drive straight into the heart of an enemy formation, hoping to collapse it under the shock of unforeseen ferocity. These speed-mad orcs of the evil sons usually take the most direct path to their prey, preferably atop something very fast, hollering all the while. And if the first smash doesn't shatter the foe, they'll roar past, build speed, and come back screaming for another pass. In orc society, the traits that matter most are toughness, meanness, and savagery. Rise through the ranks, and all it takes is being big enough, hard enough, and ambitious enough to seize power. In a culture where might makes right, the mightiest are the great orcs of the Ork clan. They are the largest of the green-skinned clans, taller, broader, heavier, and unmatched in their savagery. The Goths are the archetypical orc, the brute conjured in the minds of the Astra Militarum officers, spoken of in the echoing halls of the Departamento Munitorum, and named by parents across the Imperium to frighten unruly children. Their size, ferocity, and ambition make them natural leaders among orcs, and their ranks include some of the most infamous and brutal war bosses in history. Brutes of great renown, most famously the prophet of the Great Wa, Gazkul Mag Uruk Thraka, have worn the Goths' black and white livery. Many of the galaxy's most successful smaller war bands are led by these ill-tempered bullies. Goths are stiff and humorless in the extreme, a trait that grates on their more easygoing green-skinned kin. Perhaps their defining hallmark, beyond their sour tempers, is sheer size. Goths are longer of arm and broader of shoulder than nearly any other orc. With that reach, and with immense strength and endurance, they outswing, outpunch, and outlast all but the toughest foes, Adeptus Astartes among them, making them terrifying brawlers and melee fighters. Cross-grained and casual in their brutality, Goths are always spoiling for a fight. Absent an enemy, they turn on each other or bait rival clans. In battle, they rely on infantry first and foremost, favoring an up-close personal style. They scorn the misdirection and subterfuge other clans sometimes employ, and, Gork and Mork forbid, sneaking through trees like cowards. In their creed of Wa, the proper way is the full frontal assault. Tear the enemy apart with tooth, claw, and choppa. Thus, the Goth's calling card is the huge snarling mob, and their armies tend to be larger and more homogeneous than those of other clans. They can manage decent battlefield strategy, but their tactics are devoid of subtlety and begin and end with the time-honored maneuver, screaming straight into the enemy guns. For such work, they favor the ubiquitous slugger, often with a bayonet or vicious melee attachment, and the heaviest, choppiest, wickedest choppas they can heft. They love a good explosion, and typically carry clutches of stick booms for trench lobbing and bunker clearing. Given their bull-headed doctrine and love of close quarters, most Goth forces are slugger boys and ard boys. They may ride in on trucks and dismount for the final charge, but more often they simply march to wherever the fight is. They are supported by the usual cohorts of weird boys, mech boys, runt herds, killicans, and the occasional death dread. Goth knobs often don mega armor, the better to smash straight into the thickest fighting. The Goths also boast the greatest numbers of knobs and storm boys of any clan. They are the most militaristic of all orcs. Every orc lives by war, but the Goths live only for battle. Their whelps indulge in dangerous rituals of strength, donning bull's head helms crowned with great horns, and charging like raging beasts. They slam together with a crack of horn on horn, head-butting until one yields, or until both are bludgeoned beyond rising. Brutally straightforward, the Goths are the biggest and most ferocious orcs, a ceaseless tide of green violence when they strike. To them, the only measure of a plan's worth is in its execution, namely, the execution of anyone foolish enough to stand before them. They surge across the field in vast, crushing waves of boys and knobs, all following their war boss. Strategy and tactics blur into one simple law. Whatever stands before them must be smashed. Any deviation from the Goth way earns derision, and a clobbering from the first Goth war boss to notice. War paint and tattoos are taboo among Goths. Instead, they display skull earrings, death's head pendants, metal studs, skull-shaped gorgets at the throat, and great nose rings. To the Goths, these are the outward marks of the inner orc's toughness, proof writ in iron and bone. Within wider orc culture, the Snakebites clan are branded as backward throwbacks, an accusation that says everything about their ways. They scorn complicated notions like making their own guns or vehicles, and put their faith in what they can trust. A sharpened bit of bone, a heavy stick, a keen-edged chopper. They go to war daubed in mud and crude war paint, the claws and teeth of slain beasts clacking at their throats, poorly cured skins creaking over weathered, beaten frames. Rugged living has made them tough as old boots, thick, leathery hides, and practices uncouth even by Orky standards. Among their many curious traditions, one stands out and gives the clan its name: the coming-of-age rite that uses live, venomous creatures. A young snakebite baits an extremely venomous serpent into biting him, then sucks the venom from the wound to prove his toughness. Bite by bite, handling venomous creatures as a matter of course, they build a natural immunity to all but the most potent toxins. They are seldom without a lethal serpent, arachnid, or other small beasts on their person when traveling from world to world. Insurance against a disappointing lack of venomous fauna at their destination. As far as a snakebite is concerned, snakes make the best pets. Obviously, the more aggressive, the better. Their reputation extends beyond venom handling. Snakebites are the finest breeders of grots and squigs among all the clans. Their runt herds raise the fiercest, toughest, most biddable stock, maintaining sprawling, pungent menageries that are a credit to the breeder's art. So great is their prowess that only the snakebites possess the skill and the secret feed to breed the terrible squigoth. In battle, these massive squigoths and ferocious grots prove invaluable, for the snakebites favor a fast, savage frontal assault backed by grots armed with crude melee weapons. Surprisingly, such swarming tactics serve them well against more technologically advanced foes. Many an Astra Militarum squad has vanished beneath an avalanche of frenzied orcs, snapping, hissing squigs, and frantically slashing grots. Often, the snakebites drive their orcoid beasts ahead, counting on squigs and even squigoths to overwhelm the enemy so their boys can close. Runt herds toil to keep the beasts and the clan's grots in line on the battlefield. In times of war, grots are thrust into the fray with crude weapons, man the batteries of big guns, and accompany the tribe's weird boys. Ironically, the more sophisticated weapons that fall into snakebite hands usually end up with the grots, left to figure out how they work, while the orcs themselves gather into especially large, surly mobs whose lack of shootas is more than compensated by an arsenal of heavy, blunt objects. Snakebites are extremely tough. They rely on innate resilience and the distraction of countless charging orcs, squigs, and grots to keep enemy fire from cutting them down as they surge towards the melee. Once they arrive up close, their sheer savagery usually carries the day. They are toughened by their strange initiation rites, bitten by poisonous snakes and sucking out the venom straight away they grow harder and harder over time. Of all the Ork clans, the snakebites remain closest to the wild, uncivilized state of their feral orc ancestors. They use and understand technology as well as any other orcs. Yet their inclination is to shun much that is sophisticated in favor of familiar ways. They are wanderers who rarely settle for long, staying on a planet only long enough to find a fight before moving on again. Imperial scholars speculate that this clan may be the last remnant of the original ancient orc culture before the greenskins ever met the wider galaxy. They came out of the outer dark with the silence of the deep, gray-armored phantoms whose jagged maws seemed to swallow the stars. To those who survived the Badab War, the Carcharodons were less a chapter than a legend writ in blood. Strangers to friend and foe alike, they returned from beyond the galaxy's farthest reaches and chose the loyalist cause, taking the Emperor's side against any who would defy his Imperium. Ask the archives who they are, and the archives fall silent. In open Imperial records, the Carcharodons leave no tracks, no recent rolls of honor, no catalog of campaigns. Worse, they are easily misnamed and misread, confused with obscure brethren whose sigils and sobriquets swim in the same waters. Void Reapers, Blood Sharks, and other lesser-known kin. Yet the truth survives in sealed places. Behind the Inquisition sigils lie ancient treaties that whisper of the chapter's beginning. The oldest of these fragments are gathered in the Mythos Angelica Mortis, a work of the Secretariat's Militum of Terra in the closing years of M35. There, amid oblique lines and broken context, a chapter is named Carcharodon Astra. The text speaks of their dispatch into the outer darkness upon an endless voyage to ravage the foes of mankind, and of a remit unbound to set about the traitor, the alien, and the renegade without mercy, and harrow them in their places of strength. That mythos, in turn, descends from an older source now lost, born of the shadowed centuries around the Astropath Wars of late M32 and early M33, an era so thoroughly purged that less remains of it than of the heresy or the Great Crusade. Other records change the name: Space Sharks and Low Gothic, Carcharodons, or Carcharodons Astra in High. Yet they agree on the bones of the thing, the same predatory iconography, the same cold method, the same bestial, calculated savagery at war. To this chapter, the Imperium entrusted a sacred unending duty. Range beyond the borders of man in the lightless interstellar night. Find the threats before they break into Imperial space, and break them first. What little more is known comes from those few Imperial servants, unlucky or blessed enough to meet them in the flesh. Explorators, rogue traders, wayfarers on the galaxy's edge. They bring back splinters of encounters, half-seen strikes in the void, and the aftermath of hunts. Beyond such fragments, in the scattered data vaults that hold them, only stories remain. Tales of sudden descents and red harvests scattered across the stars. They are loyalists of an unknown founding, whispered to be as ancient as the 2nd or as recent as the 23rd, and the alleged successors of the Raven Guard, though that is unconfirmed, with Corvus Corax cited as Primarch, which is also unconfirmed. They keep no successors of their own. Sources are unreliable, and so are the very names by which they are known, which are used as interchangeably in the chronicles of the Badab War, and earlier records all the same. Their chapter master is Shade Lord Tyberos, the Red Wake. Their allegiance is to the Imperium of man. Their colors are gray. Their war cry is silence, and their companies fight in an eerie, absolute hush. They are, and have always been, fleet-based, but not in the common crusading pattern. They follow the rarer nomad predation mode of war. Long, solitary hunts, far from charted lanes, striking where the void itself is their shield. Their fortress monastery is the battle barge Nikor. In the wake of Badab, with the tacketed ascent of the Firehawks, new masters over the Mantis Warriors' domains in the Endymion cluster, the Carcharodons were granted harvest rights across those feral and feudal worlds of the Maelstrom Zone. They ransacked the Mantis Warriors' hidden armories, took their tithes in flesh and steel, and vanished once more into the Ultima Segmentum's dark. Since the rending of the galaxy and the dawn of the Era Indomitus, they have been granted the Mantis Warriors' former homeworld of Uthika to hold and hone as they will. Some say Carcharodons is only a shard of their truer, older name, set in High Gothic as Carcharodons Astra. As for their age, Chapter and Imperial records alike claim that they have served the Void Father, or the Emperor, for 10 standard millennia. Yet this alone would not account for the weight of their myth. If anything, the mystery has deepened, growing darker with each blood price paid and each unheralded strike. Now, the very word Carcharodon conjures the black between the stars and the cold hunger that swims there. And when their pale shadows fall, death comes in silence. What little the Imperium knows of the Carcharodons paints a picture of a chapter unlike any other. Entirely fleet-based, they have no world to call their own, and so their structure and methods diverge sharply from the more conventional brotherhoods of the Adeptus Astartes. Isolation has shaped them. Their void ships are a mismatched flotilla, vessels of wildly differing design and origin. Some ancient beyond memory, others scavenged or seized, and then rebuilt by their artificers into forms barely resembling their original blueprints. The same holds true for their warriors. Battle brothers of the Carcharodons often march to war clad in relics of bygone millennia. Phobos R-017 pattern bolters, Mark V heresy era plate, and war gear spanning 10,000 years of Imperial history. These are not trophies, but necessities born of self-sufficiency. Each weapon reforged and re-sanctified countless times to serve again and again. Their organization, too, drifts far from the strictures of Guilliman's Codex. While observers report that they loosely follow the tactical doctrines laid down in that ancient tome, the structure of their command is their own. The chapter is divided into fully independent battle companies, each a war host unto itself. Every company carries with it an auxiliary of scouts to serve as its eyes and ears, and a corps of Terminator veterans who act as both executioners and the personal guard of their company master. Reserve companies, it seems, have no place in their order of war. Nor do they bear the neat symbols and insignia of other chapters. Instead, their warriors mark themselves with personal signs, totems, and savage primitivist etchings, glyphs more akin to tribal scars than the heraldry of the Codex. Whether these are marks of rank or oath, or of kill rights, remains unknown. For the Carcharodons are silent about their inner order, as they are merciless in battle. Yet, not all is alien to the Imperium's gaze. Chaplains and librarians walk among them much as they do in other chapters. Apothecaries and techmarines, however, are rarely seen in the field. It is believed they are kept aboard the fleet, their skills too vital to be risked outside the void arcs that carry the chapter's survival itself. Taken together, each Carcharodon company may number a little over 100 initiates, with an additional cadre of 2 to 3 dozen neophytes. But beyond these fragments, the chapter's true strength remains a secret. What can be confirmed is that beneath their savage reputation, the Carcharodons fight with a strict discipline in deployment, masters of sudden, overwhelming shock assaults, bearing more resemblance to the zealous Black Templars than to any of their supposed Raven Guard forebears. Within this strange order of battle exists ranks unknown to the wider Adeptus Astartes, though they echo familiar titles where others bear the title of Chapter Master. The Carcharodons' ruler is the Shade Lord. The title is ancient, once belonging to Arcus Fowl, an exiled Raven Guard commander during the Great Crusade. Its survival in the Void suggests that Fowl may have founded the chapter himself. In place of captains, the Carcharodons entrust each company to a company master. And an additional title that can be bestowed upon a company master is Reaper Prime. This role commands the red tithes, the bloody harvests, where populations are culled for chapter serfs and fresh aspirants. Harvester Prime is another burden upon a company master. The Harvester Prime oversees the Grey Tithes, expeditions into the Outer Dark to claim archaeotech and lost technology. These relics are traded with the Mechanicus in fulfillment of ancient oaths, keeping the chapter armed and supplied. The strike leader is the equivalent of a sergeant, and Void Brother is the title given to the Battle Brothers themselves. At the heart of every company is the Red Brethren, the chapter's Terminator elite. Ever armed and ever armored, their plate is etched with exile marks in crimson and adorned with predators' teeth, trophies of the endless hunt. Their role extends beyond that of veterans. They are bound to their company master, yet they answer as well to the Shade Lord's distant will. It is the Red Brethren who ensure that the hidden objectives of the chapter are fulfilled, even when decades of separation leave a company adrift in the void. In this way, each Carcharodon war host becomes a blade thrust into the darkness, autonomous, merciless, and yet ever tethered to the will of their Shade Lord, carrying out his edicts across the forgotten reaches of the galaxy. The Carcharodons endure in exile only through a ceaseless cycle of harvests, rites as old as their banishment into the void. Their ranks are never allowed to dwindle, though the cost of renewal is steep and written in blood. It is the charge of every Reaper Prime, beyond command of his company, to see the chapter supplied with new aspirants. This duty is fulfilled through the dreaded red tithes. When the edicts of exile grant permission, the gray-clad descend upon Imperial worlds. Populations vanish into the holds of their ships, swept away to feed the needs of the fleet. The vast majority of these captives find no glory in the gene forges. They are made into slaves, serfs, and laborers, souls pressed into endless toil to keep the nomad predation fleets alive in the long dark. Only a fraction, chosen for age and spirit, are put through the trials. Fewer still endure long enough to emerge as initiates of the 10th Company. The rest die broken, their remains consigned to the void. Even among the Adeptus Astartes, where death is the crucible of ascension, the Carcharodons' attrition is extreme. It is the inevitable legacy of their isolation and of the grim necessity that defines their way of war. But the Red Tithes are not their only recourse. In desperate times, when the war in the deeps bleeds them too heavily, the Carcharodons call upon an older, darker bargain, their pact with the Ashen Claws. Born from the 18th chapter of the Raven Guard, the Ashen Claws turned away during the Horus Heresy, disgusted by both Imperium and War Master alike. They became marauders and exiles, raising the Night Lords of Nostramo and then vanishing into shadow. The Imperium believes them long lost. Carcharodons know otherwise. Dealings with these renegades are perilous. War material is the coin, and flesh the prize. The Ashen Claw's master treats with contempt, mocking and provoking the emissaries sent by the Shade Lord, testing their restraint and seeking weakness. Only in the direst need, when their own red tithes cannot replenish the dead, do the Carcharodons risk such exchanges. For Adargatis, the Ashen Claw's domain, is a place where negotiation often ends in bloodshed. Just as the Reaper Prime harvests flesh, the Harvester Prime gathers steel. It is his duty to keep the chapter armed and supplied, scouring the lost worlds of the Outer Dark for relics of forgotten ages. These recoveries are known as Grey Tithes. Through ancient agreements with the priesthood of Mars, such treasures are bartered for weapons, armor, and vehicle, the lifeblood of the chapter's eternal hunt. Yet necessity makes mockery of oaths. In times of desperation, the Grey Tithes are not always delivered to the Mechanicus. Instead, they may be turned into bargaining chips with the Ashen Claws, pacts of iron and blood, forged in the shadows, trading ancient technology for the only resource rarer than Archaeotech, fresh flesh for the chapter's endless war. In the Badab War, the Carcharodons revealed their preferred art of war. Lightning strikes, sudden as a predator's bite. They scorned long sieges and drawn-out battles, preferring instead to descend with overwhelming speed, or creep in unseen until the moment of slaughter. To the untrained eye, their assaults seemed mindless, a frenzy of bloodshed without order or plan. Survivors, few as they were, often spoke of berserkers loosed without restraint. But this is a deception. Their fury conceals a brutal efficiency. The Carcharodons' methods are simple, reliable, and devastating. Armored vehicles they know well, but these are not the heart of their arsenal. Their true strength lies in their heavy infantry. great masses of mobile Astartes who crash upon the enemy like a tidal wave of ceramite and teeth. Always, they prefer to be the aggressor, never the defender. Their hunts begin with the scouts, neophytes, land speeders, bike squads, all probing for weakness. Once the prey's vitals are exposed, the Carcharodons fall upon them without warning. No bombardments herald their coming. No armored columns grind forward. Only silence. Then, the sudden roar of drop pods, the shriek of thunderhawks, or the thunderclap of massed teleportation. Battle line squads, close support brethren, and Terminator elites all descend together, smashing through the chosen point. If their assault is blunted, they vanish. Withdrawals are executed with the same suddenness as their attack, fading into the void before the foe can rally. Then, with cold patience, they strike again at a softer place. This cycle continues until the prey breaks. And then, Carcharodons dig deep, tearing into the rear lines, the supply, the heart. At close range, they are the most terrible. Bolters pressed to flesh, chain swords gnashing, blades sawing through armor and bone alike. Most disturbing of all, their killing is conducted in silence. Orders pass only through encrypted voxlings. No war cries, no victory shouts, no roars of challenge. Only the sound of bolters barking and flesh rending. To witness such carnage enacted without a word is to feel the abyss staring back. In the void, their savagery is no less inventive. In boarding actions, the Carcharodons wield ancient weapons of terror, the Ursus claws. These monstrous harpoons, each the size of a frigate, drive into the enemy hulls, locking in place with magnetic bite. Then, on chains as thick as towers, the prey is dragged inexorably toward the waiting jaws of the Carcharodons' warships. Once within reach, the gray-armored Astartes pour into the ruptured vessels, and the real butchery begins. It is a tactic first birthed by the World Eaters in the Great Crusade, and one the Charodons still perfect. Despite their long exile, the Carcharodons are fiercely loyal to the Imperium. More than that, they are devout. Many carrying prayer scrolls etched into their armor, and they honor shrines and temples wherever they find them. To them, the Emperor is not only the master of mankind, but Rangu, the Void Father, sire of their forgotten one, their unknown Primarch. Like them, his watch was eternal, a beacon against the dark. Their creed is ancient, older than the modern imperial cult. They remember him not as a distant godhead, but as the living giant who once walked among men. Terra itself, to them, is not bureaucracy or dogma. It is holy earth, primal and sacred. It is this faith that has bound them through 10,000 years of exile, where none expected them to endure. Their culture is steeped in primitivist symbolism. Armor is carved and inked with scrimshaw talismans. Jagged maws, skulls, ocean predators, rendered in stark, looping lines. Their war gear is sacred, never to be touched by serf or lower-ranked brother. This taboo is called taboo, and to break it is unthinkable. Yet, for all their piety, they are merciless. No surrender is accepted, no quarter granted. To them, the galaxy is divided into two absolutes: ally or foe. Any who stand against the Imperium, Xenos, heretic, or misguided human, are annihilated without hesitation. Their ferocity eclipses even the youngest blood claws of Fenris. Their slaughter so absolute that merciless seems too faint a word. The Carcharodons have no homeworld. Like the Black Templars, they are a chapter of the fleet, forever voyaging. But unlike the Templars, they do not crusade along the Emperor's highways. Their way is rarer still, the nomad predation pattern. In this mode, a fleet is its own world, self-sustaining and self-repairing, prowling beyond the Imperium's light. Every ship must serve in battle, as well as support, for weakness cannot be tolerated. The fleet strikes only when it's sure, descending upon prey with sudden violence, stripping what it needs: resources, recruits, relics, and then vanishing before retaliation can come. It is here that the red tithes take their shape. Survivors of their assaults, if human and untainted, are called for potential initiates, stripped of memory and loyalty through brutal conditioning. They are reforged into scouts of the 10th Company. For a decade or more, they fight, gathering exile marks, tattoos spiraling over pale skin, earned in blood. When the time comes, their number is burned away, and they emerge reborn as Void Brothers, clad in power armor, their old names forgotten, replaced with their true Void names. The true sire of the Carcharodons is a question wrapped in silence and mystery. Only a single gene seed extraction has ever been recorded, from a fallen warrior recovered by the Death Watch. That apothecary reported the organs untainted, though marked by long genetic degradation. More telling were the traces of Ravengard lineage, rare markers that align with the pale skin and black eyes seen among many of the chapter's eldest. Whether Corvus Corax is their Primarch cannot be proven, but the evidence is strong. 10 millennia of drift, however, have made them something else entirely. Their gene seed still molds their appearance. Pallid flesh, deathly in hue, and in the eldest, eyes of pure black, sclera and iris alike drowned in shadow. To endure the endless void, most Carcharodons sleep in cryotanks between campaigns. Their Sosan membranes allow them to weather the cold nothingness of interstellar gulfs. The younger brothers rely on this hibernation most. The elder seldom rest at all. Among them, there are whispers of ancients who have not closed their eyes in centuries. Like all Astartes, the Carcharodons carry a flaw in their blood. Theirs is called the chill of the void, a curse that deepens their isolation and sharpens their savagery. It manifests in stages. Stage 1, coldly formal. The afflicted withdraws even from his brothers, speaking with icy distance, often in high Gothic alone. Stage 2, merciless. He grants no quarter, executing all enemies without hesitation, whether they bear arms, surrender, or hold vital knowledge. None are spared. Stage 3, silent as the depths. At last, he withdraws entirely, refusing leadership, fighting alone, as wordless as the void itself. This curse amplifies what they already are: taciturn, merciless, and silent predators. To face a Carcharodon at the edge of this abyss is to face death without pity and silence without end. The Space Marine Legions were the Emperor's greatest creation. Transhuman warriors forged to help him conquer the galaxy and reunite humanity's scattered colonies after the Age of Strife. Among them stood the 9th Legion, the Blood Angels, who from their earliest days fought with devotion to both their Emperor and their Primarch. These legions were born from the ashes of old night. The Emperor had already united Terra in the brutal unification wars, but his ambitions reached far beyond a single world, or even a single star system. He sought nothing less than the reunification of all humanity, to gather every lost and sundered realm beneath a single beneficent rule. To achieve this, he required an army the galaxy had never seen before, an army bred for loyalty, hardened for unending war. Thus, the Space Marines were made. Long had the Emperor mastered the genetic arts, and in the secret laboratories beneath the Himalayan mountains, he set about his grandest work. There, he forged 20 superhuman generals, Primarchs, each designed to embody an aspect of war itself. They would stand as his sons in councils, second only to him in might. Yet before the work was complete, the ruinous power struck. The Primarchs were torn from Terra, scattered across the galaxy by the warp. Though the Emperor's protections prevented their destruction, chaos had marked them, twisting even his most perfect designs. One such child was Sanguinius. His capsule fell to Ball Secundus, a poisoned moon of the irradiated Ball system, at the place now called Angel's Fall. There, he was found by a wandering human tribe known as the Folk of Pure Blood, or simply the Blood. Chaos had touched him in the womb, gifting him with wings, fragile and vestigial at first, angelic in appearance. Some in the tribe wished to slay him as a mutant, yet compassion prevailed, and the infant was spared. Sanguinius grew swiftly in body and spirit. His soul was pure, his presence radiant, his very being a source of hope to those around him. In time, the tribes told parables and psalms of his youth, preserved by Blood Angels librarians in sacred shrines for millennia. From infancy, his growth was prodigious. After only 3 weeks, he stood as a toddler, walking and fearless. Legends say that at this age, he slew a giant fire scorpion with his bare hands. Within a single Terran year, he appeared a grown man in his prime, walking bare-skinned through Ball's irradiated deserts, excelling in every weapon, smashing rock with his hands, and soaring aloft on mighty wings. Under his guidance, his tribe prospered. When feral mutant hordes struck, he destroyed them alone, his angelic wrath terrifying to behold. In those moments of blood rage, a nimbus of light crowned his head, and his fury was unstoppable. Soon, he rose to become the leader of all pure blood tribes, uniting them against the mutant tide that threatened their survival. In time, humanity clawed back a fragile civilization upon the wastes of Ball Secundus, guided by Sanguinius's hand. To his people, he was no longer just a savior. He was a full-on god. Though robbed of his sons, the Emperor pressed on. Using the gene material left behind, he fashioned the Space Marine legions, the armies he had always meant his Primarchs to lead. With them, he launched the Great Crusade, beginning in 798 M30, and humanity's enemies fell one after another. Aliens, tyrants, and even demons could not withstand the relentless might of the legions. As the crusade advanced, the Emperor searched for his lost sons. In 843 M30, his psychic senses led him to Baal. He arrived at the Conclave of the Blood, an amphitheater carved from Mount Seraph, where thousands gathered to hear Sanguinius speak. Clad in gold, the Emperor stood among them, not as a god, but as one listener among many. Sanguinius's words lifted the hearts of his people, his voice and wings carrying them to rapture. When he soared into the air, the Emperor knew this radiant being could be none other than his son. Unlike some Primarchs, who met their father with suspicion or defiance, Sanguinius recognized him instantly. Perhaps it was his gift of foresight, but he fell to his knees in tears, and where they struck the crimson earth, alabaster flowers bloomed in the toxic soil. The Emperor bade him rise, and saw in the ball lights the nobility and strength that mirrored their leader. From that moment, the Blood Angels were born anew. The Emperor took Sanguinius's warriors and implanted them with his gene seed, raising them into the 9th Legion. Together, with the Terranborn of the Legion, they marched forth under their Primarch's banner. Those left behind on Baal were tasked with guarding humanity's foothold there and ensuring future generations of aspirants carried on the Angel's legacy. To this day, the Blood Angels still recruit from Baal's moons. Sanguinius himself was the noblest of the Primarchs. His artificer armor gleamed with intricate goldwork and etchings, across which a cloak of black dappled Carcharodon fur lay draped, the pelt of his first great kill. Burned beside his legion at Teghar Pentaris. Upon his chest burned a jewel wrought in ruby, carved into the shape of a heart amid golden flames, symbol of his spirit and his son's devotion. Above it, 4 discs of ruby represented the Legion's birth worlds: Terra, Baal, and her twin moons. Yet more striking than any armor were his wings. Vast pinions, white as swan feathers, yet strong as the Imperial Aquila, that bore him aloft in battle and in glory. Radiant, resolute, and filled with unshakable confidence, he banished doubt and fear wherever he strode. To his warriors, to his people, and even to the Emperor himself, Sanguinius was the angel, beloved, eternal, and destined to inspire the Blood Angels for all time. But the Primarchs were not merely warriors. They were commanders of unmatched brilliance, leaders whose presence multiplied the strength of their Space Marine legions 100-fold. Under their direction, the Great Crusade surged forward like a tidal wave of conquest. New campaigns flared open across the galaxy, and worlds long lost to old night were reclaimed by the thousand. Through it all, the Blood Angels marched at the Emperor's side, with their Primarch Sanguinius standing ever close to his golden throne. They served as his honor guard, both shield and sword, and soon the Ninth Legion's fiery nature earned them renown as devastating shock troops. Their reputation drew comparison and rivalry with the World Eaters, whose own nature was to unleash unbridled fury. Yet the Blood Angels were never as frenzied as their cousins, for Sanguinius's wisdom tempered their bloodlust, turning their fury into disciplined, surgical violence. Over decades of war, Sanguinius grew close to his brothers. Among them, Horus, Leman Russ, and Jagatai Khan were his kindred in spirit. In their legions, the Luna Wolves, Space Wolves, and White Scars fought alongside the Blood Angels often, forging bonds of blood and trust. Many called Sanguinius the noblest of the Primarchs, and he was ever welcome in the Emperor's inner council. Even Horus, the War Master himself, admitted, if only to himself, that there was a purity in Sanguinius that he could never equal. The angel carried a unity with their father that no other son could touch. Where other Primarchs pursued the crusade for glory, for the joy of battle, Sanguinius fought for something greater, the peace and prosperity he believed would follow. His vision mirrored the Emperor's own, a humanity united under the promise of a golden age. But that promise would never be fulfilled. As more Primarchs were discovered, the Emperor's burden grew heavier. His time was split, his focus divided. Increasingly, he turned to Horus, his most trusted son, to oversee the crusade. Horus excelled in the role, earning the loyalty of his brothers, the admiration of their legions. The high water mark of this age came at Ullanor. There, the Imperium launched a vast assault against the Ork Empire of the warlord Urlach Uruk. The final battle for Ullanor Prime was waged with overwhelming might. 100,000 Space Marines, 8 million Imperial Army troops, 100 Titans of the Legio Mortis, and 600 warships of the Armada Imperialis. Victory was absolute, and the Ork Empire shattered beyond repair. In the wake of that triumph, the Emperor elevated Horus above all others, granting him the title of Imperial War Master and command over the entirety of the Great Crusade. At the triumph at Ullanor, beneath banners of victory, the Emperor honored his chosen son. Then he departed, returning to Terra to begin a secretive labor, the construction of the Imperial Webway project. It was meant to connect the Imperium through hidden paths, free from the warp's corruption, binding humanity closer than ever before. But the Emperor revealed nothing of his purpose to his sons. His absence weighed heavily. Many of the Primarchs felt abandoned, wounded that their father had left them to continue his vision, while he pursued mysteries in silence. In those doubts and resentments, the seeds of ruin were sown. When Horus was struck down and corrupted by the gods of chaos on the plague moon of Davin, the betrayal that followed shook the Imperium to its foundations. He plotted rebellion, dreaming of overthrowing the Emperor himself and seizing the throne of mankind. Thus began the Horus heresy, the darkest age of the Imperium. And in that storm of treachery and blood, the Blood Angels stood unwavering. Where so many faltered, they remained loyal, holding fast to the Emperor's side as the galaxy tore itself apart. The Horus heresy struck the Blood Angels harder and left scars deeper than upon any of the Emperor's other loyal sons. For them, the dream of the Great Crusade, the promise of unity and peace, and the Emperor's golden vision ended in tragedy more bitter than most could endure. Horus, War Master of the Imperium, once the Emperor's most beloved son, turned to chaos. His betrayal was so profound that even 10 millennia later, the Imperium still bleeds from the wound. One by one, Horus bent or broke his brothers, turning them against their father, until after 9 years of war, the galaxy itself seemed aflame. At last, he hurled his traitor legions against the Imperial Palace on Terra, pitting Astartes against Astartes, brother against brother. The walls of the palace groaned under the onslaught, and the dark gods whispered triumph, for Horus had bartered away his soul for their power. Before his fall, Horus and Sanguinius were closer than any two Primarchs, fighting countless wars at one another's side. Their bond was so strong, it sparked jealousy in others. Yet Horus knew something none of their brothers did, a secret Sanguinius had carried for decades. On Melchior, during a xenocidal campaign, Horus had stumbled upon Sanguinius in the depths of a ruined alien chapel, just as the angel struck down one of his own sons. Confused and horrified, Horus demanded to know why. Sanguinius confessed. Within his blood ran a flaw, a buried genetic curse, one that could one day awaken and consume both him and his legion. This curse would become known as the Red Thirst. Only a handful shared the full truth. Ascalon, First Captain Raldoron, the Master Apothecary of Baal, and a few others. Together, they labored to contain the affliction. Horus, moved by his brother's trust, swore he would never reveal the secret, not even to the Emperor. He vowed to help Sanguinius find a cure, no matter how long it took. The vow would be twisted into a weapon when Horus, corrupted by chaos, turned the knowledge of the flaw against the Blood Angels. In time, Horus found a way to exploit that curse. Masking betrayal with duty, he ordered the Ninth Legion to cleanse the Cygnus Cluster, a system of 7 worlds and 15 moons of Xenos. To Sanguinius, this was simply another crusade. In truth, it was a trap. The Cygnus Cluster was no longer a mortal realm, but a hell of demon worlds, ruled by Kyrus the Perverse, a greater demon of Slanesh. When the Blood Angels arrived, the warp itself struck out. Their navigators and astropaths were crippled or killed in this first psychic onslaught. Kyrus revealed himself in mocking grandeur, daring Sanguinius to take back the system from him. With no choice, the Blood Angels descended into battle. On Cygnus Prime, the angel led his sons through demonic hordes and screaming cultists, his wings bright amidst the storm of blood. In the Cathedral of the Mark, he confronted not Kyrus, but Karbanda, the greater demon of Khorne, one of the Blood God's most infamous champions. The monster mocked him, revealing Horus's betrayal, and the two clashed. At first, Sanguinius fought like a tempest, piercing Karbanda's chest with his blade. But the demon's whip crushed the angel's legs. His axe hurled him to the ground. In fury, Karbanda slaughtered 500 Blood Angels in a single sweep of his weapon. The psychic shock of their deaths broke Sanguinius's mind, casting him into unconsciousness. Driven mad with grief and fury, the sons of Baal hurled themselves into the demonic tide, destroying everything before them. They banished Kyrus, shattered Karbanda's armies, and tore Cygnus Prime free of chaos. Sanguinius, though wounded, healed swiftly, as all Primarchs did. But he swore vengeance on Karbanda, and when Rogaldorn's call came for aid in Terra's defense, the angel and his legion made haste. He now understood more clearly than most the true depth of Horus's treachery. The Blood Angels sought Terra, but the warp was in chaos, the ruin storm raging. Their navigators reached instead for the brightest psychic beacon they could find, believing it to be the Astronomicon. It was not. They emerged instead in Ultramar, drawn by the light of the Pharos on Sotha. Their arrival was no accident, but guided by the beacon itself. There, amidst the shining cobalt fleets of the 13th Legion, Sanguinius was welcomed by his brother Rebute Gilliman. The angel had not reached Terra, but he had reached Sanctuary, and in the realm of Ultramar, a new chapter of the heresy awaited. The ruin storm split the Imperium in two, severing light from light. In Ultramar, the Astronomicon was lost to the Tempest, and for several Terran years, no word came of the Emperor. Rebute Gilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, refused to let the great work die. He proclaimed a bulwark against the dark, Imperium Secundus, a realm to continue the war against the traitors and safeguard humanity's flame. When the Blood Angels emerged from the nightmare of Cygnus and reached Ultramar by the beacon of Sotha's Pharos, Gilliman named Sanguinius rightful heir to the Emperor and Imperator Regis of this second Imperium. Soon, the Dark Angels arrived as well, likewise guided by the Pharos. Lionel Johnson was made Lord Protector, master of all the realm's armies, a title in all but name equal of War Master. The Foundation was stained at once. Conrad Kurz, the Night Haunter, had stowed away within the Dark Angel's flagship the Invincible Reason. He slipped its hold and unleashed terror across Macragge, sowing chaos for its own sake. Cornered at last, Kurz sprang a trap. Explosives brought down an entire chapel on both Gilliman and the Lion. They survived only through the sudden intervention of warsmith Barbarous Dantioch of the Loyalist Iron Warriors, who, linked by the Pharaohs, reached through its portal and pulled the Primarchs to safety across the galaxy to Sotha. For 2 Terran years, the Lion hunted Kurz while he and Guilliman clashed over the governance of Imperium Secundus. Security, dissent, and the rebels on Macragge, whom the Lion swore were Kurz's pawns. When a suicide bombing struck an Astartes convoy, the Lion imposed martial law with the First Legion. Convinced Kurz hid within Illyrium, he argued for an orbital saturation bombardment. Sanguinius and Guilliman refused to countenance such civilian losses. The Lion loosed the Dreadwing instead. At Alma Mons, the Lion finally met Kurz in brutal combat, and he won. When he demanded to know why his brother had turned from the Emperor, Kurz answered only, "Why not?" A monster in his mind, he said, that he could not stop. Unable to kill him, the Lion broke Kurz's spine across his knee and delivered the paralyzed Night Haunter to Sanguinius and Guilliman for judgment. At the Triumvirate, Kurz refused guilt. He claimed purpose, each Primarch an instrument, and he the embodiment of terror. He had only done what he was made to do. He then drove a wedge deeper, accusing the Lion of ordering orbital strikes in defiance of Guilliman's command. Rage flared. The Lion moved to kill Kurz, but Sanguinius's words stayed his hand. Guilliman, furious at the betrayal, seized the Lion sword and snapped it across his armored thigh. Sanguinius dismissed L. Johnson from the chamber and dissolved the Triumvirate. For violating the directive to spare civilians, the Lion was banished from Imperium Secundus. Within hours, the Dark Angels withdrew from Macragge. Brooding aboard the Invincible Reason, L. Johnson questioned decades of choices. As the fleet prepared to depart for Caliban, he returned to the chamber of the Tolchoka engine and ordered it to teleport him and Deathwing Lieutenant Holguin back to Macragge. Sanguinius was poised to execute Kurz when the Lion and Holguin appeared in a burst of translation. Troops rushed in. The Lion bade them stand down and spoke. Kurz foresaw his own death, he said, at the hands of an assassin sent by the Emperor. If true, the Emperor yet lived. Sanguinius recognized the weight of that claim, as he had had visions of his own, of death at Horus's hand. When Guilliman asked Kurz's fate, the Lion knelt and swore to be his jailer. The Blood Angel's finest hour came in the heresy's last act, the Battle of Terra. Many loyalist legions were delayed or scattered by the traitor's designs, but Rogel Dorn and the Imperial Fists had prepared the world as best they could. Jagatai Khan and the White Scars broke through to join the defense, despite a strangely ineffectual Alpha Legion strike. The Blood Angels also made the perilous jump, one of only 2 legions to reach Terra before the full storm of the traitor host. 3 Titan legions stood with them, and close to 2 million soldiers of the Imperial army. It was not enough. The palace shook. The Emperor could not stride the walls. Still, the Blood Angels held, shoulder to shoulder, with the Imperial Fists, Custodians, and Imperial Army, their Primarch a blazing figure in the sanctified glass of the Sanctus Praetoria Imperator, battling demons whose whispers could unmake the will of 1,000 heroes. At the Eternity Wall spaceport, they bled in their hundreds, yet held firm. And before the Eternity Gate itself, Ka'Banda returned to settle the debt of Cygnus. The Bloodthirster hurled Sanguinius to the stones and raised a killing blow. The angel rose instead, seized demon wrist and ankle, lifted and snapped the monster's spine across his knee. He hurled the broken behemoth back into its hoard and slammed the gate, buying the inner palace a reprieve. Still, the fall of Terra seemed inevitable. In triumph, Horus grew careless. From the bridge of the vengeful spirit, he lowered his psychic wards and void shields, daring the Emperor to come. The trap was laid. The Emperor sprang it. He teleported aboard with Sanguinius, Rogel Dorn, Custodians, Fists, and Blood Angels at his side. Sanguinius had long foreseen his fate, and yet he went without hesitation. The demon-racked corridors parted them. Alone, legends say, Sanguinius was brought before Horus. The arch-traitor offered him one chance to renounce the Emperor and join Chaos's victory. The angel refused. Wounded from the gate, battered by war, he attacked anyway. But he could not prevail. Horus, swollen with the power of all 4 dark gods, slew him with malice so profound its psychic echo burned through space and time, searing itself into the souls of every blood angel yet to be born. That sacrifice bought a heartbeat. When the Emperor reached the sanctum, he found Horus above Sanguinius's broken body. What followed is told 100 ways, but one truth endures. The Emperor could not have felled Horus had Sanguinius's blade not first made a breach in the War Master's armor. The Emperor triumphed, but was mortally wounded. The echo of the angel's torment endures. Across 10 millennia his sons still hear it, still see the last moments of his life. And in that moment, in that vision, are driven to madness and fury. Thus the blood angels came to bear their twin blood curses, the red thirst and the black rage. The galaxy was forever changed in the wake of Horus's defeat. The Emperor of mankind, once the towering champion of humanity, would never again stride to war. His broken form was interred upon the golden throne, sustained only by the life-giving machinery that now kept him from death. From that moment on, the burden of rebuilding the Imperium and driving back the last remnants of the traitor legions fell to his surviving sons, Primarchs such as Rogel Dorn and Rebute Guilliman. It was Guilliman whose hand would leave the greatest mark upon the Blood Angels in the years that followed. From his mind came the Codex Astartes, the great treatise that restructured the Space Marines forever. Guilliman decreed that never again should any one man hold command of an entire legion, for no mortal or even Primarch could be trusted with such devastating power. To ensure this, he demanded the legions be broken into smaller chapters of no more than 100,000 each an autonomous brotherhood. The edict struck like a blade through the legions. Many Primarchs rallied against it, seeing insult and distrust in Guilliman's decree. In that raw and dangerous time, when every wound was still fresh and suspicion lay heavy upon all, the Codex threatened to ignite another civil war. But Guilliman's will could not be denied. One by one, the Loyalist legions bent to his vision, and the age of the great legions ended. In their place rose the chapters of the Adeptus Astartes. For the Blood Angels, this was a cruel double wound. They had already lost their father, Sanguinius, to Horus's hand upon the vengeful spirit. Now, before they could grieve or replenish their terrible losses at Terra, their brotherhood was to be sundered. Worse still, within their ranks, the first stirrings of the flaw were awakened. The horrors of Cygnus Prime and the demons of Khorne and Slanesh had left deep scars upon their bodies and souls. When Sanguinius fell at Horus's hand, the psychic echo of his death reverberated through every one of his sons, branding them with a curse that could never be undone. From that moment, the red thirst stirred restlessly within them, and the black rage, visions of their Primarch's final sacrifice, tore at their minds. Though the heresy had ended, for the Blood Angels, their greatest trial had only just begun. Yet, even in grief, they'd endure. In the second founding, the shattered Ninth Legion was gathered beneath the council of Ascalon, the last survivor of the Sanguinary Guard. Accounts differ in detail, but all agree that it was Ascalon's wisdom that guided the sons of Sanguinius through this dark hour. Under his guidance, the survivors of the Legion were divided into a smaller number of chapters, each led by a champion of the Blood Angels. The successors carried forth the traditions and rites of the Ninth Legion, reshaped into new brotherhoods that bore fitting names. Among them was Nasir Amit, the vengeful warrior known as the Flesh Terror. As chapter master of his newly formed brotherhood, Amit hurled his warriors into a blood-soaked crusade against the traitor remnants. Even in those first years, their relentless savagery carved out a reputation that would define and haunt the Flesh Terrors ever after. When the Loyalists withdrew from Horus's dying flagship, they bore with them the body of Sanguinius. His sons carried him back to Baal, and there, beneath their grand chapel, they raised a tomb. Angelic effigies towered above its gates, eternal guardians watching over the great angel in death as in life. Nearly 10 millennia had passed since that day, yet Sanguinius remains one of the most venerated figures of the Imperium. His sacrifice, which brought the Emperor the chance to defeat the arch-traitor, made him a saint in all but name. The common citizenry revere him as humanity's angelic protector, and chapels to Sanguinius stand beside the temples of the Emperor himself. His name is celebrated in the feast of the Sanguinala, when adepts across the Imperium wear the red badge of the angel upon their breast, in solemn remembrance of his sacrifice. But for all the reverence, the sons of Sanguinius carry a darker legacy. To this day, the Blood Angels and their successors are both feared and mistrusted, haunted by the horror of ancient events, and driven by a secret thirst that cannot be quenched and must never be revealed. To face the Necrons in battle is to stand against death incarnate. It is to know the terror of annihilation at the hands of beings who should be long rotted in their graves. The Necrons' enemies see implacable android revenants rise from their crypts or step from amidst flickering witch lights to destroy all before them. In return, the Necrons see only vermin, interlopers, and savages that must be eradicated in order for their mighty dynasties of old to rise again. Once, 60 million years ago, the Necrons' armies might have achieved their galactic conquest with singular efficiency. Yet, aeons of slumber and cold stasis have seen madness creep into the minds of their noble masters, as the stately dance of the stars themselves has scattered and ravaged their worlds. What arises now to reclaim the galaxy is an altogether more twisted race, scattered, factionalized, and riven by an insanity that has transformed many of their number into walking nightmares. The Necrons of the 41st millennium are a dark reflection of their faded glories. Yet, they are no less deadly for all this. In monstrosity and madness, the Necrons are rendered more terrible than ever before. In search of immortality, the Necrons are feared across the Imperium and beyond as a race of seemingly immortal android warriors. Dark rumors circulate of ancient tomb complexes rising from beneath the surfaces of settled worlds, of ominous invasion fleets sweeping down from on high, and of inexorable armies crushing all beneath their metallic tread. Yet, the Necrons were not always thus. Most of the galaxy's sentient races know the Necrons only as the terrifying beings they are now. Indeed, it took the Imperium of mankind many centuries to even recognize them as a coherent Xenos race. The Necrons' ruling nobility were clearly seen to be sentient and ferociously intelligent. However, few amongst them had made any efforts to elaborate upon their origins or motivations to what they consider to be the lesser races. They have simply exterminated them. Yet hints exist even now, in deeply buried xenoarchaeological remnants, in the long memories and hidden lore of the Eldari, and in commonalities of primitive artwork and tribal mythologies, of a race very different to the Necrons known and feared in the 41st millennium. Once, the legends suggest, The Necrons were a flesh and blood race known as the Necron tier. Short-lived and warlike, these beings were obsessed with death, and for all their wondrous technologies and star-spanning empire, were in fact quarrelsome and fractious. Legends tell that, desperate to unite their people, the Necrons' rulers began a war with the beings known as the Old Ones. It was a war over the secrets of immortality, and also a war that the Necron tier could never win. If cogent details of this war in heaven still exist, they do so only in the memories of the Necrons themselves. However, Eldari lore suggests that the Old Ones were the creators of the Webway, the arterial network of ethereal tunnels that still spans the interstices between the warp and real space. Using the Webway, the Old Ones drove the Necron tier back on every front. It was in the Necron tier's darkest hour, during the reign of Zarek, last of the Silent Kings, that the Catan, those called the Yingir, came before the Necron tier with an offer of aid. The legends speak of ancient star gods, beings formed from the fundamental energies of the universe, who offered Zarek and his people all they had ever desired: power and immortality. All it would cost was for the Necron tier to ally themselves with the Catan to destroy the hated Old Ones forever. Zarek deliberated long, but in the end he accepted the offer. In doing so, he damned his entire race. Fragments of lore describe what followed. The nightmare process of biotransference that placed the minds of the Necron tier into living metal bodies and transformed them into the Necrons. The price was their souls, devoured by the leering Catan, and for all those but the ruling castes, the obliteration of almost all personality and free will. No more would the Necrons war and politic with one another, for their wills were bound to Zarek's control through cast iron command protocols. Yet the cost of this unity had been monstrous indeed. The legends continue, scattered fragments telling of the defeat of the Old Ones and of how, in the moment when the Catan were at their weakest following the Titanic conflict, the Necrons took their revenge and shattered the duplicitous star gods. They describe how Zarek saw that his people's time was done, for they could not face the Old Ones' vengeful servants, the Eldari chief amongst them. It is said that the Silent King commanded his people to inter themselves within the stasis crypts of their tomb cities, there to sleep out the aeons until they could rise again to conquer all. Finally, destroying his command protocols and freeing his race, Zarek took his ship into the intergalactic void to seek whatever solace he might amongst the empty darkness. The Necrons have slept for 60 million years, if the Eldari Book of Mournful Night is to be believed. Now they are waking at last, rising up to take back what was once theirs, and the galaxy trembles before them. The technologies that facilitated the Great Sleep were so far beyond human comprehension that they might as well have been sorcery. Hyper-intelligent master programs and legions of canoptic slave constructs watched over the Necron tombs as the ages crept past. Despite all this, manifold disasters beset the slumbering Xenos. Some tomb worlds were plundered by lesser races, or purposely purged by vengeful Eldari. Others faced cascaded failures in their stasis crypts, were obliterated by stellar catastrophe or comet strike, or endured such violent tectonic shifts that entire tombs were flooded with molten lava. Even those worlds that survived ended up far from their original positions, scattering the dynastic territories of old and leaving the Necrons fragmented and factionalized. The chronostats of many tomb worlds slipped due to mechanical failure or empiric distortion. Thus, rather than rising up as one across the galaxy, the Necrons have awoken piecemeal. Some emerged from stasis during the days of the Emperor's Great Crusade, while many others slumber still. Nor have the Necrons themselves come through the process unchanged. Corruption has crept into the minds of many, either during the passing ages or while enduring the slow and unsettling process of revivication. Nihilistic madness or mindless stupor claim some, while the personality engrams of others have been distorted by countless subtle derangements. For all this, many billions of Necrons have already awoken, and trillions more stir. Their noble leaders might, in many cases, be mad, but they have lost none of their arrogant sense of superiority, nor their desire for conquest. Every overlord and pharaoh has their own agenda, be it to stockpile and fortify, to raid and destabilize, to send forth imperious envoys, or to begin omnicidal purges of non-Necron life. To other races, the Necron's behavior seems random to the point of insanity. Yet in truth, most are working towards the same core goals: reconquer the stars they once ruled, and restore to glory whichever dynasty they once belonged to. Most Necron nobles are still traditionalists, cleaving to ancient social and martial forms. They impose rigid hierarchies on their underlings and order and deploy their legions in accordance with, or defiance of, the codes of the Triarch that once covered them all. Most importantly, they still fight for their ancient dynasties. Sawtek, Mephirit, Nyalok, and Ogdebek, these and countless other dynasties make up the splintered Necron race. All are technically united in subservience to the rule of the Silent King. In truth, many believe themselves as far above their rival dynasties as all Necrons believe their species above the lesser races. Dynasties are as likely to fall into conflict as to ally. And and countless smaller dynasties have been subsumed into the territories of larger and more powerful conquerors. For all this, more Necrons awaken all the time. As their numbers grow, so too do the dire threats they pose to the galaxy. Now Zarek, last of the Silent Kings, has returned and seeks to unite his people in galactic conquest again. Whispers precede him of a diabolical plan to negate the galaxy-ending threat of chaos and subjugate the lesser races once and for all. With his enemies locked in a war of mutual annihilation, and more Necrons rallying to his banner by the day, it may be already too late for any to stop him. The relentless march. Upon countless battlefronts across the galaxy, Necron armies are on the attack. Perceiving little distinction between the servants of the Emperor, the worshippers of the dark gods, or the teeming Xenos empires that surround them, imperious Necron nobles send forth their legions to reconquer their interstellar domains by whatever means necessary. The Necrons are best known and feared by their enemies for rising up from beneath their very feet. Countless civilizations have unknowingly settled on worlds that conceal Necron tomb complexes deep beneath the surface. Whether triggered by Chronostat or the tomb's master program detecting intrusive life forms, those hidden sleepers awake. If the threat to the tomb complex is deemed significant, the master program prioritizes revivification of the Necron soldiery and war engines. It wields these assets to the best of its ability, employing their might to augment that of its canoptic slave constructs in defending the tomb. Only when the Necron nobility awake to once again take command of their legions do they go on the offensive. In this moment, the doom of the world's flesh and blood colonists is sealed. The earth splits open in yawning fissures, and oceans drain away as the tomb complex rises inexorably to the surface. The skies darken with seething swarms of canoptic scarabs, and the land glitters with the awakening legions as they advance into battle. Fortifications collapse as the ground heaves beneath them, and android killers claw their way out of the earth to trap their victims within the trespassers' own supposedly impregnable bastions. Should reinforcements rush to the aid of the beleaguered planet, they arrive to find the awakened tomb's terrifying defenses and mighty armies waiting for them. Thus are the lesser races slaughtered, and another tomb world secured in the battle for galactic dominance. Were this the only way in which Necrons threaten the planets of the fledgling empires, it would be perilous enough. Yet, time and again, they descend from the heavens to conquer unwary worlds, sometimes appearing to step from thin air into the bloody heat of battle. Such feats are not the sorcery they might appear, but rather due to the ingenuity of the cryptex. Part courtly viziers, part master engineers, and part cosmic alchemists, the cryptechs wield great influence within Necron society. They possess such a fundamental and far-reaching understanding of the universe's inner workings that, to the lesser races, their abilities appear as witchcraft. No single discipline do the cryptechs pursue. Instead, each individual embarks on a course of obsessive study into whichever field of arcano-scientific lore most fascinates them. Such decisions are based upon whim, aptitude, and often the obsessive madness caused by their long sleep. Often, a cryptech will also select their field of expertise based upon whatever they believe will render them most powerful within the Necron royal courts, and provide them with the most leverage over their rivals and noble masters. Plasmancers, for example, study the martial application of raw energy. They are aggressive warrior scientists whose bodies crawl with skeins of killing power, and who can annihilate their victims with but a gesture. By comparison, disciplines such as psychomancy or chronomancy are far more subtle. The former plays upon the atavistic fears of all living things, while the latter allows the manipulation of the strings of time itself. There are countless other disciplines, from the master engineering skills of the technomancers to the warping powers of the gravmancers, and the insidious abilities of the penumbramancers. Cryptechs are vital not only for their personal abilities. They also construct and maintain the eldritch technologies that allow their masters to launch their conquests in so many terrifying ways. Fleets of tomb ships are one such asset, their drives enabling them to bridge interstellar gulfs almost as quickly as warp travel, and in significantly safer fashion. Terrifying sepulchral battleships of immense size, tomb ships can easily duel the greatest void craft of the lesser races. Yet their greatest value is undoubtedly in spearheading Necron planetary conquests. Should even a single tomb ship settle in low orbit over an enemy world, it will deploy wave upon wave of war engines against its prey, even as its quantum wormhole technologies open the way for invading Necron foot soldiers to assail the enemy in their millions. Dolmen gates are another means of hyper-technological Necron invasion. They were fashioned during the War in Heaven, when the Catan known as Nyadrazatha, the Burning One, gifted the Necrons with the means of their construction. These living stone arches trammel spars of the webway, allowing the Necrons the capability to travel through them. The metallic warriors must be swift, for even subjugated, the semi-sentient network resists and will destroy the Necrons if it can. Such risks prove worthwhile, however. Surprise is total when the lesser races find ancient, long-forgotten, forgotten ruins flaring suddenly to life upon their worlds. and the deathless Necron legions marching from within. Eldritch Artifice. The Necrons possess a technological base so far in advance of any of the galaxy's other inhabitants that only the artifice of the Eldari warrants even close comparison. This is perhaps unsurprising for a species whose very living forms are mechanical in nature. Certainly, it seems natural enough to the Necron nobility themselves, for it supports their arrogant presumption of superiority over the despised lesser races. Most widespread of all the Necrons' weapons of war is Gauss technology. From the manned portable Gauss flares borne by Necron warriors up to the massive Gauss flux arc, these weapons all function in the same fashion. They project a molecular disassembling beam that reduces flesh, armor, and bone to their constituent atoms, one agonizing layer at a time. Gauss is but one of the horrifying technologies the Necrons employ in battle. Tesla weaponry releases beams of living lightning that scorches and blasts victims and can even arc from one foe to the next. Particle weapons work by emitting streams of minuscule antimatter particles. These detonate on contact with other matter, annihilating their targets in violent blast. Enmitic weaponry, too, is as frightening as it is effective, for its thrumming pulses cause the target's atoms to be violently repelled from one another to spectacular effect. Heavier firepower is provided by such armaments as doomsday weapons or variants of fearsome death ray. Doomsday weapons are plasma-based and possess incredible destructive potential. They are so power-hungry that entire platforms have been developed to facilitate their deployment. Death rays, meanwhile, pour immense energies through a focusing crystal, unleashing a sustained beam of blinding, searing heat and light that carves through targets one after another. While the Necrons typically favor overwhelming ranged firepower as a statement of contempt for the foe, the close-quarter weapons borne by their more elite or murderous warriors are no less deadly. Hyperphase weaponry vibrates across multiple dimensional states, allowing it to pass through a target's defenses without resistance. Void blades work in a similar fashion, but cause their victims' very molecular bonds to collapse at the slightest touch. Some weapons are as much status symbols as they are potent tools of destruction. The Staff of Light serves both as an energized battle scepter and a fearsome short-ranged energy weapon. War scythes, typically carried only by Necron nobility or their Lich Guard protectors, project ethereal energy fields around their tremendously heavy blades. Each swing carves through even the toughest targets as though they were not there. The cryptechs do not restrict themselves to offensive technologies. Their skills extend to the creation and maintenance of countless other strange devices, all of which benefit the Necron legions on the battlefield. One such technology is quantum shielding. Harnessing the strength of incoming attacks, quantum shields transform that power into harmless equivalent energy. They actually become more effective the stronger the enemy's weaponry. Scarcely less of a bulwark is the dispersion shield borne by retinues of Lichguard. Towering and heavy, it includes layered energy shield generators that not only stop incoming projectiles, but sometimes ricochet them straight back at the foe. Teleportation technologies are much seen amongst Necron armies, typically employing captive wormholes that allow their phalanxes to march straight into battle from the depths of their tombs, or even from the surfaces of far distant worlds. The Eternity Gate of the Monolith can even be reversed to create a portal of exile that drags in screaming foes, jettisoning them into purgatorial nothingness beyond reality itself. Coupled with gravitic repulsion generators, which enable anything from infantry to massive war engines to glide smoothly through the air at considerable speeds. It is not hard to see why Necron armies are far more strategically agile than their warriors' rigid gates would suggest. Technology has also allowed the Necrons to enslave other entities to their will. Some of these were brought into being specifically to serve the needs of their creators, while others were subjugated for all eternity for their crimes against the Necron race. Canoptech constructs proliferate through Necron tomb complexes and armies both. Some are large and powerful, such as the Canoptech Doomstalkers that guard their master's armories, or the Canoptech Spiders that command and control scarabs and other lesser drones. Others have stranger functions, such as the ghostly Canoptech Wraiths, employed to repair inaccessible systems within tomb complexes, or the Canoptech Plasmacytes that isolate and siphon off corrupted engrams from the sleepers within stasis crypts. These latter have been co-opted by the deranged warriors of the destroyer cults, who actually seek to have those same engrammatic patterns injected into themselves, so as to further degrade their former personalities and fuel their nihilistic butchery. Regardless, no Canoptech being is truly sentient. Rather, they are all artificial slaves, utterly incapable of independent thought. The Catan Shards suffer a far worse fate, for they were once the star gods of near limitless power who tricked the Necron tier into bartering away their souls. Zarek's revenge upon these beings saw them shattered by weapons that employed incredible cosmic energies. Yet the Catan were bound to reality itself and could never be destroyed, only splintered into stunted echoes of their former might. Each such shard is still terrifyingly powerful, however, and so the Necrons bound them into extra-dimensional prisons known as Tesseract Labyrinths. When deploying Catan as weapons upon the battlefield, the cryptechs ensure they are technologically shackled, leashed like mindless beasts, and forced to do their master's bidding. Of course, once in a while, a Catan breaks its straining fetters. At such times, devastating retribution is visited upon the Necrons and their foes alike. Tomb Worlds. The armies of the Imperium have encountered Necron tomb worlds from one edge of known space to the other. Even still, humanity has discovered but a fragment of the dynastic territories in which the galaxy was once divided. The Necrons' worlds are scattered now, many isolated or beset, yet every single one is a mighty stronghold in its own right. None but the Necrons now remember the glory of their star-spanning dynasties from before the Great Sleep. Yet there is little doubt that their holdings have been much abused and eroded in the 60 million years since. When the Silent King ordered his people into their millennial torpor, he did everything he could to protect them. The Necrons' cities were converted specifically for the purposes of sustaining and protecting their inhabitants as they slept through the ages. They could not have been better defended or more technologically prepared for their ordeal. Still, the fundamental forces of the galaxy resist stagnation, and the aeons have not been kind. Some tomb worlds were exposed to cosmic phenomena of overwhelming power, be they the explosive deaths of stars, the thunderous impact of huge asteroids, or even the insidious touch of empiric overspill. Plunged into frozen darkness, scorched to bone-dry deserts, irradiated, wrenched and torn by gravitic forces, and blanketed in energy storms. These fates, and many besides, beset tomb worlds and left them inimical to organic life. Of course, such conditions were of little consequence to the Necrons, whose android bodies required none of the fundamentals that flesh and blood creatures did. Indeed, dynasties such as the Nephrek or the Thocht even harnessed and benefited from such deadly conditions. Other tomb worlds have known the expansion of teeming biospheres. Some remain verdant even after the tomb below awakens, the Necron nobility considering the organic flora and fauna a useful camouflage for their fortifications. More often, especially in the case of tomb worlds settled by sentient species, the Necrons swiftly conquer and harvest all that they find on the planet's surface. The awakening legions emerge to find anything from seas of crops to bustling quarries, towering fortifications to sprawling cityscapes, or furious war zones where the lesser races tear at one another, unaware of the doom their conflict has awoken from beneath their feet. Whatever a tomb world's nature or conditions, once the sleepers arise, its fate is irrevocably altered. Land masses shudder, and huge subterranean tomb cities stir beneath the surface. Vast structures force their way upward, slowing off the devastated remains of more youthful civilizations amidst eruptions of magma and seething energy storms. Eerie megastructures ascend into the heavens, ominous guardians taking up watchful stations above the planet as cosmic superweapons flare to life in their flanks. When the command is given by noble or cryptek, swarms of canoptic constructs sweep across the globe, devouring and recycling the works of younger races in order to raise monolithic monuments to their arisen masters. Any trace of the intervening millennia is swept away as the Necrons resume rulership of their domains of old. Before the Great Sleep, the worlds of each Necron dynasty were ordered and designed according to a strict hierarchical system. Planets were qualified as crown worlds, core worlds, or fringe worlds, with each title bearing significant connotations. At the heart of each dynasty lay its crown world, where the ruling pharaoh sat upon their throne. Crown worlds were as heavily fortified as they were regally magnificent, many playing hosts to incredible megastructures and devices or weapons of godlike power. Each dynasty's resources flowed in towards its crown world, ensuring its legions were the finest and mightiest, as benefited the personal soldiery of the pharaoh themselves. Core worlds made up the inner planets of each dynasty, typically ruled by prominent overlords. They were centers for military might and architectural grandeur that bespoke their dynasty's power. Then there were fringe worlds, those planets furthest from the light of the crown world, and thus considered of least import. Fringe worlds were little more than resource-gathering centers and border fortresses, and as such, their rule was given over to each dynasty's lesser Necron lords. However, where once there was order, now there is chaos. Galactic drift and stellar catastrophe has wrought mayhem amidst the once orderly Necron dynasties. There is much confusion amongst the awakening nobility, but also opportunity for those able to seize it. Some crown worlds have been shorn of their vassal worlds and are forced to fall back upon their own means. In other cases, fringe worlds rouse to find their former betters annihilated. In such cases, one-time lords name themselves pharaohs and seize control of all the resources and dynastic might they consider their due. Some tomb worlds awaken to bounties of raw materials, and those able to conquer pre-existing advanced civilizations revel in their bloody harvest. Then there are those worlds that awaken to madness. Some lie within the bounds of roiling warp storms and must fend off constant demonic assault. Others wake even as they are being overrun by superior enemy forces, their nobility afforded just enough time to comprehend the horror of their fate before it is sealed. Worst of all, though, are the severed worlds, planets where failures in revivification have left the Necrons as mindless shells, puppeted in a hollow parody of existence by master programs that can never relinquish control to their damned masters. The Pharaon's legions. Every Necron world is organized to strict dynastic codes, from the glittering nobility who rule to the mighty legions that march out to enforce their masters' wills. Rare indeed is the tomb world that breaks from this rigid martial order. Every tomb world is governed by its ruling noble, be they Pharaon, Overlord, or Lord. These rulers are surrounded by their royal court, an assemblage of lesser nobles, Nemesors who command the royal legions, royal wardens who serve as lieutenants and bodyguards, menacing retinues of Lichguard and scheming knots of cryptech viziers. Much politicking and intrigue goes on in these courts, for most Necrons who retained personalities after biotransference remained both ambitious and ruthless. Most Necron rulers find the best way to promote unity amongst their vassals is to set them against a common foe. When the legions march to war, these determined and knowledgeable leaders become valuable assets to their liege lords. Lesser nobles make regal battlefield commanders. Royal wardens act as lieutenants, varguards, or even diplomatic envoys, while cryptechs keep the dynastic legions on the march and unleash their strange cryptosciences to cripple the enemy and aid their own forces. Another factor keeps the Necron nobility in order, both on and off the battlefield. The Triarch Praetorians, hands of the Silent King, stand as arbiters of the ancient dynastic codes, apart from the structure of the tomb worlds. The Praetorians possess the Triarch-given right to pass judgment upon the honor and conduct of all, even ruling pharaons. Normally, though, they restrict themselves to the battlefield, where they hang suspended by their gravity displacement packs as battle commences. From their vantage point, they assess the conduct of the foe. In rare cases, they may deem an enemy truly sentient, and thus deserving of the ancient codes of honor. In such circumstances, frustrated Necron nobles find themselves forbidden from deploying dishonorable assets such as death marks, X marks destroyers, and flayed ones. More often than not, however, they deem the enemy little better than vermin and descend to join in their extermination. Most Necron legions are built around a core of phalanx upon phalanx of Necron warriors. Neurally stunted and grindingly obedient, warriors are spent freely by their uncaring masters. Most nobles are more concerned that their warriors' adornments display their leader's status than they are with keeping these peons safe from enemy attacks. The warrior phalanxes require constant direction. Without this, they can manage little more than to hold position and shoot at nearby foes. Properly directed, however, their firepower and resilience make warrior phalanxes ideal for pinning the enemy in place, grinding them into dust, or blunting their most furious counteroffenses. Most Necron legions supplement their warrior phalanxes with formations of more elite and substantially more self-aware soldiery. From bands of tough and tactically independent immortals to sharpshooting deathmark assassins, and hurtling swarms of Tombblade attack speeders. The dynasties can draw upon a range of strategically specialized military assets to lend their legions the edge in battle. Necron nobles make no secret of the fact that they consider the vehicles of their capacious armories to be more precious than the Necrons who pilot them, or indeed the foot soldiers who march to battle in the war engine's shadow. The Necrons are a people who have always equated their vast technological superiority with an undeniable right to dominate. Every cosmically powered weapon and reality-warping engine is a statement that the Pharaons possess the power to trammel stars and shatter gods. Thus is the armory of each tomb world not only a concerted display of each ruler's martial might, wealth, and status, but also a material manifestation of their right as supreme being to create and destroy whatever and however they see fit. Some elements of their armies are held in contempt by Necron nobles, such as canoptic slave constructs or Catan shards that are imprisoned as weapons or power sources. Yet there are other sects in Necron society that take to the battlefield alongside the legions, but who the nobility have little, if any, command over. Foremost amongst these are the destroyer cults. While many strains of insanity have afflicted the Necrons, the nihilistic murder madness of the destroyers has proven pernicious and increasingly widespread. Destroyers eschew all notion of personal ambition, desire, or hope, instead descending into a pit of cold and calculated hatred that sees them seek the eradication of all organic life. There are many subcults, from the Locust, with their grav-sled bodies and heavy firepower, to the blade-armed Scorpek, or the debased subterranean Ophidian, that share one common demand of the Cryptex, which is to have their bodies altered into whatever form they believe optimal for the slaughter of all living things. The Necron nobles employ destroyers as shock troops. However, they do not trust them. Not only do many fear the destroyer's madness to be infectious, but they wonder whom they will turn upon when all organic victims are slain. The flayed ones, too, are feared and reviled by the rest of Necron society. Exiled to languish in the horrific nether realm known as the Bone Kingdom of Drazak, they are afflicted with the hideous death curse of the Catan known as Landugor the Flayer. Twisted in body and mind, flayed ones are drawn to the scent of blood, scissoring open the flesh of reality and spilling through from their ghastly realm to fall upon the Necron's foes. The dynastic legions make every effort to avoid these beings, whose madness they fear as catching, but they can do little to stop the flayed ones from joining battles that are already underway. The Silent King, supreme ruler of the Necron Dynasties. Last of the Silent Kings, shatterer of the star gods, defeater of the old ones, bringer of unity, master of the final triarch, wielder of the scepter of eternal glory. These are but a handful of the grand titles earned by Zarek, the ruler of the Necron race. His endless honorifics paint a glorious picture, but in truth, his gleaming image is tainted by an inner darkness few see. Few beings in the galaxy possess the might, wisdom, and sweeping vision of Zarek, last of the Silent Kings. During the nightmarish transition of biotransference, it was Zarek who emerged with the most powerful and advanced of all the bodies gifted to the newly fashioned Necron race. His neurological and sensory architecture, while wholly synthetic, is more advanced and precise than anything flesh and blood could emulate. His powerful android form is mechanical perfection, on a level that no sentient being now alive could replicate. Smooth and graceful in its every motion, irresistible in its strength, and regal and intimidating in its magnificent presence. Neither mental nor physical ailments can ever afflict the Silent King. His mind remains more wholly his own than any amongst his people, for he was ever their ruler and did not endure the perils of the Great Sleep or subsequent revivification that have driven so many Necrons mad. For all this, Zarek suffers, as he has suffered ever since he realized the purgatory to which he consigned his people. Millennia have heaped upon millennia, and still the Silent King's guilt remains as jagged and bitter within him as it once was. His sorrow and horror have been preserved by his mechanized mind as perfectly as has every single memory, thought, and feeling Zarek has experienced since the day of his biotransference. It can be said with certainty that such an impossible burden as this would have driven even the most resilient of living beings to madness and self-destruction aeons ago. Zarek, though, is not truly living, and his torments have not destroyed him. Instead, they have honed him into a being of horrifying and singular determination. The Silent King has a plan for his people and for the galaxy, and he knows that he is righteous with the inescapable, unwavering certainty of a god, of a machine. Zarek's will is a star erupting in supernova, a comet colliding with a doomed world. He is as inevitable as time and tide. The Silent King seeks nothing less than final atonement for the fate to which he consigned his race, and none shall be permitted to stand in his way. Zarek was not always so singular in his obsession. When the end of the war in heaven came and the last of the Catan had been shattered, he recognized that his people could not withstand further conflict. The allies and servants of the Old Ones were circling, wary but vengeful, and so he ordered the Great Sleep. Zarek envisioned a future where the enemies would be defeated by strife and time. Necrons would arise unsuspected from their long sleep. They would seize control of the galaxy using their deathless bodies and cosmic weapons. And then, freed from conflict and unshackled from the ravages of time and mortality, they would at last devise a way to reverse biotransference and therefore expunge Zarek's sins. The Silent King would not share this in his process, however. For himself, Zarek chose exile aboard his vast, city-sized warship, Song of Oblivion. Zarek took many of his own dynasty with him into the intergalactic void. Entombed within stasis crypts of their own, but awakening in regular cycles to crew and garrison his vast ship. None amongst the dynasties truly know what the Silent King sought beyond the stars. Detractors like Emotech or Zarathustra the Ineffable claim he fled with no more intent than to escape his crimes. Others, Pharaon Asmonthep of the Zarkon dynasty and the royal court of Nyalok, not least among them, believe he had a greater purpose. Perhaps, some speculate, Zarek even sought a cure for biotransference in the lightless realms beyond the galactic rim. Maybe he intended to travel to other galaxies entirely, and there find the solution to his people's woes. None but Zarek himself knows the truth, and, as with many of the more troubling mysteries surrounding the Silent King, his race find themselves unable to recall whether they themselves ever knew the answer. From which dynasty did Zarek originally hail? What characterized his rule before biotransference? When precisely did he return to the galaxy? And for how long did he operate from the shadows before openly declaring his return? Even beings like Oricon the Diviner, who was once Zarek's court astrologer, find strange gaps in their artificial memories concerning such things. More unsettling still, they rarely seem able to focus on these doubts long enough to seek any answers. For all the gaps in recollection that veil elements of Zarek's life, at least his motivation for returning to the galaxy appears straightforward. The Silent King abandoned exile to save his people from the menace of the Tyranids. It is said that he encountered dormant hive fleets flowing through the intergalactic darkness towards the galaxy he had left behind, and recognized the perils they represented. What if they devoured all life before the Necrons could reverse biotransference? Worse, what if Zarek's people had already managed their apotheosis just in time to be devoured in turn? Supposedly driven by pure altruism and a desire to not fail his people again, Zarek turned the Song of Oblivion back towards the distant glimmer of the stars he had known so long ago. This story in itself has holes. What did Zarek witness, and on what scale, that so convinced him of this omnipresent peril? How did he chance across encroaching Tyranids amidst the near infinite gulfs of space? Questions of pretext and motivation have been raised, however briefly, by the more rebellious amongst the royal courts, and whispers persist that the Silent King harbors some other, deeper agenda. Few find themselves able to sustain their doubts for long, however, and for those who do, the Triarch Praetorians are never far behind. Such shadows and whispers soon burn away in the searing light of Zarek's presence. It is said that merely meeting the Silent King in person is to transform even the keenest doubter into a supplicant desperate to do his will. Shortly after revealing himself openly to his people, Zarek chose two pharaons of lesser dynasties who had proven their loyalty through swift service. Subsuming their legions into Zarkon ranks, the Silent King elevated Hapthratra the Radiant and Mesophet of the Shadowed Hand to form his new Triarch. They became the Pharaon of the Stars and the Pharaon of the Blades, as the ancient codes dictated, joining Zarek upon his mighty dais of domination, from where they could proclaim the Triarch's will. There are those who have noted how thoroughly the two pharaons are bound into the dais, how their voices have taken on a new tone of command since their ascension, and how they speak nearly always with perfect synchronicity. But of course, elevation to the final Triarch was bound to affect changes upon such minor rulers. And if they seem always to support Zarek's plans without question, those plans were millennia in the laying, after all. Who could honestly suggest amendments to such a comprehensive scheme? The martial might of the final Triarch, at least, is beyond question. Zarex's dais is empowered by a caged shard of Naiad Drazatha himself, while the Silent King's mantle is formed from the Cataan's flinched necrodermis. It is the Burning One's own fire that Zarek amplifies through his regal scepter of eternal glory, sending it blazing forth in searing beams of absolute destruction. That same energy is channeled into the potent carrier wave generators of the dais that coordinate and motivate nearby Necron soldiery, and also in the Noctilith beacons held high above Zarek's throne. These beacons not only banish the infernal energies of the warp, but also allow the Silent King to tear open the invisible skeins of the webway, fashioning his own temporary dolmen gates to bear him swiftly across vast interstellar gulfs. Those foes not erased by Zarek's energy blasts are far from safe. While Hapthatra unleashes flurries of neutron orbs from the Staff of Stars, Mesophet hefts a scythe of dust, every swing of its glimmering blade reducing victims to swirling clouds of scorched particles. Enemies who get close enough to strike at Zarek directly are forced to their knees by the thrumming energies of his dais's obeisance generators. Even those blows that manage to hit home are unlikely to do harm. The Silent King and his companions are swathed in trans-temporal fields that scatter the force of the foe's attacks, and thus dissipates them harmlessly. All the while, a pair of triarchal menhirs orbits Zarek's dais, proclaiming the Triarch's omnipotent might, even as they channel the dais's power. By focusing the resonance of these devices, Zarek can unleash a devastating annihilator beam, an energy weapon so potent that it has been likened to the hurled spear of an enraged god. None who feel its wrath live to tell the tale. The war in heaven took its toll upon the Necron Dynasties, annihilating many entirely. Time has seen more still eradicated as tomb complexes have slipped into true and abiding death. Still, a vast number of dynasties remain, each with their own tomb worlds, unique heraldry, and cultural and military predispositions. Indeed, there are far more dynasties abroad amongst the stars than even humanity's darkest nightmares would envision. The Zarkon dynasty. If this dynasty was once known by a different name, biotransference, or the mental command of Zarek himself, erased it from memory. Those of the Zarkon dynasty know only that it was from their number that the last Silent King arose, and that by his word they are to be considered preeminent. But With Zarek's command protocols gone, many of their rival dynasties are less convinced. The Necron Dynasty were comparatively slow to wake. Their worlds had been scattered by galactic catastrophes, the greatest of which was the onset of warp storm Asmodor in M18. Many of their tomb complexes had been destroyed, whether by natural disasters or the vengeful attention of the Eldari, who sought out Zarkon worlds with particular venom. Nor were the Eldari the only foes from ancient days. With Zarek's command protocols severed, many dynasties awoke with a burning resentment towards the Zarkon. Who were they to have set themselves above all? Some nobles asked. Others blamed them for every horror of the war in heaven, holding them to account for the perceived misdeeds of their absent leader. More than one rival dynasty acted violently upon such feelings, and between this hostile attention and that of the lesser races, it is a testament to the Necron Dynasty's skill in strategy and martial artifice that they survived it all. Yet survive they did, beset upon all sides, but haughty in their sense of superiority. Their nobles believed with the fervor of prophecy that the Silent King would return and reward their loyalty. Many amongst the rival dynasties feared this might prove true. If the Zarkon were undeserving, they asked, why then did the Triarch Praetorians ally themselves so readily to their cause? Often fighting in the Zarkon defense even against other Necrons. And why did their cryptechs envy skills in the crafting of weapons, armored bodies, and potent war engines more formidable than those of any other dynasty? It was not simply that they recruited the most skilled cryptechs, not only that the revivification and repair facilities deep within the Zarkon tombs operated with the greatest finesse and efficiency. No, this was something deeply buried in the Necrons' artificial psyches. Something that manifested in an almost supernatural fashion, so that even lesser dynasties, subsumed into the Zarkon totality, soon exhibited these same traits. Was it some final blessing bestowed by the Silent King to ensure that his people would always endure? This, at least, was the Zarkon Pharaon's claim. Now that Zarek has returned, his dynasty hold themselves vindicated, revealing ancient treasures and monstrous superweapons long hoarded against this day. The Zarkon enclaves push rapidly outward, launching countless attacks to draw enemies away from the sites where the Silent King is raising his contra-empiric matrix. Many smaller dynasties have already flocked to ally themselves with, or else been willingly absorbed into, the Zarkon ranks. After all, any who resist effectively declare themselves opposed to the will of the Silent King. In such an age of chaos and misrule, there are many Necron nobles who would surrender much to feel the unity and validation of a tyrant's hand upon their shoulder once again, and more who fear the consequences should they refuse. The Tech Dynasty. The Tech Dynasty has long been the most numerous and aggressively expansionist of all Necron dynasties. Indeed, many of the Necron's foes could be forgiven for their mistaken belief that the colors of the Tech Dynasty are in fact the unified military panoply of the Necron race as a whole. It is their legions, after all, that have assailed the lesser races the most often. The crown world of the Tech Dynasty is known as Mandragora the Golden, and it is the embodiment of the Tech themselves, sepulchrally grim in its macabre magnificence and fortified on a scale that makes the notion of invasion seem a dark jest. Mandragora is a center for military power, unimaginable riches, and the singular obsession of ultimate galactic conquest. This is but one world of the Tech Dynasty, of course. In the centuries since the first Tech tomb complexes awoke, this dynasty have claimed hundreds more, though Mandragora is undoubtedly their greatest. The Tech legions march tirelessly, the dynasty's entire focus bent upon marshalling ever more armies, raising ever more fleets, and sweeping out through the stars to conquer ever more territories in the name of their Pharaon, Imhotep, the Stormlord. It is from Imhotep himself that this relentless militaristic bent flows. Formerly a famed nemesis for those he saw as his superiors, Imhotep claimed the throne from those same nobles when they proved unable to set aside their own petty squabbles. From that day onwards, the Stormlord shaped the destiny of his awakening dynasty, focusing their every effort towards unifying the Necrons and ensuring their dominance over the upstart lesser races. The Tech Dynasty does not restrict its conquests to the worlds of other species. Imhotep's legions have swept over numerous dynastic territories during their relentless expansion. Those who offer ready allegiance are swiftly subsumed into the Tech Dynasty, often accorded substantial honor for their willingness to accept unity over personal pride. Those dynasties that resist are subjected to the full might of the Tech legions, albeit they are usually accorded the dynastic codes of honor. Once humbled, they are absorbed all the same, though in a far more brutal fashion than capitulation would have earned. The results of the unending Tech conquests are that their legions are immensely numerous and their arsenals replete with mighty war engines. When Imhotep stretches out his living metal talons, he can darken the skies with invasion craft, unleash the fire of thousands of massed war engines, and send infantry phalanxes beyond number to crush his foes. While the territory held by the Tech Dynasty does not yet rival that of many lesser races, still it is an immense swath of systems for a few centuries' conquest. If Imhotep's advance continues, there's no telling how vast the Sautek Empire may one day become. The Mefrit Dynasty. The Mefrit Dynasty are infamous for their destructive excesses. In the time before the Great Sleep, they were the planetary headsmen of the Silent Kings, employing incredible star-killing weaponry to exterminate entire systems. Once, civilizations all across the galaxy knew to dread the Mefrit Dynasty. When an example needed to be made, or a redoubtable opponent shattered, it was they who executed the deed. Employing spaceborne weaponry of incalculable power, the Mefrit mercilessly slew the stars that gave enemy systems life, leaving their foes frozen in the void or annihilated in seething storms of stellar fire. Many of the other Necron dynasties found such conduct dishonorable and distasteful. Few lauded the Mefrit for their deeds, despite the fact that countless interstellar campaigns were swiftly and decisively concluded in this way. Their peers might have scorned their methods, but none would have been foolish enough to court the Mefrit dynasty's displeasure. In the end, the Mefrit themselves were satisfied that to be feared was an even greater boon than to be accorded honor and respect. The millennia have not been kind to the Mefrit dynasty. Though many of their tomb worlds survive intact, the dynasty's Pharaon, Kyrek the Eternal, was slain by pernicious Eldari infiltrators while he still slumbered. Worse still, the Mefrit have awoken to find their grand weapons of solar execution lost or destroyed by the violent caprice of an uncaring galaxy. Rule of the Mefrit dynasty is now hotly contended for. Ambitious nobles, such as Zarathustra the Ineffable, Eknathet the Glorious, and Anubatar of the 1,000 Victories, strive to outmaneuver one another, proving their supremacy through military victories and deeds of grandeur. In truth, though, the first to reclaim the ability to murder stars will surely reign supreme. It is for this reason that several contenders have now turned to the Technomandrites for aid. The Nephrek Dynasty. The trinary stars of the Nephrek crown world, Orient, provide an overwhelming bounty of solar energy that has benefited this dynasty greatly. In a galaxy of constant war, however, they have been forced to fight in order to keep what is theirs. When the tomb complexes deep beneath the surface of Orient stirred to wakefulness, its inhabitants emerged to find that the legions of the Altmore dynasty had laid claim to their world. These rivals had been drawn in part by the desire to enslave the Imperial settlers who had long basked in Orion's solar power. However, the Altmore also sought to harness the energies of these trinary stars for their own military use. The Nephrek Pharaon, Silfek, wasted no time in fighting back. The Great Sleep had corrupted Sylphek's personality engrams and left him not just appreciative of his crown world's neighboring stars, but completely obsessed by them. He was incensed by what he saw as the desecration of his dynasty's sacred rites. The campaign for retribution that Sylphek led was lightning swift and ferocious, soon driving Altmore Necrons and Imperial forces alike from the system. Since that day, the Nephrek have basked in the light of their stars. Harnessing these energies has allowed them to amass arsenals of doomsday weaponry and other potent technologies with which to blast their foes to ashes. Sylphek's obsessions have also played their part, for his desire to be draped in the molten glory of his stars led his dynasty's cryptex to fashion him living skin of meta gold that, through advanced hyperalchemical processes, allows him to transform into pure light and cross incredible distances in an eye blink. Believing himself a celestial deity, Sylphek has since bestowed this golden form upon his most trusted overlords and other lieutenants, and has even had the technology worked into the burnished bodies of his lesser soldiery. Now, the grand legions of the Nephrek dynasty advance in gilded magnificence, stuttering and blinking across the battlefield with terrifying speed. The Nihilak Dynasty. The Nihilak Dynasty have garnered a fearsome reputation amongst the galaxy's younger races since their worlds began to awaken. Though often steady and defensive, they are nonetheless ruthless conquerors and deadly foes. As they began to rise from their great sleep, the Nihilak discovered that much of their ancient territory had been invaded. Faced with the very real danger of being overrun, their surviving nobility consolidated the dynasty's strength upon their crown world of Gaiden. This proved a wise move indeed. The Nihilak had always been a tremendously rich dynasty and had funneled much of their vast resource wealth into Gaiden's hyperspatial vaults. Now they drew upon their hoard to fashion legion upon legion of war engines, raise mighty defenses, and equip their warriors with the finest weaponry imaginable. The lesser races hurled their armies against the newly fortified borders of the Nihilak dynasty and were rebuffed with devastating casualties. Moreover, once attacked, the arrogant and imperious Nihilak nobles would not rest until the perceived impudence of the attackers had been punished with utter annihilation. The well-appointed Nihilak legions had another advantage in this war for survival. Greatest of the dynasty's cosmic treasures was the preserved head of the Yith Seer, the last of its race, and a means by which the Necrons could peer into the schemes of the future. Armed with such prescient intelligence, the Nihilak struck precisely where and when they needed to in order to crush any interlopers, transforming their defensive stance into a more offensive march of conquest. Now, the Nihilak legions are on the march, seizing and heavily fortifying new territories with Noctilith pylons before advancing again. They have openly aligned themselves with the returned Silent King and seek nothing short of galactic dominance for their people. The Novok Dynasty. Before biotransference, the Novok Dynasty was infamous for its long and elaborate blood rituals, and for the naked savagery of its armies. Though unrecognizable as those hosts from prehistory, their legions retain this bloodlust. Few Necron legions are as frightening to face in battle as those of the Novok Dynasty. It is one thing to witness flesh and blood warriors slashing a path through their foes, but to see glassy-eyed androids move from methodical, mechanical killing to ever more frenzied industrial slaughter is another scale of horror entirely. The Novok offer no quarter, no mercy for their victims. Instead, they hack them apart like lunatic butchers set loose in a pen of livestock. They do not stop killing until their living metal bodies are drenched in gore and their victims are naught but dismembered meat. The reason for this gruesome spectacle is that the memories of their dynasty's blood rituals still linger in the personality engrams of the Novok Necrons. Though they can be ponderous, almost somnolent before battle's commencement, once their enemy's blood starts to flow, those engrams are triggered. They provide the Novok soldiery with surges of vigor and aggression that prove near narcotic, while enlivening the blood-spattered Necrons to an ever more dangerous degree. Taking full advantage of this trait, the Novok nobility field vast numbers of infantry assets headed by bands of blade-wielding Lichguard. These they augment, many would say recklessly, with those of their dynasty who have fallen to the destroyer curse. Such a force possesses numbers and resilience, yet its true might is revealed once its Gestalt bloodlust awakens, the butchery begins. Employing these tactics, the Novok Pharaon, Galmok the Moonkiller, has driven his legions relentlessly outwards from his crown world of Dal 6 in one gory conquest after another. They have crushed greenskins and humans alike and show no signs of slowing. Myriad dynasties. The shifting void rifts of the Hiraki deeps hide the core worlds of the Thocht dynasty, which orbit the massive crown world of Megoshta in a stately dance across the eons. Smaller, heavily weaponized planetoids orbit them in turn, wreathed in sparking cerulean energy. The crystalline continent tombs of the Thocht dynasty feed upon the radioactive power of the void rifts that surround them. The sky overhead thick with rippling darkness and flickering blue comets. As their armies emerge from their stasis crypts and march to war, dull metal skulls reflect the cold sapphire stars far above. Though far from the largest or most prolific, the Thocht dynasty is arguably one of the most dangerous upon the field of battle due to its lethal and insidious weaponry. Harnessing the potent radiation in which its worlds bask, the Thocht cryptechs have incorporated rad receptors into the weaponry of their soldiers. This advancement gives its legions an eerie aspect, causing a shimmering azure glow to radiate from them in waves. It is far more than an aesthetic modification, of course. The multispectral radiation that rolls off the metallic bodies of their soldiery is debilitating in the extreme to their foes. The icy lethality of the hierarchy deeps leave the foe weakened and in agony, easy prey for the merciless legions of the Thocht. The Necrons dynasty have always been synonymous with dubious and dishonorable conduct. Rarely did they adhere to the dynastic codes, for they sought always to employ the most expedient route to victory, even if that came by duplicity, misinformation, or assassination. So disenchanted did the Triarch become with the conduct of the Necrons that during the reign of Pharaon Oblis the Enslaver, they denied the dynasty aid when its crown world of Mobius came under ferocious Ork attack. The devastation wrought by the Greenskins was terrible, but not total. Though they lost much, the Necrons dynasty survived as a jaded and hateful presence. They replaced their former magnificence with harsh, blackened copper carapaces and turned their backs upon the wider Necron race. They now employ any means necessary to protect their domains, no matter how ruthless or contemptible, and spit readily upon the so-called Great Dream of galactic Necron rule. The Ogdebek dynasty, in comparison, benefited greatly from their own rather deviant practices. An unusual pact, believed to have been forged shortly after biotransference, saw the nobility and cryptechs of this dynasty accorded equal status. Ogdebek armies were occasionally even led by conclaves of cryptechs, and were always well served by efficient canoptic swarms and magnificent war engines. Over time, however, the cryptechs of the Ogdebek dynasty became arrogant, while their Pharaon, Anathrosis of the Black Star, became ever more paranoid that his upstart viziers would one day try to take power for themselves. As the Great Sleep approached, Anathrosis insisted upon veritable armies of canoptic constructs, slaved to his will alone, that could restore his legion swiftly to glory should they be compromised. He saw to it that his tomb complexes were built with triple-layered backup systems, each element built by rival cryptech conclaves, guaranteed not to collude, and again exclusively bound to Anathrosis's command. All this additional security proved to be of immense value during the Great Sleep. When the dynasties awoke, the vehicles, constructs, and warriors of the Ogdebek emerged from their tombs all but intact. Though its leader remains paranoid and its cryptechs are still troublesome, the dynasty has conquered great swaths of territory ever since. So many fragmented or comparatively minor dynasties are there that even the returned Silent King does not know of them all. Some, though, are infamous amongst the Necrons, either for their methods or their turbulent histories. The Charnovok dynasty, for example, were ravaged by the coming of the Tyranid hive fleets, and now cling defiantly to the edges of the eastern fringe. Though they have lost much, this means that only their strongest and most determined nobles and legions have survived. Setting aside any notion of politicking, the elite armies of the Charnovok now fight with cold fury to reclaim what they have lost. Needless to say, they have proven willing subjects for Zarek since his return, for they know that ultimately he alone recognizes the dire threat that the Tyranids represent. The Oruskar dynasty, by comparison, possesses plentiful military power. They are cautious and defensive, however, for they guard a treasure of inestimable power and must be ever ready to defend it. Deep beneath the surface of their crown world, Thanatos, lies the celestial orrery, a perfect replica of the entire living galaxy wrought in precious metals, shimmering energy, and irreplaceable cosmic technology. As the galaxy changes, so the orrery shifts in real time to reflect this, and hundreds of Oruskar technoseers study its every nuance to inform the movements of their legions. More amazing and terrifying still is that with the greatest care and precision, the orrery can be used to affect the galaxy in turn, even fashioning black holes or snuffing out stars. Fortunately for the younger races, the Oruskar see themselves as celestial custodians, rarely employing their power unless in greatest need. Others are less cautious, however. The Oruskar's Pharaon, Hakmafet, currently lies besieged by the xenocidal legions of the Cardeneth dynasty, who wish to unleash the full destructive potential of the orrery and remain obstinately blind to the ghastly consequences for reality itself should they succeed. The might of the skeletal Necrons is not limited to conventional dynastic legions alone. Bitter outsiders, resentful exiles, and malevolent aberrations abound in the wake of the Great Sleep. And many have fashioned Necron armies of their own. Thassar the Invincible, for example, has proven a perilous foe to all who stand before him. After his awakening, the self-styled and highly eccentric Pirate King seized the tomb world of Zapenic. Having manipulated the world's master program into making him Pharaon, Thassar remade Zapenic into the Reeve world, building a mighty fleet from drifting wrecks and beginning a campaign of terror against the lesser races. Then there are the haunted legions of Sarkon, crown world of the Empire of the Severed. Long have the Necrons dreaded this awful region, for here catastrophic radiation storms created a dynasty's worth of isolated worlds. As though such a thing were not bad enough, however, now there are reports of Necron armies issuing from this region in great number. Ethereal after-images are said to dance about their bodies, and they move with such eerie synchronicity that they seem driven by a single godlike will. As yet, reports of these legions falling upon outlying fringe worlds, and by some supernatural process, rendering them severed, remain unsubstantiated. If true, however, then the haunted legions represent a terrifying threat to what remains of the Necrons' collective souls. The threat of the Destroyer legions, meanwhile, is clear. None can say whether it is a natural degradation or some strange side effect of the Great Rift's opening, but the madness of the Destroyer cults spreads faster through Necron society than ever before. Nobles turn to nihilistic slaughter in alarming numbers, and in a few rare cases, the entire upper echelons of tomb worlds have dedicated themselves and their servile legions to this morbid cause. With the more unscrupulous cryptex helping to fashion new varieties of destroyer all the time, and ghoulish flayed ones flocking to the bloodshed they create. These legions of the lost and the insane carve bloody paths across the galaxy. The Necrons are a visual dichotomy. Their dynasties hold fast to eons-old martial traditions and highly regimented heraldic schemes. Yet time and entropy combine to render the grandeur of their legions faded and ghoulish. Moreover, the further inclusion of ghastly beings, such as the Destroyer cults and Flayed Ones, corrupts the magnificence of the spectacle. Necron armies are thus both darkly majestic and menacingly horrific. The color schemes and heraldic glyphs displayed by the legions of the Necron dynasties are rooted in a time before biotransference. Once, the nobility of the flesh and blood Necron tier would have sent their soldiery to war bearing these markings upon their armor and fluttering banners. Some even had them scarified into their troops' skins. The legions were extensions of their master's power, very much possessions of those who ruled them, and it was only right and proper that the lords of the dynasties marked their chattel as such. When their soldiery were transformed into servile androids, the Necron nobility took to applying their dynastic colors and glyphs directly onto the warriors' metallic bodies. The Necrons' artificial forms are highly receptive to such decorations. Employing the arts of the cryptex, the hues of armor plates can be altered on a molecular level, and the frequencies of weapon crystals, arcane power sources, and the like can be attuned to glow with the same fierce dynastic colors. Equally, glyphs can be picked out in radioactive isotopes or crackling energy channels that would scorch away the flesh of living beings, but which blaze proudly upon the Necron soldiery amidst the smoke and shadow of battle. The glyphs themselves are the primary way in which the varying ranks within the dynastic legion are conveyed, and every dynasty has its own. This sigil conveys to the Necrons everything that dynasty stands for and embodies. It is displayed in various forms across all the war engines, warriors, and nobility of that dynasty, with only the ruling elite being permitted to bear the glyph in its entirety. With each step down the Necron's rigid hierarchy of society and sentience, the dynastic glyph is rendered more basic, or has sections omitted so that the lowly soldiery wear only enough of the glyph for it to be recognizable as their dynasty's own. There is another glyph that appears throughout the armies of the Necrons, regardless of dynasty or alignment. The Ankh of the Triarch is the Necron's omnipresent racial motif. To some nobles, it has long been a symbol of faded glory and a traditional affectation. To others, it is a mark of faith and fealty to the rulers of the lost Necron Empire. With the open return of Zarek the Silent King, the formation of his new Triarch, it seems that the latter camp have been vindicated in their abiding, if somewhat hidebound, faith.